Good morning. Today is Wednesday, December 7th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of December. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Today, we will be covering all items noted on our December agenda. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to recognize former Chair Bryn Gibson. As many of you are aware, former Chair Gibson resigned last month. During his tenure, he helped lead the agency through a worldwide pandemic, regulatory modernization projects, and an internal retirement wave, among other things. I am grateful for his leadership, and he will truly be missed. Um, I can only hope to meet the high standards he set. He led with great integrity. Okay, and with that, Madam Secretary, let's proceed with public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. If anybody has any materials they would like to provide, physical copies of your comments, please do not approach the dais with them. Let an enforcement agent know and they will come grab them from you.
Anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward. Thank you for coming forward. Please state your name for the record. You will be limited to 3 minutes for your public comment.
Diamante Asbury, Diamante Asberry. Good morning. I'm here on behalf of the Culinary Union. Station Casinos is a company with a long history of undermining election results. Station workers have time and time again won the vote to unionize, only to see their employer try to deny the power of that vote. Last month, Time magazine published an article about how some companies will do just about anything to try to stop workers from unionizing. And the article talked about station casinos and what companies do to undermine union elections. An example from the article in Time is a so-called station's mud list of its own workers. Station casinos executives allegedly ordered supervisors to prepare a mud list to indicate which employees were pro-management, pro-union, or they don't know. So MUD is an acronym where M meant management, U meant union, and D meant don't know. How would it make you feel if your boss put you on a mud list? Workers at station casinos, they voted for the union and they won the elections. They won the vote by large margins at station casinos properties and won the vote despite station casinos fighting their organizing efforts. 67% voted yes for the union at Boulder Station, 78% at Green Valley Ranch, 82% at Sunset, and 85% at Fiesta Rancho in June 2019. The mud list started in September 2019. Station casinos executives ordered supervisors to take the time to create an itemized list of who is with us and who's against us. Stations use these mud lists in efforts to bust the union. We have to pick a side. The side of station casinos mud lists, election interference, and election undermining, or the side that respects the vote and respects democracy. Thank you. And then who do I turn these into? Over here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please come forward. Please state your name for the record. You'll be
Good
limited.
morning. My name
minutes.
is Norma Flores. I'm working for Fiesta Henderson Station Casinos for 20 years. I was a waitress over there for 20 years. And 2010, Station Casinos decide close the coffee shop. I was working over there at that time. The decision caused me to lose my house. And my 20 years of service in station casinos, I feel like they didn't value my hard work and sacrifice. I work for 20 years and I take only one time vacations and 20 years. And they don't appreciate anything, you know? And I was laid off on Fiesta Henderson during the pandemic. I applied 3 fair jobs and station casinos. They're held after the pandemic. I was union committee leader. They reject my application. when they're no committee leader for the union, they reject my application. So they don't never call me again for work. After 20 years of my hard work and sacrifice, I don't receive anything, even $1 for my hard work, for my sacrifice. Um, and I asking for justice for me and for my co-workers. You know how many people was homeless? I was homeless because I lost my job and I lost my house. I was homeless, and they don't care. They don't care, and they request another license for another big casino. They have to finish with us first. We deserve something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else here for public comment? Is there anyone in Carson City? Okay. That will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for November 2022.
Both of us have had the opportunity to review the disposition. Would my colleague care to?
Certainly, Chair Watkins, I will move to approve the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition items for the month of November 2022.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Watkins?
Aye. Madam Secretary, we will be taking a restricted item first today. Please read in restricted number 5.
Restricted number 5 is the application of Yeshna LLC to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 38994. It is also the application of Farhud Farugi for licensure as a member and manager.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, member of the board, Madam Secretary Jeff Donato here with the applicant, Mr. Farugi. Before I start, I just want to take a moment to congratulate you on your appointment as being for chair, and also to let you know I appreciate the accommodation of bumping me forward so I can rush to the airport to catch a flight this morning. And with that being said, with your permission, I'd like to give a little background information about the application and give the applicant an opportunity to give some information about himself. The application before you is for the applicant to receive a percentage of the gaming revenue from the SRO at a new 7-Eleven store located in Henderson. The store opened in December of 2021 without any gaming. On August 25th of 2022, the NGC approved Sartini Gaming to hold the restricted gaming license for the store. On September 2nd of 2022, the 6 gaming devices at the store were activated and are currently operating under a space lease agreement by and between the SRO and the applicant. If approved, however, the space lease agreement would convert to a participation agreement and the applicant would commence sharing in the gaming revenue at the store. And with that, I'd like to just have the applicant provide some information about himself.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to see me. My name is Farhud Farugi. I first immigrated to the US in '85. I was only 1, so I was virtually raised here. Spent most of my years in California until I moved to Las Vegas in 2004. My parents had initially opened a 7-Eleven store here in Las Vegas back then. I had the opportunity to go to UNLV to obtain 2 bachelor's degrees in economics and psychology in 2011. At the time, it also worked for them as well. I've been a very hard worker over those years, trying to build myself. I saw an opportunity, having worked in the mechanisms within 7-Eleven, got the opportunity to learn their systems. Got to see how the gaming industry worked from that point of view, and had the opportunity to work hard to obtain this opportunity to open a store as of last year. And I'm here before you to, seeking a revenue share. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we're here to answer questions that you may have.
Thank you for that affirmative presentation. I appreciate that. So you're involved in other business as well, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Also have a real estate business that I had licensed in 2013. My wife is also a realtor at the same brokerage company. We are a rainmaker husband-wife couple. She pretty much runs the business now while I'm fully involved in the 7-Eleven.
Okay. And before that, were you involved in pharmaceuticals?
Oh, yes, I was there for about, I think, 2.5 years. At the time when I was working there, they had required us to get licensed nationally, and I had obtained that license. But I had resigned there in 2000, I think it was 2009, and th- that was a long time ago. So I didn't really have the license and file, and they don't keep the records past 7 years.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about your transition from pharmaceuticals to real estate and now into this space?
Oh, absolutely. Originally, when I had gone to school, I originally wanted to go into pharmacy to become a pharmacist. That's kind of where I was told, hey, this is a great way to stand out and get accepted into the program. Unfortunately, in 2010 or the start of 2010, my parents' health went really poor. Mom had cancer, my father had 2 heart attacks. The business is 24/7 establishment, and they weren't able to participate any longer. So I kind of, decided that pharmacy or pharmacy school had to be put on hold, and I dedicated 110% of my time to the business. But strange enough, I realized, you know what? There's no cap with business, unlike everything else in life. And I saw there this has a great opportunity, and started to learn that this has potential.
Okay, thank you. I will let member Casaros get in here if he wants.
No, I think we covered everything. Yeah, background came back clean. I didn't have any questions for you. It's first time for you being licensed here, so
Yes, very excited.
looks good for you. So congratulations if that's the way it's going to go.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so you personally oversee the day-to-day operations.
Yes,
And how much
correct.
time are you spending at the property?
I'm there 5 days a week, at least 8 to 10 hours a day.
Okay, awesome. All right, well, thank you.
That's what you kind of need to do with your own baby.
Yes.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay,
I'm ready for a motion.
all righty.
Okay. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Watkins?
Aye.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank Agent McEnhaney and Agent Peters for all their work on this application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to our non-restricted agenda items. Can you please read in non-restricted number 1?
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of Seminole HR Holdings LLC for registration as a holding company, excuse me, and for finding of suitability as sole member of SHRE SHRI LLC. You also have the application of SHRE SHRI LLC for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as sole member of Seminole Hard Rock International LLC. It is also the application of Seminole Hard Rock International LLC for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as sole member of HR Nevada LLC. It is also the application of HR Nevada LLC for registration as an intermediary company and for finding of suitability as sole member of the Mirage Casino Hotel LLC. Also, you have the application of the Mirage Casino Hotel LLC doing business as the Mirage for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of James Allen, Jim Shore, Agnes Billy Motlow, Carla Gopher, Brad Buchanan, Connie Whitten, Alexander Johns, Michael Rumbles, and Robert Gibbs for finding of suitability as a key executive and or member of the Board of Managers as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of James Allen, Jim Shore, Brad Buchanan, and Joseph Lupo for licensure as a key executive, key employee, and or member of the Board of Managers. Finally, you have the request to withdraw the applications of John Eder for finding of suitability and or licensure as a key executive as noted on the agenda.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is A.G. Burnett with the law firm of McDonald Carano. And here with me is Mr. Jim Allen, the CEO of Hard Rock International. Madam Chair, let us also be the first to congratulate you on your appointment as chair to the Gaming Control Board. It's good to see you, Member Katsaros. Good to see you, Madam Secretary. We are here in regards to the applications just listed by Madam Secretary. With your leave, Madam Chair, what we would propose to do would be to provide you a brief overview, turn it over to Mr. Allen for a lengthier affirmative presentation, and then, of course, answer any questions you might have after that. And then, in addition, we've got all of the individual applicants here today, should you wish to speak to them, and they're happy to provide background information provide you answers to any questions you may have in regards to their backgrounds.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And also, before I get started, I would like to acknowledge some folks in the audience, my colleagues. Here with me is Mr. Greg Giordano, Dennis Gutwald, and then our partners from Fox Rothschild, Nick Cassiello and Marie Jones, and then the general counsel for Hard Rock, Mr. Ilkem Kinser, are here as well. In addition, we'd like to acknowledge the Investigations Division agents led by Amber Dastrup. They did a great job and were tremendous to work with. So we thank them for their efforts.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Member Katsaros, it's a pleasure to be here before you on this exciting and historic day. As you know, when the Mirage opened in 1989, it marked the beginning of the most incredible period of growth in the history of Las Vegas. Today, we come to you with another historic event that will mark an equally historic period for Las Vegas. Hard Rock, a global entertainment powerhouse and one of the most famous and iconic brands in entertainment history, is now before you to own and operate the Mirage. As you will hear, the Mirage will be in good hands as it becomes part of Hard Rock's already amazing portfolio of gaming and entertainment destinations. As you see on the agenda, Seminole HR Holdings is the parent of the entities that are listed before you. The Seminole Tribe of Florida holds the voting interests and most of the economic interests in that entity, Seminole HR Holdings. The Seminole Tribe of Florida was formed by vote and federally recognized on July 21st, 1957. In 2007, the tribe established Seminole HR Holdings to acquire the Hard Rock brand itself. It is essentially a holding company pursuant to our statutes, Chapter 463, 485, and as such has consented to the jurisdiction of the Gaming Control Board and the Gaming Commission, like any other corporate entity would. The second amended and restated operating agreement of Seminole HR Holdings provides that the Board of Managers, which are the individuals here before you today, have been delegated the exclusive authority and control over Seminole HR Holdings, its subsidiaries and affiliates listed on the agenda. Therefore, the Board of Managers before you today does not take direction from the Seminole Tribe of Florida and acts independently on its own. Lastly, the transaction before you has the Hard Rock entities, of course, acquiring the LLC operating company, the Mirage Casino Hotel LLC, and hence the landlord, Vici, will not change. You lastly, in your next agenda item, have MGM's request to continue to operate the existing sports book right after this. With that, Madam Chair, Member Katsaros, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Jim Allen.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for allowing us to present Hard Rock International this morning to you. Hopefully our presentation reads up here.
Quick question. We have two slide decks, a really thick one and a moderately sized one here.
I think we should be on the moderately sized 49 page.
Thank you.
So once again, thank you. And I think as we look at Hard Rock, while certainly it has had a lot of success in the gaming industry, it's really a brand of entertainment. And what we'll try to demonstrate this morning is its diversity through all of its vertical business entities and obviously the brand itself. Today, we are in 70 countries around the world. We are approaching $6 billion in annual revenue with over 50,000 employees. And on an annual basis, over 140 million customers. We are the proud owner of the world's largest collection of music memorabilia. And I think it's always very important to note that is not just rock and roll music memorabilia. Frankly, today's artists are more important than anything that we're moving forward with in our business plans. And most importantly, different walks of life, culture is something that's extremely important to the success of the brand as we move forward. That collection is over 86,000 pieces, and it is now housed in South Florida in the city of Hollywood. We do over 35,000 live music events on an annual basis. We now have over 35,000 gaming positions in our 15 casinos. One of the great things about Hard Rock, and certainly we appreciate this opportunity here to present this morning, but we currently have in excess of 30 hotels, but with another 34 hotels in the pipeline that are definitively happening, and another 94 hotels that we're in the process of evaluating on a global basis. Hard Rock has a very interesting history. And when we look at it, back in 1971, the founders, Peter Morton and Isaac Tigert, started with one restaurant in London. One of the great things that has happened in recent years is that we have stepped up and actually purchased that building. And I can tell you the real estate in London is extremely expensive, but we felt it was that important to make sure that Hard Rock and its original roots become part of the history. And if you take a tour, if you will, of the Red Bus, etc., in London, Hard Rock is obviously part of the tour because of its amazing history. Isaac and Peter, let's just say maybe they didn't always get along, so they went their separate ways back in 1979. And then there was a series of events between the brands expanding in different parts of the world with different people involved. Back in the year 2000, the Seminole Tribe of Florida entered into a license agreement with Hard Rock International, and that was to build a Class II gaming facility in Tampa and in Hollywood. And we opened those facilities in 2004. When we looked at the business, and frankly, when I came to work for the tribe back in late 2000, we certainly knew the success of Hard Rock. But candidly, when we saw the license agreement, we felt there was an opportunity to potentially create a better economic situation for us. As we looked at that business opportunity, specifically knowing the population of South Florida, we knew there was great opportunity for the tribe and the Hard Rock brand. So I then started a pursuit with Rank, who was the previous owner, to see if they would be interested in selling Hard Rock to the tribe. And after numerous times, they told me no, they were not interested in selling. But we had one small advantage. We knew the success of the Tampa and Hollywood enterprise, the two Hard Rock Class II facilities. We did not have table games. We had a Class II gaming device under IGRA from the Department of Interior. So finally, we got a call on July 4th, 2006, and they stated they were going to put the brand up for sale. So we thought this was actually good news, but little did we know they were going to run a process where there were 72 other bidders. And those 72 other bidders included other casino companies, restaurant companies, private equity. And it was the first time a sovereign tribe was actually going to go out and compete with global companies for an amazing brand such as Hard Rock. We were very proud on December 7th, 2006 to announce that we were selected. It was a very long and tedious process, and we closed on that transaction in March of 2007. At the same time, Peter Morton was actually selling the Hard Rock here in Las Vegas. And we certainly congratulate Mr. Morton for obviously being the founder. And candidly, the price he was able to sell it for, close to $800 million. We did not feel that that asset was something that we were ready to take on at that particular time. So that we then started a pursuit to eventually consolidate the brand rights on a global basis. Because when we purchased the brand and all the trademarks, we did not have the rights for gaming west of the Mississippi and certain geographic countries such as Australia and Israel and a few others. So back in 2016, we were able to negotiate with Brookfield, who eventually took over the assets from Morgan's Hotel, DLJ Merchant Banking, and Credit Suisse of the Hard Rock Las Vegas, and specifically the territorial rights west of the Mississippi. And then in 2020, we were able to then once again negotiate with Brookfield, and we were able to purchase the actual rights for here in Clark County. We knew the amazing success that Nevada and specifically Las Vegas has on a global basis as being the entertainment and gaming capital of the world. So it was always something that was in our eyesights as far as having proper representation here. We're certainly very respectful to the Hard Rock that was here in Las Vegas, but I can assure you the way that building was managed is much different than how the Tribe and how Hard Rock manages its other particular casinos. And frankly, it was something that we were bound determined to get the brand back under our control so that that image could be enhanced. And then last year, this time, 2021, we announced entering into an agreement with MGM for the purchase of the Mirage in an OpCo-PropCo structure. That purchase price, as you're probably aware, little over $1 billion for the operating 100% business of the Mirage. That was an all-cash transaction, obviously pending the approval of the state of Nevada and the Gaming Commission and the Control Board. Just going back in a little bit of history, if we look at Hard Rock under the Tribe's ownership and our independent board of directors from the Tribe, you can see that we've almost tripled the business. And most importantly, we've really created diversity in the economic model of the brand itself, now approaching, well, frankly, this year we're going to exceed $6 billion in total revenue directly and through our licensees. Hard Rock is one of the few companies, I think actually the only company in the history of gaming that enjoys investment grade ratings simultaneously from all three of the major rating agencies. Some of the other companies in the industry have had investment grade at certain times, but to the best of our knowledge, we do not know of any company that has had it simultaneously from Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch. And some of the other things that we're very proud of at managing the business, I think when I talk about my background in a few moments, and we look at the Tribe's background as the majority owner, there's something that has a lot of similarities. And that similarity is that we really do care about the employees. We really do come from backgrounds where, frankly, it's not a private equity mindset. And there's certainly no disrespect to private equity, but we just look at the business differently. And I think that is one of the reasons why we've been recognized independently by so many different groups that this is an admired and desired company to work for. I think one of the things we're most proud of is Spectrum Gaming and Bristol Associates, obviously two companies that have been in the industry for decades. They run an annual survey from all the executives in the industry. And I think we are now 6 of the last 7 years, we have been voted as the most admired and desired company to work for. That's not just us saying that, that's our peers, but that is also Forbes for many years saying that we're one of the most admired companies to work for in the large company category. Our programs with enhancement for females in the organization has also been recognized on a national basis, as are programs with diversity and the promotion of people of minority status. We're the only company, first privately held company in the United States to receive the acknowledgement for the best managed company. That's done by Wall Street Journal and by Deloitte. Certainly our programs for diversity, our programs for compulsive gaming have also received many, many national accolades. And including this past year, we received the Land-Based Operator of the Year at the obviously G2E annual gaming conference that is hosted by the American Gaming Association. I've been on that executive board, I think, for 8 years now, and I am now chairman of that association on a global basis. So it's something that we're very proud of. Very uniquely, having nothing to do with gaming, but having to do with, I think, Las Vegas and what Las Vegas is about is entertainment. And that's something the Hard Rock brand does so favorably well. In the first time in the history of J.D. Power and Associates, when we finally had enough hotels and hotel rooms to qualify, we received a top award. And then I think it's 3 or 4 years now simultaneously, we've been acknowledged that in the upper upscale category. So many of us know Hard Rock as the Hard Rock Cafe from 1971, but the reality is the verticals of the brand are obviously performing very well in many other categories. Let's see if the slide moves. One of the things that's great about Las Vegas is obviously entertainment and a global destination. There is no other brand in the world that has the footprint that Hard Rock does. And if you look at our roughly 260 locations, and the imprint that we have on the world's population on brand awareness, it's something we're very proud of. When we think about the United States at 90%, we probably understand that. When you go to places like India and China and the Far East, and our brand recognition, not by our internal statistics, but by EGG, obviously a company that does this work for Fortune 500 companies, it's truly astonishing. If you look at any brand study and survey, Hard Rock is always in the top 10. So I should say always in the top 20, but most of the time in the top 10 most recognized brands in the world, up against companies like Coke and Nike, so Google, etc. And we always joke, it's pretty hard to go to an airport and not see someone in a Hard Rock shirt or hat, or just enhancing the brand on a global basis. And that's something I think that brings more people to our businesses, and obviously hopefully can help us, if we are successful at receiving a license, grow the business at Mirage. Okay, here we go. One of the things that's really important is philanthropic. Oh, sorry, I think I pushed it twice. And on an annual basis, we have over 200 billion media impressions on the Hard Rock brand. That's just astounding. And if you look at all these artists up here, whether it be Pitbull or Shakira or Rihanna or Jay-Z or Bruce Springsteen, we actually have a video in a moment we're going to show you. It's very brief, I promise. We're not paying these artists. Like, we're not going out. Certainly all the companies have the ability to attract some of the greatest artists in the world. When the Rolling Stones had the chance to do their final stop in North America, it was I think it was the 8th time in the last 20 some years that they played a room smaller than 10,000 people, but they selected Hard Rock. And frankly, that's part of the effort that we utilize with the brand itself, philanthropic efforts to give back to others. And I think now we have a video that hopefully will start and show you a little bit about, Unity, my apology. Unity is very important. Right now we have about 25 billion customers in our database affiliated with Unity. We certainly applaud the amazing efforts with companies like MGM and Caesars have done through their particular awards program. And I always joke, it's an area where probably you could say I should have done better the last 20 years, but being very humorous, but also very respectful, try to get licensees from all over the world agreeing on one particular Unity program. We have cafes in countries where, frankly, the language barriers are amazing. We deal with anywhere from 8 to 11 different currencies. So finally getting Unity launched this year is something that we're very proud of. And then being able to bring those customers on a global basis here to the Mirage is something that we think is very important, because we're very cognizant and complementary to the success that MGM has had with their rewards program, specifically M Life. So we know in the deal itself, there are some customers that will stay with the Mirage on a limited time basis. And a lot of the customers, obviously MGM is going to market to their other properties, such as Bellagio, and we completely understand that. A statistic I can give you, we track our database in Florida. Over $700 million worth of gross gaming revenue we track leaving our database, and specifically the state of Florida, coming in here to the state of Nevada. Very humbly, our business is in Florida. We have the exclusivity on table games, and we control about 94% of the total slot business. So we think that's an opportunity, obviously, to bring a lot more customers here to Las Vegas to help subsidize, if you will, some of the business that will potentially be going back to MGM, which we completely understand. Maybe they removed my video.
Could I just stop you there?
Sure.
Could you say that figure again and how you're actually tracking it and distilling it down to that type of number?
So one of the things that virtually all the companies do is you're constantly keeping in touch with your database. So we track those customers on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis. And we're constantly asking them, are they going to Las Vegas? Are they going to Nevada? And if so, where do they specifically stay? And we actually track it by hotel. And then we look at their theoretical value and their trip frequency, and that's how we get to that particular.
You literally ask them. I mean, that's how you
100%. So we could tell you how many go to Bellagio, how many go to Harrah's, Wynn, etc.
So functionally, is that the host that's just engaging with their players primarily? or is it a
Well,
survey?
frankly, it's actually done through a electronic survey, right?
Okay. Thank you.
Certainly there is communication with the host, but one of the things, we always say the hosts always like to embellish a little bit as far as how much business they're bringing. So we literally track it through our data and analysis systems.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So Hard Rock Heals, this is a separate 501c that we've created. And once again, it's kind of reiterating some of the philanthropic efforts we do. And I believe this is now where we're going to see the video. And I think it's important as it's queuing. None of these artists have been paid. This is just them volunteering, talking about Hard Rock. Hopefully we have volume.
Distinguished guests,
Can we
ladies
turn it up
and
just a little bit?
gentlemen.
One starts, after all, with themes or rhythms or harmonies. You can't just start writing music out of nowhere, made up of nothing. It has to take a musical form.
Whatever it is, to try and channel it for good. That's the only point of doing anything.
It was lights out for some cities around the world in observance of Earth Hour. Here at home, the Guitar Hotel and the Seminole Hard Rock took place in the yearly observance with its own light display going dark.
No destination.
Support Little Kids Rock. Support music teachers.
Hello, today I'll be singing a song. It's called Misty Weather. Aww.
You being here tonight is actually going to have an effect directly on families that have a child with cancer, and that's what this is all about tonight. This doesn't have anything to do with us.
Being that it's charity and it's for a great cause, I'm really, really happy that I'm collaborating with the Hard Rock.
I hope to really continue to make a difference.
Hard Rock has been so supportive over the years.
Hi, I'm Brett Michaels, and we're here at the Hard Rock in Orlando to kick off Pinktober and to raise a lot of money and a lot of awareness for our fight against breast cancer.
I'm all good as long as I'm with you. Oh, let's go.
$500,000, $10,000 each to 50 charities of Tampa Bay.
We couldn't miss this opportunity to do that community outreach.
You're truly changing lives every single day, and we're truly grateful and thank you for your partnership.
Hey, this is Trace Atkins, here to support Hard Rock's partnership with the American Red Cross.
Please Pete Townsend, I'm Roger Daltrey, and we're here for the City of Hope.
The proceeds that we collect from this go to the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
It turns out to have been the most profitable thing we've ever done to support Crossroads.
Realized that I can do more than just a song.
Any cause that helps people in need is one that we should all
Oh. Seems like it's stuck. No problem. Maybe as that's catching up. The formula is very simplistic. It's a triangle. It's utilizing the Hard Rock brand, celebrity, and then helping others. And if you look at Jay-Z, we have a tremendous relationship with him and Rock Nation. And we'll do an event where we can raise millions of dollars in one night. We have one event where we actually raised close to $5 million. We make sure, and we're certainly not disrespectful to some of the other big national charities, but so much of that money goes to administrative overhead. We provide everything. We provide the room, we provide the food, we provide the food and beverage. They provide the celebrity, and then that money goes directly to help other people. And that's something that's really important to the fulfillment of what the tribe's goals are as the owner, helping others. One of the mottos that some people always seem to forget about is from Hard Rock, love all, serve all. That is the most important motto, but that goes in conjunction with save the planet, take time to be kind, and all is one. Imagine that, these mottos have been around for decades. And as we look at the world today in this amazing environment of just, can anyone find the middle? It just seems like we humorously, but very seriously, like to state, just look at our mottos because it's something that's very important. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about those in a moment. I'm not sure if we've lost the whole presentation now. So I'll have to be like Johnny Carson and ad lib here a little bit. But and if you want to just go back to the slides, that's fine. Okay. Want to do that? What we could do, because I do believe you have a hard copy, we can maybe go to some of the more boring slides, but certainly, candidly, more relevant when it comes to being an operator. There's obviously a lot of exciting slides dealing with philanthropy and celebrity, but if you'd like, we can flip to slide 13, which obviously deals with corporate governance.
If you would prefer to keep the presentation going, we could take a quick break and get our issues fixed if you don't.
Whatever's easiest for you, Madam Chair.
Let's take a quick recess.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
Yeah. So you say about like half hour?
Got water?
I busted it too. So it's kind of weird. Recently? Yeah, literally last week.
I'm so glad I'm not charged.
Where are we? Yeah, it's like their system. Yeah.
let's go ahead and resume.
Actually, we'll go back one slide. Hopefully yeah, there we go. Oh, no.
With the American Red Cross.
Please Pete Townsend. I'm Roger Daltrey, and we're here for the City of Hope.
The proceeds that we collect from this go to the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
It turns out to have been the most profitable thing we've ever done to support Crossroads.
Realized that I can do more than just a song.
Any cause that helps people in need is one that we should all back up.
We are in Rejon in Guatemala as part of our work at Why Hunger and with Hard Rock International.
She's producing food and trees too. This is a way of self-sustaining the family.
We're here to help.
So our apology that we had some technical difficulties there, but hopefully it demonstrates that it's really not about the licensing process here in Nevada. It is part of the culture of the tribe and the brand, and it's something that we're very proud of. When COVID hit, you know, everyone was caught so far off guard. And when I look back at the giving of the brand itself, to the best of our knowledge, we were the first company in the industry that said, we're giving every employee a bonus, whether you're union or not, whether we do or do not meet our particular financial objectives, something we were very proud of. When COVID hit, we paid all of our employees, but not only did we do that, anyone making less than $50,000 a year received gift cards for food on a weekly basis. Because as we know, so many people are just living week to week. And the first month or two, you said, okay, well, you're getting paid. But as COVID continued to expand, and obviously we were closed, they were the type of decisions that were very important, which tie back to our employees, not just the global Hard Rock Heels, as far as a brand that's been giving back for many, many decades. At the same time, we recognize we are in one of the most highly regulated industries in the world. And as we look at compliance, and obviously the board of Hard Rock being independent from the tribe, this is just a list, which obviously was in the investigation of all of the different licenses that we hold today. I think one of the things we're very proud of, certainly there are licenses here in the United States, but also we've gone into many other foreign countries and continents and worked with gaming and worked with different countries in order to have the opportunity to receive their approvals to be an entity that is respected and has the ability to maintain alliance. In a moment here, I'll go through the compliance committee in a moment itself and the actual individuals that are with us here today. But we certainly established, originally we were privately held, operating in a much smaller venue, but back in 2013, we officially started the formality of our compliance committee. Certainly we've had compliance since day one. If you look at the bottom bullet on this slide, it's something that we're very proud of. It's not specifically related to Hard Rock, but as we know now, the numbers have come out, and basically 50% of the total gross gaming revenue in the United States comes from Native American casinos. The Seminole tribe was the first tribe in the country, over $30 billion a year in that particular sector, that was able to achieve what's called self-regulation. That gaming commission the tribe has was mirrored off of the industry standard, whether it be Nevada and New Jersey. And frankly, it was very unique at the time. It's something that obviously the Department of Interior recognized our owners for. The compliance committee itself is made up of Mike Rumbles, It's important about Mike. I've known Mike for many, many decades. It was the first individual that I reached out to because of obviously his reputation in the industry and candidly his involvement here in the state of Nevada with the concept of compliance. So when I introduced Mike to Mr. Shore and the rest of the tribe, Mike was our first board member. And obviously people like Connie Whitten, who's been with the tribe in the healthcare field for 30 years, Gibbs, who represents many Native American tribes in the aspects of gaming, and Agnes Billy Motlow, part of the tribe's legal department, and Mr. Shore, who is the tribe's general counsel. I won't read every particular bullet on all of these slides, but I think we can demonstrate that we take these topics extremely serious. We certainly recognize that Florida is not this huge gaming state, but most people don't realize there is Class 3 gaming in the state. Then there are a tremendous, I think there's 60 some pari-mutuel permits where there's some form of gaming going on at one time or another. Over 90% of the SARs come from ourselves. So, that seriousness when it comes to making sure that there's integrity in the business is something that we're very proud of. We certainly recognize it is very unique. We certainly complement the two other tribes that have come here to Nevada. But from day one, because of the global footprint of Hard Rock, we knew that when we sat down with the tribal council, that Hard Rock needed to be independent from the political process of the tribe. We have provided to you a recent tribal council resolution approved by all the tribal council members that the board of Hard Rock is completely independent from the tribal council and from the election and political process of the tribe itself, and we reappoint ourselves or any new members. The majority of the board members are from the Seminole tribe, and obviously their applications and they as individuals are here in front of you this morning for your obviously comments and questions. Diversity and equity and inclusion. This is a very interesting topic. And I just want to reference one slide, which I'll come up in a moment. But I have been in the industry since 1979, in management capacity since the middle 80s. And 5-6 years or so ago, when the topic of diversity and some of the challenges between people of color and people of white and just people getting along and shootings and police and all these topics, I was asked many times, Jim, you need to give a quote to the media. And candidly, I said, I don't think I'm qualified for that, okay? I think I need to learn more. And what I did was, I didn't listen to any of our New York PR agencies, and definitely did not listen to our in-house PR department. I said, what I want to do is go across the country, and I want to sit with employees of color. I do not want people that are vice presidents. I want to sit with employees, and I want to hear what they have to say on this topic. What does Black Lives Matter? What does that really mean? What is that initiative? And we sat meeting after meeting, location. And candidly, we saw a lot of emotion. We saw a lot of tears. We saw a lot of passion. And I learned a lot. And what I said was that all of us need to learn to find middle ground on these particular topics. So if you look at our management or our executive committee today, where at one time it was all white males. So I don't know if that hurts our opportunity, but it was all white males at one time. Today, it has 5 females, 3 individuals of color, 2 of Asian descent, 1 of Middle Eastern, 1 Seminole, 6 white males. Keep in mind the majority of the board is members of the Seminole tribe, and obviously the owner is the Seminole tribe, which certainly is a minority status. And that is something that any topic now, whether it's an employee regulation, that goes to that particular committee, so that we have representation of all different walks of life, and frankly, becoming more closer to the employees themselves. And we've created programs, whether you're a veteran, whether you are of a particular descent or community, whether you're Hispanic, whether you're Black or African American, and there are individual groups, whether you're gay or lesbian or bisexual or trans. And there are individual groups which you can then work with, and a senior vice president of the company is required to meet with those groups and bring that information back to the executive committee so that we can understand what the issues that they may have as employees. It's something that we're very proud of. Stephanie, our Senior Vice President of Diversity, is with us today. We can certainly go into a lot of depth on this, but it's something that we really try to be an industry leader on as we are become more inclusive. You know, one of the mottos, as I mentioned, of the company is all is one. Well, it's pretty hard to have a motto like that if you're going to not live, you know, that particular topic, and it's something that we now do on a daily basis. And it was probably not that long ago where we needed some improvement there, and we're not afraid to acknowledge that. So all these slides here just talk about all the different tools and mechanics that we utilize to find individuals that are of minority status in the company. We have the Women of Hard Rock. God, I think there's 280 some females now in that, where we literally go to the department heads and we try to find individuals that are looking for opportunity, their special classes, their special training for them to try to be advanced. And now something else that we've done is that we do not promote someone over a director level without going through the diversity department, so that we make sure that, you know, frankly, you promote someone because you've worked with them for a while is something of the past. And these are some just different slides that talk about that. This particular category, excuse me one moment. Anti-human trafficking is something that we've gotten involved with at the highest level. And I think our slides will demonstrate that. Without going into any specifics or detail, this is a particular area that I have some passion about, because when I was very young, I was shipped to California willingly by my parents. And let's just say I came back with a situation that was extremely uncomfortable. So I know what it's about personally, and I know what can happen to a child if someone tries to take advantage of them. We have now trained over 27,000 of our employees in this particular category to recognize human trafficking, recognizing, you know, a potential young female or male. Certainly the majority of the time it's a female that is being taken advantage of. And we've created hotlines, we've created all type of environments where they can come back and say, we're not accusing anyone, but we understand the significance of the topic itself, and maybe we should take a look at it. So we have been actively involved. All of our employees now are trained on it in our new hire orientation. We have videos that they can refresh themselves on. We've worked directly through my chairmanship of the AGA on the task force on a global basis. We're members of the Broward County Human Trafficking Coalition, same thing in Hillsborough. But most importantly, the ECPAC and the which is international, both here in the United States, and 30 years has been focusing on human trafficking. We've partnered with them, and we've actually created a curriculum as a partnership with them. And now it's been launched in high school classrooms across the United States. Over 740,000 high school students have been trained in this. This is something where we're in a partnership with to make sure they know what's happening. 36,000 teachers have taught the program. And it's something that we're looking at it from both sides, not just trying to find if there's an active situation, but training to make young people aware of the predator mindset that unfortunately is out there in today's culture. I think the same thing goes for compulsive gaming. You know, I started back in '79 when there was no clocks, and, you know, there was all this mindset that you just have to keep someone in a casino forever. Certainly, we don't look at the business that way at all, and we've received multiple national awards on our programs associated with that. We now have created another program with Hard Rock Digital in regards to Player's Edge. We are up to a little over 18,000 of our employees have been trained in this particular area. We've looked at the issue of betting online through whether it be sports betting or in the 2 states where iGaming is legalized, and the significance of it. Under Hard Rock International, there's a subsidiary named Hard Rock Digital, and that does participate in the sports betting and the online gaming space in New Jersey. So now some of these slides will start moving along. I won't bore you with all the bios, but this is our board of managers. I humorously like the joke. That's what I looked like when I met the Seminole Tribe, right? So, that's 20 years ago. I guess I should get my picture updated. But certainly, you have the applications in front of you of all the board members themselves. So I'll quickly move through these slides. It is a very active board. We state we meet a minimum of 4 times a year, but the reality is we probably meet 8 to 10 times a year, whether it be through telephonic or Zoom type conferences themselves. Key management in the company, one of the things we take a lot of pride in, we certainly love the opportunity to be promoted from within. There's probably, I'm sure there are better, but I'm certainly one of those examples, starting at the bottom of the org chart back in 1979. So promoting from within is very important. But I also have another saying, and that saying we take extremely seriously, specifically when we look at this potential opportunity with the Mirage. Having done it successfully, in a similar opening environment. So when I was a kid in school, I would get in trouble. I'd have to go home. I will not talk in class, right? Go home and write it 100 times. I tell everyone to write it 1,000 times. That doesn't mean we won't give someone an opportunity, but we can't take on this potential project that could come close to $4 billion with someone that's never done it before. On behalf of the company, on behalf of the industry. When I look at my over 40-year experience in the industry, and when there's been challenges in casino openings, virtually in every case, it's because there are people in senior management that hadn't been through the war before. So if you look at our key management team, you see virtually everyone has at least 20 years experience, and more importantly, tremendous diversity in many different gaming jurisdictions. So it's a team that has been there. It's a team that has been there and worked for some of the most prestigious companies in the world. And many of these people have been working for us for 10, 15, 20 years, but it's something we're very proud of. But that does not mean that once we get open, that we can find opportunities for people to be promoted within the organization itself. So this was the senior leadership committee that I was referring to earlier. Probably should have that slide a little closer up front, but that is something that we're very active and very proud of, making sure that we really understand, how does a dealer look at this? How does someone, look at it? When we were the first company in the country, we went out and we said we're going to spend over $100 million in raising the salaries of our line employees. Federal government was talking about $15 an hour. We have a lot of employees in Florida. The minimum wage in Florida is $10.40 an hour. We sat down with our union partners. We sat down, obviously, with the board, and we said minimum salary that we are going to pay someone is $18 an hour. In many cases, we want to get to 20 or 22. It was a national story. No other company in hospitality or gaming decided to make that type of initiative. I can tell you, in my 40-plus year history, by far the most proudest thing we've ever done in our life. I can feel myself getting a little choked up over it, because if you walk into housekeeping when they were making $12, $14 an hour, and you tell them you've just gone to 18, okay, and just got a $6 or $7 an hour raise, that's not about us trying to keep housekeepers, right? We've just changed someone's life. We've just changed their ability to get to work. We've changed their ability that maybe if it's a single mom, the type of education or where they live or the safety of the neighborhood. And we did that for line employees. We did not give raises to management. Yes, management gets their annual review, but we felt that was so important. And frankly, so much of that communication came from this particular leadership committee. And I will tell you, there were some people on here, and candidly, not any of the people of minority status, that said, we don't have to go to 18. We could do it for 15 or 16. And I said, if we're going to do it, we're going to do it right. Why go back and deal with this topic 3, 4, 5 years from now? Let's be the leader. And it's something that this particular committee did, and we're very proud to work together. So I guess this is where it gets interesting. Everyone wants to know what we're doing with the Mirage. And I think, and I was saying it this morning as we were standing out front, and truly, not because there's representatives of MGM here on the agenda today, but we really are complimentary to MGM at the condition of the building and how they've kept it. We've looked at a lot of buildings, okay, and I've been in a lot of buildings the last 40 years, and candidly, we were pleasantly surprised at the condition of the Mirage. Certainly when it was designed, it changed the industry. But the condition that they've kept it in, I think it's something that if we are approved, we will be a very proud owner. But very, very respectfully, that's not who Hard Rock is. It's not who our owners are. We like to do things big. We've had so many opportunities to just put the brand on so many assets on the Las Vegas Strip. I don't want to specifically name any properties because a lot of these companies are publicly traded. And in every scenario, we said no. We said we wanted to make sure that we had ample ground to do it properly. We certainly had worked with people, including ownership of different sites. But, and actually, Jim Urin was still CEO first time we had a conversation with MGM about the Mirage and other different sites. Certainly under Bill's leadership, when those conversations were able to move forward, we were very excited. We present to you today not just a rebranding of the Mirage by putting the sign and putting some new carpet. We anticipate spending billions of dollars completely creating a new destination resort on the Las Vegas Strip. We're very proud of the fact that it sits on the 50-yard line. It is God's gift that it happens to be the turn of the Strip. And as you see our first rendering, when we build, let's go to our second rendering first. Maybe it's our third rendering. There we go. That is our guitar design. It is our intention, subject to the approval of Clark County, from a building standpoint, certainly from the Nevada Control Board and the Gaming Commission. So we do not want to take anything for granted. But if we receive these approvals, it is our intention to build an all suites guitar-shaped building, very similar to what we did in South Florida. Now, I can tell you that people thought I was completely crazy when we said we're going to design a building in the shape of a guitar. And now it has become an international icon. I mean, it's just amazing the tourism that we receive in that building. I certainly made a huge mistake by not designing it big enough because the building has already exceeded its years 6, 7, and 8 projections. And this is the building in South Florida. And we think this becomes another icon in the Nevada Las Vegas Strip skyline. The existing 3,000 rooms of the Mirage, it is not just carpet and some new Hard Rock memorabilia. You'll be able to drive down the Las Vegas Strip and see that building with no windows, no anything. There will be no bathrooms left. It'll be a concrete shell, and we will rebuild it. It is our goal to try to reutilize a lot of the low-rise itself. And I'm just going to go back to that first slide. Because frankly, one of the great things that happened in the Mirage, and candidly, when we first looked at it, you may or may not be aware, but there are still catwalks in the casino. So there's probably not many of us that remember catwalks when surveillance used to be up there. So there's actually tremendous height in the casino itself, but the ceiling is actually low now. That's because they are covering up the catwalks. So we will completely gut the casino. We will be able to see concrete on the ground and concrete above us. We will completely rebuild it, every single restaurant, every inch of all the public areas. The convention and the meeting space, we will expand that. But frankly, the ballrooms and the meeting and convention space are really, really nice. Certainly, they will be upgraded with FF&E. You can see the Las Vegas Strip out there, and that's how the guitar tower itself goes. And then completely in the back, we plan on leveling all of the pools and all the landscape that's out back and build a new Hard Rock experience from an entertainment and pool destination. And that actually will increase from about 2.5 acres it is today to over 5 acres out back. And then I'm not sure if the laser is going to work. Yes, it doesn't reflect on the screen, but directly in front of the guitar, that will be another 1.9 landscape pool experience, and you'll actually in those pools to feel as though that you're swimming off the side of the pool directly into the Las Vegas Strip. Now, I assure you, we will not let that happen. But that infinity pool, concept, certainly Marina Bay Sands over in Singapore did an amazing job with the concept there. So something like that is something that we're also utilizing. We are using local architects, so it was very important to us, both from an architectural standpoint, utilizing Clyde Juba, who's obviously been here in Las Vegas for many, many decades. Lifescapes, probably the legendary landscape architect. So we were very adamant about making sure we work with the local suppliers. Just some quick statistics. Currently, the Mirage has slightly over 3,000 rooms. We will be over 4,000 bays with the expansion, but we're most likely going to end up with the guitar being all suites. Therefore, our key count should be somewhere between 3,600 and 3,700 keys. There will be a significant increase in the number of gaming positions, going up to 2,000 slots and 212 tables. The casino itself will be 174,000 square feet. We're adding somewhere between 50 and 85,000 additional square footage in the meeting and group space, including a brand new ballroom designed for more high-end events. It is our goal to build a brand new Hard Rock Live. We have relationships with Live Nation, Rock Nation, AEG. So we feel that this can be another entertainment destination. For official, because we get asked the question all the time, we have extended the Beatles Love Show through next year and into 2024. And I'm going to talk about timeframes in a moment. And the number of restaurants will be a minimum of 21 restaurants. Frankly, I do think that number will be increasing. I actually have meetings over at Clyde Juba this afternoon and all day tomorrow. So that's even a closer shot of the building on the Strip itself. Now you're starting to see the pool acreage in front of the guitar. The legendary villas of the Mirage will remain, but certainly they will be upgraded to today's FF&E standards. Well, once again, our compliment to MGM, because frankly, the highest level guests would be very happy staying in those today. And that just kind of gives you a little bit of the entertainment experience. Out on the corner, between the Mirage and Treasure Island, we are building a tourism destination with a music museum. We are also going to build a huge platform because we certainly know people love to take selfies in front of this guitar. So we're designing that all into the flow of people being able to get up onto a deck to see the show, because this is also a huge technology show. Then on top of that, hopefully they'll take their selfie. And as they leave, maybe we could sell them a little bit of Hard Rock merchandise. And candidly, a lot of that will be then utilized as expanding the brand. But certainly we'll work with our philanthropic partners to make sure that part of that ticket price goes back to some charity, starting locally and then obviously going global with our relationships with organizations such as Why Hunger. That looks like it's from the other side of the building. And I think we have one more shot from across the street. So this would be over at Harris. That facade, that large facade there at the bottom left, that is directly next to the Forum Shops at our neighbor Caesars. I've already reached out to Tom Reed. So certainly we've already extended the olive branch that we don't want to do anything that's going to be a problem for Caesars. Those conversations have been very favorable. Obviously, we will work with them in other jurisdictions, such as New Jersey and other states. So just to close up, just a couple more slides. In the agreement itself, there is a 120-day service agreement between MGM and Hard Rock. Obviously, as we've mentioned, we operate in many different jurisdictions. We have a separate entity named Seminole Hard Rock Support Services. That's where our technology, human resources, purchasing, etc., where those employees sit. We've been working with MGM for many, many months on this particular transaction to make sure that if we receive approval from this board and the commission on December 16th, I think is the latest schedule that I've been told, we will be prepared to close within 48 hours. And we're certainly shooting for that, but we certainly recognize the process needs to be completed. The teams have been here. And we're excited. As of yesterday morning, our property president, Joe Lupo, was here. He didn't give me any truly bad news. So, we continue to move. But as I mentioned earlier, I myself personally and our senior team have been involved in so many huge casino openings that we have a great checklist. It's approaching 10,000 different items. And why is that checklist, frankly, so detailed? Because I humorously say they're all the mistakes that we've made the last 30 years or 40 years, and we're just really good at keeping track of them so that hopefully we don't make the same mistake again. And once again, MGM has a very similar list. So a lot of cooperation with MGM, and we're certainly very thankful for that. Right now, you'll see some slides in a moment. It is our intention to keep all of the Mirage employees. We certainly have been asked, is there going to be any immediate layoffs? Probably one of my biggest challenges is to Joe, slow down. Let's just get, the building. But I think there's a lot of enthusiasm to meet with the employee base, confirm to them that we're not closing immediately. I don't want to mislead you, Madam Chair, or members of the board. Certainly we'll look at the whole construction process. What we don't want to do is have an environment where we renovate a little area and 10 years from now we finish. Supply chain issues, recessions, all of these things come into play. But unequivocally, we believe we're going to be operating this building at least for 18 months, pretty much as is. And then as we get all of our construction drawings done, we'll see where we are with the economy, with all the different factors that come into play, including negotiating with Beachy, who obviously is the organization and company, publicly traded company, that owns the dirt and owns the original Mirage building itself. The way that agreement works is we're not required to do the transaction with Vici. We have the right to look at other REITs. And obviously, if we choose, we have the right to fund it ourselves. We're evaluating all of those different options as we move forward. And so far, we anticipate we're close to or coming upon hiring an additional 100 employees. Once again, MGM's done a great job. They've moved all of the central services out of day-to-day operations, out of the building itself, and it's at their corporate headquarters. So we're obviously reinstituting some of those departments here in Las Vegas, and there'll be minimal support coming from our support services team out of Florida. I talked about Unity. So, a topic that's very serious and once again, working in conjunction with MGM. The agreement is very specific that MGM and Hard Rock need to equally share all expenditures associated with the relocation of the Dolphins and the Tigers. And, I'm a little bit embarrassed. I recently found out the Tigers include 2 Jaguars. I thought we were only dealing with the original Cats, but there are 2 Jaguars involved. And what I can tell you is that we recognize the legacy of the animals and its history here in Las Vegas, but in just a nothing but respectful and polite way. That's not who we are. Frankly, if you just look at the tribe itself, having animals, contained is just not who we are. It's not part of our business plan. And we did notify MGM of that day one. There has been a series of meetings from senior executives of MGM and Joe Lupo, our potential property president, making sure that the staff is aware that we will not be moving forward. And you may or may not be aware, but the habitats have actually been closed. And it is our goal that sometime in the next 6 months to a year, that the animals become relocated. Now, we assure you they're just not going to some zoo. I was fortunate enough to work for Sun International out of South Africa. And if you see these animals in the wild, they really do have a totally different personality. And I will never forget when I came back to the United States and I had some business in California and I went to the San Diego Zoo and I saw the same animals in the San Diego Zoo where I had just seen weeks prior in their natural environment. And it really makes you pause. Certainly zoos are important to educate, But at the same time, keeping these animals in captivity is just not something that we're interested in pursuing. So more importantly, it is so significant that we find the right home. We do not want the dolphins to go to just some aquarium. The conversation from both MGM at the highest level, including CEO Bill Hornbuckle, is that we want them to go to a natural environment. And we've been looking all over the world, whether it be off the coast of Mexico, Florida, Bali, trying to find the right environment for these animals can obviously stay for the balance of their lifetime. The staff has been notified. It certainly is, in some ways, a sad day for the legacy of the dolphins and the tigers. But I think at the same time, we move forward to the next generation of the building itself. And we are confident and working in conjunction, even after the closing, with MGM to ensure that these animals go to the right location. This slide here, which obviously is part of the investigation, but I'll just highlight the Mirage Casino Hotel structure really starts with Seminole Hard Rock Holdings. That is the parent, the holding company of all of the Hard Rock assets globally. There's a series of entities that have been created that have been submitted to your investigators to show the financial structure. I just will reiterate that the actual purchase price of slightly over $1 billion is an all-cash transaction. That money is in escrow. There are no contingencies on closing. If we receive the approvals, we close immediately. That money has been sitting in escrow for close to a year or so. So many casinos get themselves in trouble because they're not properly financed. They're over leveraged. We enjoy investment grade ratings. It's something we take very seriously. I have worked for companies when they get over leveraged. I know what it's like to only be focused on paying, the quarterly interest payments. And that's just not an environment that we ever will be in as long as I'm employed by the company. And then just to close up, this is the potential management team here, subject to approvals. Joe Lupo, property president. Joe and I have known each other for 20 years or so. He came to work for us in Florida. Being a little bit humorous, but not disrespectful, I said, Joe, would you like to go back to Atlantic City? And he said no, because he was at Brigada, obviously working for MGM and Boyd with all the success. And then I asked him a second time, and he said no. But finally, we reached a financial agreement, and Joe went back to Atlantic City, and we're very proud. And we certainly recognize that there is a different structure at Brigada now. But now Hard Rock on profit on third quarter numbers certainly is always, battling it out with Brigada, an amazing property. But on a net income basis, we just had our best quarter ever and actually led the Atlantic City market. Joe has moved to Atlantic City. I don't want to get into his personal background, but I asked Joe what he wanted to do because I knew there were different opportunities for him in the organization. And he said to me, and it was a very emotional day, he said, Jim, I want to go back and I want to be with my children. And he heard rumors that I was looking here in Las Vegas. Joe was the first person I called. I said, how are your kids doing? He said, why do you ask? I said, because I just announced the purchase of buying the Mirage. Do you want to be the property president? Pending licensing, and that's where we started with the management team. Joe and Joe worked together, Joe Corbo. We certainly went directly to MGM and said, look, we have a relationship. We want to honor our agreement. They had actually come to us and said, there's a couple executives that we would like to move out. Would you work with us? We said yes. And frankly, it was reciprocal with Joe Corbo coming to work with us, obviously 37 years in the industry. Poor Frank, we hired him to move with us to Florida, but then he also said that he wanted to come back to Las Vegas. So he will be our Senior Vice President of Finance. And Jamie Stratton will be our Senior Vice President of Human Resources. Once again, over 20 years experience, Corporate Vice President of Talent and Human Resources for Caesars for many years. So I think it demonstrates my earlier comments that we'll try to put a team on the field that can represent us, but at the same time working with all the existing management at Mirage. So, Madam Chair, that concludes our presentation on Hard Rock and members of the board and secretary. And with that, I can pause for questions on the company, or if you'd like, I can talk about my background in the industry.
I would like to kind of back up briefly. Is there someone who can provide a brief history about the Seminole tribe?
Sure. I think we have a slide in the deck itself. The Seminole tribe is a sovereign nation in the state of Florida. And it was, known to be the first tribe to actively get involved in high stakes bingo. And candidly, that led to a few different court cases that challenged sovereignty, challenged the ability, both at the state and the federal level. They commenced their gaming operations in December of 1979. I am someone who believes there's a God. I completely respect others that do not. But I find it very ironic that virtually to the week, the Seminole tribe opened their first casinos in December of 79. And that's when I started my career in the gaming industry in Atlantic City in December of 79. I'm not sure how we met, but obviously I've been working with the tribe now for over 20 years. As far as the tribe itself, it has a constitution that was incorporated in 1954, Mr. Shore, 56? 1957. There are 5 elected officials. 2 of those elected officials are on 4-year terms. The other 3 are on 2-year terms. The chairman also serves as the president of Sem Tribe Inc. That is an entity that deals with the tribe's cattle and citrus and other businesses. And then the vice chair also then serves on the council. So the president of Sem Tribe Inc. serves on the council, and the chair of the Seminole tribe serves on Sem Tribe Inc., which is tobacco, cattle. The tribe is one of the larger producers of cattle in the United States. In fact, one of our board members, Alex Johns, he's the expert on that. So probably Alex should talk about that. It is very diverse from an economic standpoint, but certainly now we enjoy compacts with the state of Florida. And as I mentioned, the tribe's been in the industry since 1979. I met the tribe back in late 2000.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you providing that history. Typically, the National Indian Gaming Commission is authorized to inspect and audit Native American gaming facilities, but here, the NGIC issued a certificate of self-regulation, and you spoke about that earlier a bit. But that's in relation to its facilities in Florida, correct?
That's correct. That is in relationship to the 6 facilities in Florida. Very respectful to the NIGC, but having nothing to do with Hard Rock. However, I should note, but they still do perform their annual audits at each of the properties.
Okay. So here, the facilities will be subject to Nevada jurisdiction. You mentioned that earlier. I just wanted to clarify.
That is correct.
Can you talk about what the process entails for self-regulation? There was a period of oversight for 3 years or a review for 3 years. Do you recall what that process entailed?
First of all, one of the tribe's employees who has since retired, but certainly no stranger to Nevada, was a gentleman by the name of Ed Jenkins. And Ed did his full retirement at the FBI. Ed was hired as the director of compliance for the Seminole tribe. Ed and I came to work for the tribe about the same time. Maybe Ed was maybe a year or so after me. So the Gaming Commission, there are independent commissioners that were not part of the elected officials of the tribe. Ed was the liaison between operations and the commission itself. And candidly, I just think there was a lot of pride in trying to mirror, a gaming commission very similar to what both Ed and I had been used to. So, working with Mr. Shore's office, the legal department, outside counsel, most sovereign nations have one casino. But when you look at the diversity of the Seminole tribe, over 90,000 acres of trust land in the state of Florida with up to 7 potential locations, it just seemed as though there could be a better way to create checks and balances. And that's where the initiative started, working in conjunction with the NIGC. And I think as, policies and procedures and regulations and commission meeting minutes And frankly, just our whole program, as I mentioned earlier, on suspicious activity reporting, all those things, very candidly and very humbly, were pretty unique in Indian country. We were really operating the business like any publicly traded company. And candidly, when the tribe purchased Hard Rock from day one, we have done investor calls on a quarterly basis. We're privately held. We're not required to do that, but it's just something that we've done both with all the Hard Rock entities and certainly with the Seminole Gaming entity. So it was a period of, I guess, about 3 years or so, Mr. Short, it took for the self-regulation. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, I think so.
Right. And it was the first. Certainly, there was a lot of policy procedure going back and forth between the tribe and the NIGC.
Okay. So on January 1st, 2015, the NIGC issued a certificate of self-regulation to the Seminole tribe. IGRA includes a provision that creates a process for any tribe to petition the NIGC to become self-regulated by demonstrating an exceptional regulatory environment, which you have previously spoke of. So I just wanted to note that, and this takes a 3-year review process, as you mentioned. But that self-regulation applies explicitly to the properties in Florida.
That is correct.
And so you said you have 6 gaming facilities in the state of Florida. And how many properties are Hard Rock branded?
There's the opportunity for 7 in the state of Florida. 1 facility in the Big Cypress Reservation does not operate. And then of the 7, where 6 operate today, 2 of them are branded Hard Rock, 1 being in Tampa, 1 being in Hollywood.
And the Seminole Gaming which operates the properties in Florida, doesn't have any interest in the Hard Rock International Group of companies.
Technically, Seminole Gaming is a division of the Seminole Tribe of Florida.
Mm-hmm.
So the Seminole Tribe of Florida is the majority owner of Hard Rock International. I guess we're at 93%, I believe it is, or 92 3/4, and then the other 7 1/4 or 7% is myself.
So one method of developed to fit the tribal structure for Nevada licensing into the Nevada licensing framework is the use of an LLC. Can you talk about how that was accomplished here? You spoke about the Seminole HR Holdings earlier. So can you just talk a little bit more about that?
Sure. In any jurisdiction we go into, we try to create local entities that control the assets, if you will. So I think we have it's in the presentation. So we always start at Holdings being the parent company, and then working off of that, there are 2 entities, one called Seminole Hard Rock International, and the other one being Seminole Hard Rock Entertainment. Traditionally, the entertainment company handles the assets here domestically in the United States, and then international, anything else. What we then did was we created a company called Hard Rock Nevada, which is an LLC that was formed in Delaware. That then sits above the Mirage assets being here in Las Vegas. The board of managers of Seminole Hard Rock Holdings, Tree and Tri remains the same, but there will be a proposed local board, which would be myself, Brad Buchanan, who is a board member, and Mr. Jim Shore. And then the officers of the local entity would be myself, Joe Lupo, the property president, Joe Corbo, the senior vice president, general counsel, and Frank Casella, the CFO and senior vice president of finance.
How are the rights of members of Seminole HR Holdings governed?
When we say the rights, I'm not
operating agreement.
There is an operating agreement between the Seminole Tribe of Florida and Seminole Hard Rock Holdings, Tree Tri. That is the agreement where it has appointed the independent board of directors. And then those 9 members of which 5 of them are of the Seminole tribe, and 4 outside members then have the governing and control of all the assets of Hard Rock on an annual basis, not having any reporting lines back to the tribe.
So in the Seminole HR Holdings operating agreement, it restricts the Seminole tribe's ability to control management of holdings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what are the exceptions to the Board of Managers' right to exclusive control?
So I'm doing this off memory, Madam Chair, but number one, we cannot.
Or is there somebody else?
Oh, no. I'm pretty sure I've got it right. Number one, we cannot sell the company without the tribe's approval. Number two, we cannot exceed a leverage of, I believe it's 8 times. We cannot take the company public without the tribe's approval. They are the 3 major items, but anything to do with day-to-day operations, the board 100% has control.
And so it ensures the independence of the Board of Managers from the tribe.
That is correct.
Are there also other limitations placed on the tribe's ability to control Seminole HR Holdings?
Well, frankly, the board itself really makes all the decisions. So I certainly may give the tribe a general update, certainly when the Mirage from a PR standpoint. But as far as day-to-day operations, no, there's no other involvement from the tribe itself.
Is there a non-interference agreement that you all entered into for the purposes of this transaction?
Yes, we did. We actually, and I presented, and Mr. Shore to the tribal council. A tribal council resolution was approved unanimously to ensure that the tribe itself does not participate in any activity of the Hard Rock, Nevada and Mirage operations.
Okay, thank you. And I'll pass it to you if you have questions.
Sure. Thank you very much for the presentation. Wow, you've done this before, it seems. You didn't skip a beat, well, except for the technical glitch that we had on our side. Just picking back up on that point then, because I did want to flesh out just a bit of the operating agreement there then. So the operating agreement, of course, constrains you or creates independence with the tribe itself and the Board of Managers. So it delineates in there some of the extraordinary events that you just mentioned. How are the members selected though, those 9? How are they picked? Because you said there's no direct reporting back into the tribe.
So back in probably late 2007, maybe even as late as early 2008, Mr. Shore and myself, we sat down and we looked at different candidates, such as I mentioned, Mike Rumbos, who obviously had tremendous amount of experience in the industry. We originally presented names to the tribal council. They approved those original names. And actually at that time, the board was only 7 members. It was not 9. We expanded it a few years back, or I should say later. Once those original 7 were approved, then the tribal council was out of the process. So hypothetically, and I'll give an example, when Henry Hornbustle, who was a more financial background, obviously had been in the industry for many, many decades, when he retired, Mr. Shore, the board, myself, we sat down, who would be a candidate that could handle the financial audit committees, et cetera. We talked about 3 or 4 different names. We looked at resumes. We actually had some interviews. And then the board then voted upon Mr. Buchanan becoming a board member itself. That was done 100% by the board with no involvement of the tribe, tribal members, or the tribal council.
And so any changes to the board now, how are those effectuated?
Correct.
How are they effectuated going forward?
As the terms expire, if someone is not interested in being up for a new term, or if the board determines that the member is not participating, to the fullest extent, then the board has the ability to not renew the term, or obviously extend the term if it chooses. If someone retires or is no longer interested in being on the board, then we would go out, look at candidates, certainly look at their backgrounds, their resumes, then the board itself would vote upon it.
Again, so that search would be the board deciding that. Again, I just want to ensure, get that on the record, the independence that the board has in setting up the structure that you have and getting licensed here, because the individuals before us are those board members, and that of the tribe.
That is correct. And the board members certainly know and understand, not just here in Nevada, but in all the gaming jurisdictions, they have to maintain an active and qualified license.
Understood.
And if not, the operating agreement clearly states there's immediate termination from the board. There's no exception.
Okay. I've got a series of questions here. I'm not sure how you want to proceed, but one other thing we were sort of talking about at the end there of your presentation, you mentioned your tenure. I think you were in Atlantic City with Trump Casinos back then.
Mhm.
Is that where you started in the industry in '79, you said?
No, I started at Bally's Park Place in December of 1979. My first 5 years was with Bally, and then this great company, Hilton Hotels, actually recruited me. And those of us that have been in the industry for a long time, no one would have ever thought that Hilton would not be able to obtain a gaming license in New Jersey, but they were actually denied a license because I had a key license at the time. We were brought into, there's about 16 of us or so, as I recall. And we basically were told your options are you're moving to the Trump organization as a key signer. You'll have to stay with Trump for 6 months. After 6 months, you'll have the option to come back and work for Hilton. I was actually offered a position with Hilton at the corporate office in Beverly Hills. I technically resigned to Mrs. Trump, but then over the next couple of days, they explained to me that they were buying out Harris and that their company was going to get into the space. And I stayed with the Trump organization during the first couple of years. It was actually very good, but certainly to your point, economically, the company certainly got into some serious financial challenges. I departed the Trump organization, I believe, in late '93, early '94.
My point wasn't about their financials. I was getting back to the whole, and then looking into the future, you now have purchased, what was the Taj. I think
Correct.
That is now the Hard Rock AC.
That is correct.
And it's kind of come full circle given that, well, I'm not sure if you were at the Taj or one of the other ones, but like,
Oh, I was
you
there.
were at that one. Okay.
I was there. Yeah.
I didn't pick up on that until you were mentioning and your history briefly in the opening. I went, wow. And then you went back and purchased it by Hard Rock.
Yeah, and maybe just to elaborate, if you like, member, number one, the building cost at the time about $1.1 billion. It opened in April of '90. And just to give an analogy, Mr. Wynn opened the Mirage in December of '89, and he spent a little less than $700 million. So the Taj was this amazing asset, but unfortunately, it was crippled from day one. It was a tragic helicopter crash in the organization. And frankly, the company just never were able to put back the pieces. But ironically, we purchased the building for $50 million off of Carl Icahn. So I certainly knew the assets of the building, but we could have never imagined the condition it was in. But even prior to that, prior to us knowing that we were going to own this building, we were a tenant in the building. There was a Hard Rock Cafe. And we went to Carl Icahn when we realized they were going to close. They got into all type of disputes with unions, and I'm not even going to comment on it, but it was a rather volatile situation. We went to them and said, we want to stay open. And they said, there's no hotel, there's no casino. And we said, look, at that time, there was Atlantic County in New Jersey was the #1 foreclosure county in the United States. It was an amazing recession. 3 or 4 casinos had closed. The board, I obviously took it back to the board, and we stayed open. We did not lay off those 280 some employees. So something, once again, I think it shows the humanistic side of myself, Mr. Shore, the members of the board, that we do care about the employees. I will tell you, we didn't make any money, but we stayed open and we allowed those jobs to continue. And more importantly, when we reopened, we gave first preference to not only our own employees of Hard Rock, but all the previous employees of Taj Mahal.
And then operationally, you said in your opener, because I know New Jersey, they release property by property numbers. Did you say you've actually ascended to the top for last month?
Yeah, in the third quarter of this year, we had operating profit of, I think it was a little less than 45 million. One of the Caesars properties was second at 42 million.
Wow.
And it had been closed, and frankly, the EBITDA in the company was negative tens of millions when we purchased it. So we renovated over 4 billion square feet in less than a year.
All right, thank you. I wanted to follow up on those 2 points since you kind of touched upon those at the end.
Okay, you also spoke about in your opening about Beachy Properties owning the dirt. And does Hard Rock intend to execute a new lease with Beachy Properties?
Yes, number one, we assumed the existing lease from MGM Growth Properties. We certainly were aware there was conversations between MGM Growth Properties and Vici, that Vici was looking to purchase those assets, which obviously has now been completed. We were very neutral. We had worked with MGM Growth Properties in one of our facilities that was in Ohio, so we are very familiar with their team. On the other side, obviously, I've known John Payne for a long time from Vici. So we basically said, look, once you guys figure out, how this is going to work, we certainly will honor the existing agreement that's in place that Vici has assumed from MGM Growth Properties. So that's kind of part one. But separate from that, we have an existing relationship, totally separate from Nevada, with Vici in our property in Ohio and Cincinnati. And we did that deal probably about 3-4 years ago. So we did relate to them and have Vici and two other REITs that we are interested in having meetings if this transaction closes, at looking at different structures going forward on the improvements.
I just wanted to clarify. And what's the term on?
Estimate is $90 million a month. I mean, a year. Sorry, a year.
What's the term?
Does anyone know the term of Vici's lease? I don't know it, Madam Chair, off the top of my head, but I know it's substantial. Yeah. Is it 25? Was it, Brad? 20. Yeah, it's 20.
Thank you. You said are there plans to close the property, and you said you plan to operate it as is for the next 18 months. And do you have plans to close the property?
We do not have definitive plans to close the property at this time, but for full transparency, that certainly could be an option a year and a half down the road. The process works as follows. We've been working on the drawings since we really got active about February of this year. It is our goal to have all the construction drawings complete by sometime mid to late summer of 2023. Once again, in my experience, when projects get in trouble, it's usually because there hasn't been enough time on the drawings themselves. So we want to make sure that we have 90% of actual drawings complete before we go out on the street and obtain bids, not just from general contractors, but all the major subcontractors. They can't do that unless they have a good set of drawings. One of the challenges has been in the industry, the financial community in recent last 10 years, they started to accept line items allowances. We will not do it that way. So we want to make sure that if this room needs to be built, that the millwork, the structure, the reflective ceiling plans, the elevation drawings, the mechanical, all of those elements have been 100% designed. Once we get those drawings completed, as I mentioned, that'll be sometime mid to late summer of 2023. It'll take 3 to 4 months to actually bid those documents without allowances. Literally, I'm in meetings today and tomorrow with Clyde Juba, and we're actually looking at the color schemes, not just the structural drawings. So that minutia, that level of detail, while it's taking us longer short term, we think we end up with more importantly, a much better product long term, and most importantly, not damaging our investment grade ratings by potentially going over budget, because candidly, there will be billions of dollars worth of improvements. During that process, if we look at the 3,000 rooms, very easily you could take one of the tripods and you could close that tower and renovate all those. That's one way to do it. But do you really want to bring customers and guests into the building when there's all this massive construction going on? So we certainly have looked at another option where we build a box within the box, where we keep the building open, but it is on a smaller basis. As we all know, so much of the business here in Las Vegas and Nevada, over 50% of the revenue prior to 2022, obviously was coming from non-gaming activities. So we don't want to create a negativity on the building or the potential new Hard Rock by putting guests in a construction environment that just is going to be unpleasant. So we have to evaluate all those timetables, but the actual construction here could be anywhere from 26 to 30 months of physical construction.
And what are your plans for the loyalty program? Can you talk about that?
100%. It is our goal that if this transaction closes sometime in this month or in January, depending on obviously the approvals, Unity will be available day one. And day one, we will start marketing to all of our Hard Rock locations to come here to Las Vegas and specifically the Mirage.
And I think you mentioned the employees, but could you mention again what your plan is for the employees?
All the employees, it's our goal to keep all the employees, certainly create no layoffs. Certainly employees could leave based upon performance or if they look to resign, but we anticipate no changing to the employee staff, certainly in the very near future.
Okay. All right.
On loyalty, you had mentioned there's 25 million patrons in your database. I assumed originally that was just on the gaming side, but then you suggested something else. Is there a loyalty component at the Hard Rock as well internationally?
Yeah, the reality is there was a program for Hard Rock Cafe. There was a program for like online retail and some of those verticals. There was a program for Seminole Gaming. Certain databases at some of the licensed properties that we inherited. There was programs there. So what we've tried to do is bring them back under all one loyalty program. And candidly, there certainly has been some fallout just based upon, some of the ownership structures.
Sure.
And in more than one location, we have some of our competitors. A good example is the Hard Rock in Biloxi. That was opening right at the time we were purchasing the company. That is actually owned by the casino company named Bally's. So, sharing that database and navigating through that is a little bit unique. And same thing with the Sioux City property and a few others that we inherited through the years.
Okay. I'm clear on the transaction. I do want to just get up some questions, boilerplate ones. So I don't know what kind of sequence you wanted to go in. But as far as the transaction, seems very clear. It's all cash transaction. I see no concern, as you've highlighted a few times, on the financial side of the business for the company. You guys have been enormously successful. The finances look all fine, so there's zero question on that front. And you've given us a lot of details. That guitar that you're showing there, I was wondering if it was to scale when I initially had seen it, and then you elaborated that it is. Is it bigger than all the other guitars around?
Yes.
That's good.
We initially applied for 998 feet, and they promptly told us, don't even think about it.
Okay.
We anticipate the building to be somewhere around 500 feet to 660 feet. And we're certainly, we've met with all the Clark County commissioners. We've been in that land use process for many, many months. And frankly, whatever their final decision is, we will certainly respect that. We're not going to challenge it in any way, shape, or form. But it certainly will eventually determine the final number of, they're giving us a little note here on the lease, the final number of rooms.
Okay.
And just to your earlier question, the lease is actually 25 years. It looks like three 10-year renewals.
Okay. Operationally, so we've got the materials in our report. It seems at this point, because you do have your digital arm, but at this point, at least in Nevada for sports, you're looking to continue on utilizing MGM as the sportsbook supplier for the Mirage, and at some point, there's a plan perhaps to take that over, correct?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Digitally, on the digital side of the business, you understand right now in Nevada, the online gaming market is sports books, mobile, as well as peer-to-peer poker.
Mhm.
Is there anything you're going to be able to leverage on your digital side, though, however, in Nevada, in utilizing that? For instance, I don't know if you guys have a social component or any other type of digital footprint to leverage that in Nevada.
I think number one, we are certainly not in a rush deploy Hard Rock Digital here in Nevada. The business is fairly new. It's an extremely experienced management team. It is all the principals of the previous company, the Stars Group. We would just politely like to highlight that was the company that was doing $1 billion in EBITDA in the industry, where obviously, as we know, many companies managed to lose 3, 4, $500 million a quarter. We entered into that partnership about 2 years or so ago. We are in a long-term philosophy there. We certainly enjoy our relationship with MGM. And to answer your specific question, yes, we do have some social in the existing Hard Rock Digital business, but probably it's less than $10 million worth of EBITDA on an annual basis.
Okay. Staffing, you talked about that, but just to confirm, the existing staff will stay there at their existing benefits, pay scale, et cetera, or at least no worse than what they're at.
That is correct. And even prior to this, I shouldn't technically say prior, it's probably around the same time. But we take pride in our relationships with the unions. We signed national neutrality agreements with the culinary union and specifically working directly with Detailer. Frankly, we were the first company in New York to come out of COVID with a brand new upscale, brand new Hard Rock hotel. And frankly, we just announced literally this morning some great news there. Once again, we immediately signed an agreement there, working with the New York unions, and most importantly, not trying to circumvent the process. Because so many hotels now in New York, they've eliminated the services, or they have gone around the unions and hired local restaurateurs to operate, the restaurants. And basically, I met with Peter Ward, who was head of the union, now Rich Maroka, and I said, look, here's our numbers, okay? This is what happens. How can we work together to find an arrangement that's good for the union? Because we definitely want to be a union house in New York City. We don't want to circumvent it. But at the same time, some of the legacy agreements in today's economy seem a little challenging. So we were able to negotiate those terms, and frankly, they've been very successful. And the identical thing happened in Atlantic City. And the other thing I would mention, just in regards to our relationships with unions, to the best of our knowledge, no one's ever done it previously. But the first year when we were not making any money, we said we need to take care of the employees. The first thing we did, I was the first CEO to ever do it. I went into the community, all the ministers in the churches, and we started to have quarterly meetings. And we never missed a quarter prior to COVID, where we sat with the community. I certainly was aware of it as a young person growing up. The tension between the casino owners and the 38,000 residents of Atlantic City was problematic. And candidly, it's one of the reasons why the town hasn't reached its full potential. We said we wanted to do it differently. We did that. We announced a bonus for all employees, including the union employees. And I can assure you, the Labor Relations Department went ballistic. They said, they're going to negotiate it in every future contract. I said, fine, because I don't understand the difference, because I used to be a union employee. I don't understand the difference if I'm in the culinary department, I'm an employee. What's the difference between me and someone in the accounting department? We're still employees. So we're going to treat the employees based upon the mottos of the company: love all, serve all is one, and take time to be kind. And then we did a huge pep rally. We brought all the leaders of all the unions, not just the hospitality industry, but we brought the carpenters, the stagehand, everyone in together. And frankly, we made that the standard in the marketplace. Did it cost us some short-term profit? Yes. But when we reopened, and certainly we're not saying anything, hopefully I've been very complimentary to our competitors, but all of our rooms were open day one. There were certain companies that just recently this summer finally got all of their towers back open because frankly they couldn't attract the employees. 29% of our employees we hired as Atlantic City residents. So, and frankly, we sat with the union and said, okay, tell us who's good, tell us who's problematic, and we'll take them.
All right, thank you for that.
Well, Mr. Allen, you certainly did a great job with your opening presentation. The breadth and depth of your affirmative presentation was very impressive and left me with a limited number of questions. But you did mention your diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, and You also talked about your responsible gaming and Hard Rock Heals, those philanthropic efforts, which are very impressive. So Hard Rock established a diversity, equity, and inclusion office in 2021. Is that correct?
Correct. Well, that's when we hired Stephanie.
Is that what incentivized you or Hard Rock to create that office? And you spoke somewhat about the efforts that helped you to win the Forbes magazine Best Employers for Diversity Award and the Best Managed Company Award and the Top Employer for Women Award. Can you expand upon that if there's anything additional you would like to say about that?
I think that, many years before hiring Stephanie in 2021, we had created the programs. But I think we realized that it was such an important issue that, frankly, we wanted to create a new senior vice president position in order to facilitate and, more importantly, communicate directly back to me as the CEO. There's no way to sugarcoat it. I think if we look at what was happening in 2019, 20, and into 21, it just seemed like race relations, in the country just continued to go further apart rather than coming together. So I recognized that it was something that we just wanted to become more of a focus in the organization. I think it's very unique when we look at a business this size that is owned by minorities, right? If we look at the history of Native Americans and the history of our country, I mean, that story itself is just absolutely amazing. And, working with Hard Rock, everyone thinks these travesties happened hundreds of years ago. We working with other tribes, we had certain governors sign documents agreeing to do deals and then frankly renege on those particular documents. So I think looking at all the different things in today's world, it was something that we said we want to put it at the senior vice president level, not reporting to administration where it does in many other companies, but reporting directly to my position, whether I'm here or not, was something that was very important and significant to me personally.
Okay, thank you. Did you have any other questions on the operations, transaction, finance?
Transactions, no. Financing, no. Given it's all cash. Just a couple operational ones then. So I think we have nearing 15 properties now that you're operating, and you've got some franchisees. You've got some development going on internationally as well, too. I noted the slide up there, and there was just one that came to mind that I wasn't aware of. In Catalonia, you guys have a license there, but is there anything active there?
Yes, actually, literally this week, finally, government has started to move some things forward. We've been through I believe it's 6, it could be 5, but it's definitely 5 or 6 changes of government between the parties in the Catalonian region of Spain, including at one point they were talking about leaving the country of Spain. It's an amazing site. There was a process that they ran as a particular region. There wasn't a huge amount of competitors, but it was something we were selected probably 5-6 years or so ago. And literally this week, government passed some resolutions to get the process moving again.
Okay, but nothing operational though.
Nothing operational at this time.
Because I hadn't heard of that one. And then you have in Cyprus as well. You had an approval too.
That is correct.
Is that anything operational there?
No.
Okay, got it. Yeah. The Hellenic one in Greece.
I can elaborate if you like.
No, that's all right.
Right, okay.
In Greece, I know that's moved forward. So you took that over from the Mohicans, or did you take it over from a different partner?
So it's interesting. We submitted an application. Our application, there were 2 items in our application that we recognized that clarity needed to be given. We notified the gaming authority there. They selected Mohican and their local partner. At the time, we had stated we don't mind losing, but we want to make sure that we were disqualified based upon facts. We then pursued that through the European Union. It never got to a huge lawsuit, but at the time, having been like employee number 2 or 3 on the ground with Mohican, I certainly understood their financial capabilities from an equity standpoint and their relationships with certain private equity funds that were going to potentially provide the capital. We highlighted that we had the ability, very similar to what we did here in Nevada, to actually write the check. And then we received a call that they were not going to move forward with Mohican. Would we be interested in having a conversation? So I met with the Prime Minister directly, the Minister of Tourism, and the Minister of Finance, and said, look, it is one of the most amazing sites in the world. It is in Athens. It's the old airport. It is part of a $12 billion development with the Lattis family, who is one of the more successful shipping families in the world. We would love the opportunity, but we just have to make sure that the process is going to be fair and transparency. Once we went through our compliance committee, reevaluating and checking and all that, we did move forward, and we were issued a gaming license. And frankly, I'm in Greece right after the new year. We're working directly with the Greek banks and Greek government, their version of COVID type funds for the financing of the project itself on the debt side, but our equity is already in place.
And I think you have some partners, but that's going to be a Hard Rock branded property.
100%, yes.
Understood.
Yeah, there's a local partner that has no involvement in operations, but frankly, the local partner is one of the largest construction companies in Greece. So, we certainly understand when we're in other parts of the world, we have to be respectful to local approvals, local methods of building things, and that is their responsibility in the process, but they have no involvement in operations.
Local timelines too, I imagine.
Yes. Well, if your partner's the construction company, hopefully they will build it on time.
There was also a court ruling that was handed down recently with regards to the agreement Seminole Tribe has with state of Florida. And the ruling, I'll summarize, essentially stated that that agreement violated IGRA. Any update on that or anything you want to add to that?
Sure. Next week, there are oral arguments in front of the DC Circuit Court, in front of the 3-judge panel, which now the tribe has been added to the legal process. Originally, the tribe was not being sued. It was actually the Secretary and Department of Interior, where the challenge from one of our competitors felt that sports betting being part of the scope of the compact, that was not legally done through the Department of Interior. We obviously disagree. There are countless cases where the 45-day period allows compacts to be placed into law. The document went into law on August 11th, 2021, into the United States Federal Register. It was challenged. Very candidly, it was at a more local court. It was actually 2 separate legal challenges. One was immediately dismissed. The second one, the process was a little bit unique. We're respectful of that. We obviously then petitioned the court to get directly involved on behalf of the tribe and have been successful. And as I mentioned, oral arguments are next week, December 14th.
You're really good with your dates, by the way. You're like pulling things out throughout the discussion.
We have great legal representation.
Was part of the ruling, though, and correct me if I'm wrong, the fact that wagering would take place off of the sovereign nation in violation of IGRA?
Yes, I think the issue is, and I believe we utilized 7 states. Okay. And as I have talked to my peers, there's certainly some people in the business that they're not long-term players, in this particular commodity. But when people understand what the case is about, it is identical to 7 other states. And basically, it works very simplistically. You have online sports betting and online gaming in the state of New Jersey, but those servers have to be in an approved Atlantic City casino or specific pari-mutuels that were deemed approved by the state of New Jersey, including being signed by the governor, which at the time was, I believe, Governor Christie. We did the identical thing, okay? And the question is, does the bet take place at the server or does it take place on the smartphone standing here? And as I humorously but very respectfully said, that if we lose this case, it's a big issue for the industry in general, because all of the state laws have been set up based upon the bet actually is not a real bet until it's accepted, verified at the server itself. That is the basis of the case.
Thank you.
We certainly could lose. But that's really what it comes down to.
I think there's some other states that actually are even more of a parallel in that you have a sovereign nation with servers on their tribal lands serving external.
Yes, we certainly recognize that you cannot be doing that across state lines, right? So the state of Florida was geofenced, specifically tied to the language of the compact itself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to the individual applicants if there's nothing else. Or did you have some more?
I didn't have anything else on the company side. Everything came back clean. Didn't have any questions.
Excuse me, what we would do then, Madam Chair, Member Katsaros, is proposed to go through the order of appearance on the agenda. And of course, Mr. Allen is already standing here and he would go first. He's already given you some of his background. Of course, I'm sure he'd be happy to give you a full background if you'd like, however you want to proceed.
Yeah, go ahead. Please provide your background. We've heard a bit of it, so abbreviated version is fine.
Yeah, I will try not to be redundant. You know, I grew up in South Jersey, was born in Delaware. My parents moved to South Jersey in 1962. And unfortunately, our economic situation in our household was certainly very good for probably the first 5, 6, 7 years. But unfortunately, my father had businesses that virtually all went bankrupt and became a very challenging economic situation. To add to, you know, the challenge, my father developed cancer. We had no insurance. He never told anyone that he was sick. And literally when he finally fell over, he passed away probably 10, 12 days later. And my mom, my little sister, and I kind of picked up the pieces. I then immediately, I was already working in local restaurants and stuff, trying to help with the family budget, if you will. And Kelly, we lost our home, we lost everything, right? Lived in motels, you know, bounced from place to place. So I was very fortunate because gaming was approved in the state of New Jersey. So I was working at a local restaurant and they hired the chef who obviously the restaurant I was at was very popular. And I guess he had taken a liking to me as this hardworking young guy. Even there, when I was working there, I was working at another restaurant virtually, you know, as much as I could, just trying to, you know, better myself and try to help at home. So that's how I got into the casino industry. I was originally hired in the food and beverage department, specifically in culinary. That's when I joined the union. And my first, you know, 2-3 years was like any other line employee, just trying to navigate through. Bowie's Park Place and Harris, back when they were independently owned, you know, prior to the merger with Caesars, they purchased something called the Peachtree system. It was the first automated inventory purchasing point of sale system. It was mirrored off of the Peachtree Hotel, written by a gentleman by the name of Andy Anderson. The senior leadership at Bowie's Park Place, they created the first upward mobility program in Atlantic City, which was part of licensing then. I was the only white male chosen. Originally, there was hundreds of employees from each department. I was chosen to be part of this upward mobility. The rest were people of minority or people of female descent. So I frankly just started to get an exposure to senior management. I then was selected to be on this project to do this automation of all of the operations. I took it under my own desire, if you will. And I started, frankly, when I was done my regular 8, 10, 12, 14 hours, whatever I was working at the time. I was always the first to volunteer for overtime. You know, time and a half back then was, you know, real money. But I actually set up a little desk in the back of the food store and I started to work on the system and we got it to work. We were the first in the country. Harris was slightly behind us. And that's frankly how I met Hilton, because they had heard about the system. They came in, they wanted a presentation, which I was fortunate enough to give in my whatever early 20s. I knew my way around the accounting side. I knew my way around the kitchens as well as anyone. I gave the presentation. Hilton offered me a position. I accepted the position. I certainly was offered to stay at Bowie's Park Place and went to work for Hilton, I guess probably sometime in what would it have been? That would have been 1984, 85 or so. As I mentioned earlier, Hilton couldn't get licensed. I then met the Trump organization. I rose through the ranks, many different departments. It was always my goal to become a general manager or property president. At the time, and I say this with respect, but I certainly recognize the national publicity. There was a time that the Trump organization was a great company to work for, and there were a lot of great philanthropic things that were happening before all the challenges and a lot of the situations that we all read about, deal with today. But unfortunately, that company changed tremendously back on October 10th, 1989, when the leaders of the company all passed. I stayed with the company through the opening of the Taj Mahal, where frankly, the leverage of the company, the debt on the company, most people don't realize this, but there was a casino site here in Las Vegas that was going to be a Trump hotel and casino. Maybe Mr. Rumbles will talk about that. And the company was going in a direction where everything seemed great. But all of a sudden, everything changed. I stayed for a while and then realized that it was not an opportunity for me long term. And frankly, just no longer enjoy working for the company. I then went to work for a developer named Chris Hemmeter. I became the general manager of some small casinos in Black Hawk and Central City, Colorado. So that was certainly an eye-opening experience. That business was struggling. I more than doubled the profits of the business, actually probably came close to tripling it, and frankly, did very, very well. Mr. Hemmeter received the gaming license in New Orleans, where he was partnered with Harrah's originally for the land-based, and also partnered with Capital Gaming for 2 riverboats on the Mississippi River. It goes back to my earlier comments and my fear in the industry, and I underscore the word fear. Opening a casino or creating mass construction is not for the weak-hearted. I received a call to go to a meeting in New Orleans because the project was struggling, both from time, from budget, and frankly, there were certain requirements in the partner Capital Gaming's stock. They were publicly traded, that the property had to be open by that March. I forget what particular year that was. It was probably 1994 or so. So I was summoned to go down there. I worked on those projects. To say it was a challenge would be an understatement. I then was fortunate enough to be introduced to Mohegan Sun and the company Sun International, which the chairman was Saul Kersner. Saul became a mentor and friend of mine. Just really, it was amazing to work for Saul. We obviously created Mohegan Sun, which at the time was the largest casino ever created in the United States. The first phase did not have a hotel, but from a gaming floor size and frankly from revenue on EBITDA, back then the company was approaching 400 million in EBITDA, which was unheard of in the 90s. And it was amazingly successful. My opportunity then continued to grow, where Saul asked me to come and take a corporate position, where we built Atlantis in Paradise Island. Obviously worked on many projects around the world. Was part of the original meetings creating the brand One and Only, which still exists today, which is a very high-end hotel brand globally. I then was fortunate enough, through some individuals I knew, I heard about the Seminole Tribe. They had a developer named the Cordish Company. The Cordish Company had amazing success in retail, also had some Hard Rock cafes in their retail, but did not have experience in gaming or the hospitality industry. They, in conjunction with some banks and Merrill Lynch, asked me if I would become part of the project. I think everyone realized very early on that the $410 billion investment, that the enhancement to the business model and marketing would need to be updated. So sat with Mr. Shore and other members of the tribe, and they offered me the opportunity to come and work for them directly. When I sat down with Mr. Kersner, I was just a mess. Like, frankly, I was so upset. I just went to Saul's. They just gave him a huge memorialization over in London. But it was like a second father to me. And he said, I'll pay you whatever you want. I just can't pay you more than my son, Butch. And I said, Saul, it's not about the money. And I had hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of options in stock through the years and things. Said it's an opportunity to try to do it by myself from an operations standpoint. I certainly recognized from day one the sovereignty of the tribe. And I was fortunate enough that the tribe hired me, back in late 2000, and the rest, was obviously history. Seminole Gaming rose from this very small little company, that was doing bingo. We were the first to do all types of technology. There were no zero involvement from any of the major slot machine manufacturers. And at the time, that would have been IGT, Bally, Sigma, Aristocrat. None of them were doing business in class two. And frankly, what you had was, these companies that were taking advantage of tribes, taking 30, 40%, not providing a product that had integrity. And we changed that. We convinced IGT first, then Sierra Design, then Bally, and frankly, to provide the titles that we all see in, traditional gaming casinos to be in our class two environment. That led to the state of Florida saying, maybe we should talk to the Seminole tribe. Mr. Shore asked me to be with him as we negotiated. He had been negotiating with Governor Childs. I came on the team for Governor Bush, Governor Christ, Governor Scott, and Governor DeSantis. And obviously, we were successful back in 2007 with the first compact, and then the second compact, 2010, and the most recent compact in 2021. In conclusion, I think it's very important. Certainly, when we look at Florida, there are, a lot of Republican elected governors. But if you look at our relationship directly, whether it be with Governor Evers in Wisconsin, or our relationship with Governor Newsom in California, or Governor Murphy in New Jersey, we certainly understand the importance of diversity, both from the R&D side of the aisle. And that's frankly how we've been able to grow the Hard Rock business.
In 2007, is that when you got class three then?
Yeah, I believe we signed the first compact 2007 initially with slots only. And then in 2009, we added the scope of table games.
I'd had the opportunity to go to the property probably 2000, 2001. And it was all class two, obviously, at that point.
Honestly, and leaving our ego, way back out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, it really changed the industry. And frankly, gave the opportunity for so many tribes because so many governors just wouldn't talk to tribes. And the product that was out there were, not being disrespectful, but maybe really some bad characters just trying to take advantage of devices that had zero integrity. We immediately bought GLI and some of the other companies in to make sure that we had integrity, in our systems.
Well, thank you for that. You have some outside directorships, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us about those?
As I mentioned, chairman of AGA. So that is the global entity. I've been on that executive board probably about 6, 7, 8 years or so. I could get you the exact date. Frankly, they offered me the chairman a couple times, and I said, we're a little busy, but God bless Tim Wilmot. He convinced me that, it would be a great thing for the industry. We're very, very proud members of AGA, but I think we would like to highlight that there was a time when the AGA would not talk to people of minority and specifically Native Americans, right? The answer was no. I worked directly with Dick Hadrill and Jim Yorn, who was the chair of AGA at the time. And I said, look, you can say no to tribes. I can't have any influence there, but it's going to be really hard for you to say no to Hard Rock. And the tribe owns Hard Rock. So how can we work through this to not just get Seminole Hard Rock in, but receive the respect that, because, if you look at the business today, it's basically 50-50 in land-based gaming, between tribes and commercial companies. And really thanks to Jim and Dick and then eventually the executive committee, tribes have now been accepted into AGA and suppliers have been accepted. So that is probably my most important. Now, I was also on the board of Little Kids Rock. That's helping children just not learn music, but really to have something to do after school. So we provide the instruments, we provide that to have children in neighborhoods that have, frankly, less opportunity to give them, opportunity to do something after school. I am also on a board of the Rock and Roll Forever Foundation with really a group of individuals, Bono, Bruce Springsteen, Stevie Van Sant, Martin Scorsese, Elvis Costello. I'm sure I'm missing someone on the board, but we actually have an educational curriculum where we teach culture, music, and the arts in schools. That curriculum now has been accepted. God, we're probably 40, 50, 60,000 teachers are now involved in it. And it's something that, frankly, in many school districts around the United States, that curriculum is taught. We frankly just did a big fundraiser a few weeks ago back in Asbury Park. So I'm not sure if I missed any on my application, but they're the primary ones that I've been involved in. There's probably some smaller ones through the years.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm also on the board of my local church. It's educational and finance, for the church budget and the school, St. Anthony's.
Thank you. Well, your volunteerism, I'm sure, is very greatly appreciated. You own a real estate company,
Yes.
and can you tell me about that?
The name of the company is JFA Properties, Inc. It's not, it never was very big, but frankly, what I used to do was buy little bungalows that were in poor condition, move in, put my little cot pull out, couch, renovate it. And then literally the nicest it was the night I was moving out and on to the next one. So it's a series of, I don't know how many properties through the years, where basically I would then rent the properties to local tenants. I've been selling some of these properties recently. Candidly, the real estate market in South Jersey hit just all-time highs this past summer and the year before. So certainly not pursuing that as much as I used to back 20, 30 years ago.
And what does a typical work week look like for you?
Well, I'm not sure why people are laughing. Maybe they've seen my medical history. Look, I usually get up around 5 a.m. or so. I try to get to the office between 6 and 7 a.m. In the old days, I worked the business as late as I could, but now my goal is to be done work by 9 o'clock at night. That's kind of where I like to try to wrap it up. But certainly it's not a 8:30, 9 and get out 4 or 5. Madam Chair, I don't be disrespectful when I say this because I know a lot of people in my position, they have certain hobbies, but I don't hunt, I don't play golf, I don't fish. I get enjoyment out of working with Mr. Shore and the board members growing this business. Now unfortunately that's been detrimental, to my health at times, and but I enjoy it. It's something that I like, so it's not just a job to me. But my outside interests are, looking at all the casinos on the Las Vegas Strip and seeing which one makes the most sense to grow the business on a long-term basis. So a 40, 50-hour work week, no, that's not me. I think certainly a 60, 70, 80-hour work week, that is me. And I'll just give you a real example. So tomorrow night, I'll probably get out of here somewhere. I'll leave Clyde Juba's office 7 o'clock at night or so. I'll get on a plane. I will get into South Florida sometime at 1, 2 a.m. and I'll be back in the office for legal meetings regarding a potential opportunity that we have in another jurisdiction. That's just the way we work. And frankly, that's where we get our fun. So it's probably why some of my colleagues were laughing at me. But
how many direct reports do you have?
The executive committee, so if you look at the slide was up there, a lot of those individuals no longer report directly to me, but direct reports were probably in that 10 to 12 or so. None of the property presidents now report to me. There is a COO of Seminole Gaming that has nothing to do with Hard Rock. So all the property presidents now in Florida all report to him. So that business that generates billions of dollars a year, that no longer is part of my day-to-day responsibilities. Certainly David, reports to me, but not all the GMs and all that fun stuff. And then we also have a chief operating officer of Hard Rock International. So all the property presidents of the gaming facilities report to John. I will tell you that I've been a little frustrated with the cafes. So the cafe division is now reporting back to me, but that's just kind of my hands-on style. Every Friday morning, 7 a.m., we have a meeting just on where we are with the cafes.
You didn't have enough to do.
Possibly.
Your reputation precedes you, frankly. So what you described there is not a surprise.
Well, thank you.
I didn't have any questions on your background. Came back clean for me. Appreciate all the exchange we had today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members, thank you. Well, we appreciate your time.
Madam Chair, next I would ask.
I didn't have to use my glasses. That's good. There's the sign of times.
We'd like to have Mr. Jim Shore come up to the podium, please.
Hi, Mr. Shore. So you were the first member of the Seminole tribe to practice law, is that correct?
Yes. And the flip side of it is you could be the first one to get kicked out. So we know that, but we just advertise it too much.
Okay, can you state your name for the record and tell us about yourself?
My name is Jimmy Shore, and thank you, Madam Chairman, and members of the board. I am a member of the Seminole Tribe and the General Counsel for the Seminole Tribe of Florida, and also a member of the company's board here. And I was born on Bryan Reservation in Glaze County, Florida. I'm one of 7 children, and I went to school on a reservation conducted by Bureau of Indian Affairs called Indian Day School. And they were supposed to be all encompassing, raising cattle, a little bit of farming here and there. And then BIA closed that school down, and then we were transferred to a local public school in Okeechobee, Florida. And I was there until I graduated in 1963. And during that time in Okeechobee, nothing too exciting, played some sports there and not a very good student, but Bill was able to make it through. After graduation, again went to another Bureau of Indian Affairs school, vocational school in Lawrence, Kansas, called Haskell Institute. And I studied to be an auto mechanic there for 2 years. And when I came back, I didn't work in that area, but between 65 and maybe 1970, I did kind of an odd thing, driving trucks. I was a cowboy here and there. And then around 1970, I believe, I had an automobile accident that took care of one good eye that I had and left me sightless. And I hung around there waiting on the doctors for about 2 years or 3 years, but nothing was happening. And I was young enough that I'd figure I might live long enough in what I was going to do. So I decided to try junior college. And like I said, I wasn't a very good student, but I had to try something. So I was able to enroll in a junior college in North Florida, Madison, Florida, called North Florida Junior College. And from there, I went to Stetson University in DeLand, Florida, for my undergraduate degree. And then from there, I went to Stetson College of Law in St. Petersburg area and got my Florida bar license in early 1981. And since then, I've been with the tribe for more than 40 years. I was a staff attorney at the beginning, and then I was made the general counsel around 83, 84. And then since then, most of the cases that the tribe is involved in or we're forced to get involved in is my obligation or my duty on a legal end of the tribe on everything from leasing land, permanent land to tribal members or to a non-tribal person. So along that line, any gaming that came up, that was the responsibility of my office. So I've known Jim Allen since 2000, like he mentioned. And I think since the time the tribe got into cattle and then into gaming, there has been a big change with the tribe, not only the Seminole tribe, but with the Indian tribes across the country. And I think it's because of some of the ingenuity, imaginations of some people involved in this area. And I think in my 42 years, part of it, I think it's been pretty productive and more rewarding for me to be part of it. And I've been here in Las Vegas before the Nevada Gaming Board, applying for a license for a casino here in Las Vegas. how big can you get or what more can you do? Because back in the old days, when KFC first came out, it turned up in booths in Florida. Then we know that was a big hit and everything then. Now, casino in Las Vegas could be one of the biggest hit that we can make and biggest thrill of the life of the Seminoles. And going forward, like I told a couple of organizations that there's no telling what the tribe can do with people like Jim Allen and staff going forward. Anything's possible, I guess, and then see what happens and go forward from there. So just a brief history of my background, and I guess when you look at it, it is brief to begin with, but I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have at this point.
Wow, Mr. Shore. Well, your story is truly inspiring, and I'm glad you're here to represent the tribe in this truly historic moment. You said you went to college and then law school after losing your eyesight. Is that correct?
Yes, I started the junior college after I lost my sight, so all through my college career and up to this point, I've done it without my sight.
Wow. Well, thank you for sharing your story. That's very, very much appreciated. You're also on the Children's Hospital Board. Is that correct?
On which board?
The Children's Hospital?
Oh, yes, I think I may be on the tail end that Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital.
Or you're no longer on that board then? Is that correct? You're no longer on that board?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you currently serving on any nonprofit boards?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Mr. Shore? Yeah.
Yes.
This is Phil Katsars. I'm one of the board members here. That's an amazing story, sir.
Thank you.
You, the whole Seminole tribe should be extremely proud. What you guys have been able to do, it's unsurpassed. And yes, I do think what you guys are embarking to do with the acquisition of the Mirage 2, I don't want to say it's icing on the cake because I think you're going to have a lot of layers of icing on this cake going forward, but it's certainly reaching a point for the tribe that I think is going even to the next level. No disrespect to the past because you guys have been enormously successful, but what I've seen in the renderings and what you're planning to do with that property, it's just a testament to the tribe. It's certainly going to be excellent for this state. The state of Nevada is frankly in Las Vegas has drawn upon the need to have competition in Nevada. What you guys are planning to do is elevate the competition here, and theoretically that will then require the others to elevate to keep up with you guys and what you guys are planning to do. Amazing story. Your background came back extremely clean. I noted you did disclose something from the 60s, a youth indiscretion, and I'm going this. If you're disclosing that level of detail, I'm going to assume you are the squeakiest applicant we've had here, because or one of, because I was kind of chuckling at one of them, and I think I can't remember what it was, but you might have been 15 years old maybe, and yeah, something happened there. Nevertheless, I appreciate you being here today, and I didn't have any questions on your background.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
If I could, Madam Chair, I'm going to get in big trouble with Mr. Shore, but not while I was chairman of AGA, and I was not on the nominating or voting committee. Mr. Shore was inducted into the Gaming Hall of Fame 2 years ago. So I'm now officially in trouble with Jim, but he is truly a legend. So thank you for.
He's a great asset.
The next person in line would be Miss Agnes Billy Motlow.
Good morning,
Morning.
Madam Chairman and board member and the executive secretary. Himate Yolento Ryan, Nakto, but Pamela Han Yakitishase, Yolijik, Dimashanti Yolijik, I just said in my language, which is the Miccosukee Seminole language, that greetings from the Seminole tribe of Florida. I'm representing 4,300 tribal members that are back home in South Florida. And of course, with me, I have my colleagues with me, and we're very happy to be here, and we're very happy that you allowed us this time to speak. My name is Agnes Billy Matlow. I am a member of the Seminole Tribe of Florida, and I have worked I do work as an executive assistant to the legal department, the general counsel, Mr. Jim Shore. I've worked for the Seminole Tribe of Florida for over 50 years, and I am a member of the Board of Managers of Seminole Hard Rock Holdings and related entities since March 2011, and also a member of the Managers of Corporate Governance, Compliance, and Compensation Committee. I live in Hollywood, Florida on one of the tribe's reservations. I have a BA in Liberal Studies and Masters of Arts in Administration from Barry University in Miami Shores, Miami, and Florida. And as I said, I'm very happy to be here, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for being here. And thank you for your presentation. So you were also your certified EMT, is that correct?
Yes, I was back in the 70s.
Yeah, and you established emergency medical services at 2 separate reservations, is that right?
Yes, we did. Back in the 70s, the tribe didn't really have the resources or the financial means to have hospitals or anything. And we have 2 reservations, which some of the members will be speaking of, but one is the Brighton Reservation, and the nearest hospital to that is like about 45 miles away. And then the other one is the Big Cypress Reservation, which is the nearest hospital to that was about 50 miles away. So the tribe started the emergency medical services where we had an ambulance on one reservation, ambulance on the other reservation, and we had certified paramedics and medical technicians to render first aid and everything to our tribal members and visitors, and transporting them to the hospitals. And now we have a state-of-the-art department with 24-hour coverage, paramedics. We have I would say many rescue trucks, and this is all from our it is all from our monies that we get from our gaming enterprises and other businesses that the tribe may have.
That's certainly impressive. Thank you for sharing that with us. You went back to school and you got your BA in 2011 and your MA in 2014, is that right?
Yes, I did. I graduated from high school in '69 and then went to, excuse me, to a 4-year university in Florida. And I think I majored in partying instead of studying. So, so I didn't finish my education back when I was younger. But during the older years that I was working, I would also be continuing my classes and everything. And once I got older and everything, I went back to school and got my education.
Oh, wow. I appreciate that. What was it that inspired you?
I think my late brother, was one of the first Seminole tribal members to gain his education. He was the first to go to college and get his master's degree, and he was working towards his doctorates, and he was always an inspiration to me. And then once he passed away, I decided, I'm going to have to honor his presence and continue with my education, because he was always prodding me along to get my education.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. Any questions?
I didn't have any questions. Your background came back extremely clean. No questions from me. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Member Katsaros, next would be Miss Carla Susan Gopher.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman Watkins and Board Member Katsaros.
My name is Carla Gopher. I live on the Brighton Seminole Reservation in Clays County, Florida. I have been a member of the Board of Managers for Seminole HR Holdings since March 2011. Just some background on myself, educational and work experience. I graduated from Florida State University in December of 1996 with a BS in Business Management. Right after graduation, I started working at Seminole Casino, Tampa in January 1997. Worked my way up to Director of Compliance, and from there, I think it was June 2007, so I worked in Tampa for 10 years. I transferred to one of our sister properties, Seminole Casino Brighton, as the Director of Finance. I worked there another 10 years. So after 20 years of working in gaming, I decided to step back. So in January of 2017, I retired, spend more time with my daughter and stuff. And later that year, I went back to work, but I worked on the government side. So now, since mid 2017, I'm working in my current position as a office manager administration on the Brighton Reservation, in the tribal office there. While I was working in Tampa in 2005, I attended University of Tampa and received my MBA there. So, and then just outside entities that I served on, I used to serve on the FSU Foundation Board of Trustees, which is an endowment fundraising foundation for the university. I did that from 2003 to 2008, I believe. Also was involved in Florida State University boosters, Florida State alumni, so I do a lot of stuff with Florida State. The boosters, inter council, and again, that was a more fundraising scholarship entity. And then on the local level, I am involved with the Florida Seminole Cattle Women. Helped start that organization in 2009. Worked, not worked, but we serve different positions in there. Most recently, I was the president of that organization in 2021. We serve 1-year terms, so my term ended, and I'm just involved as a member of that organization now. I welcome any questions you have.
It was you that inherited the Cattle LLC from your mother and share ownership with your sister?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
Yes, my mother inherited it from my grandfather, but she operated our cattle industry or cattle business for over 30 years. She passed away in 2016, and that's when I took over.
And you're in charge of the day-to-day operations?
Yes.
What does your typical day look like?
For my regular job, just office work, fielding any concerns from tribal members, if they request any services from the tribe, we help direct them to the proper departments. On the cattle side, that's never ending. Cattle don't listen, they don't follow fence lines or anything.
Oh, they don't?
Yeah, that's never ending. So, there's always work to do out there, the cattle.
Well, thank you. Any questions for members?
Nope, nothing for me. Background came back clean. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brad Buchanan would be next.
Afternoon, Madam Chair Watkins and
Member
Costaza. How do I say it?
That's close.
Good enough.
Katsaros. Sure, sorry. And Executive Secretary. Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Brad Buchanan. I've been on the Board of Managers of Seminole HR Holdings LLC and its related subsidiaries since August of 2020. Since that time, I've also acted as chairman of the audit committee on behalf of the board. Prior to my retirement in May of 2015, I served as the Executive Vice President, Chief Financial Officer, and Secretary for Seminole HR Holdings LLC and its related subsidiaries from the period of January 2007 up till May of 2015. I also served as Executive Vice President, Chief Financial Officer for Seminole Gaming from June of 2002 until my retirement in May of 2015. During the period from May 15 to today, I also administer 2 retirement plans for the Seminole Gaming division. as plan administrator. Let's see, I have over 35 years of experience in the gaming, hospitality, and leisure industry, specifically focusing on the finance and accounting areas of the industry. Shortly after I graduated from Kutztown State College in Kutztown, Pennsylvania in 1982, I joined the Golden Nugget in Atlantic City, a Steve Wynn-owned property, Golden Nugget of Atlantic City, in the audit department. While employed at the Golden Nugget in Atlantic City, I pursued my master's degree at night and did get an MBA with a concentration in finance from Monmouth College in Monmouth, New Jersey. Listening to Jim tell stories about previous jobs and employers, it brought back some memories on where our paths first crossed. I've held positions with the Atlantis Casino and Resort in the Bahamas, KSL Recreation in Florida, the Sahara Gaming Corporation, Capital Gaming International, and also I spent some time with Trump Atlantic City Property. So as Jim was going through some old stories, brought back some memories. Let's see. I currently reside in Miami, where I've lived for the last 25 years. I also have a summer house in Ocean City, New Jersey. I am a certified public accountant in the state of Pennsylvania. However, that license is not active, as I do not practice public accounting in Pennsylvania or any other state. So with that, anything else I can tell you?
So you said you retired in 2015.
Yeah, that didn't go so well, did it?
It didn't. It did not. I'm wondering how you're engaged in so many other things, and what motivated you to come back?
Well, I think Jim contacted me in the summer of 2020 and asked. He mentioned one of our board members, longtime board members, Henry Hornbostel, who I worked for in 1980s at the Golden Nugget. We invited him onto our board very early on in 2007, 2008. And Henry served as a board member and ran the audit committee from that period of time until he wanted to retire in the 2019, 2020 area. I think if Jim had asked me to join the board of managers in 2015, I probably would have said no, because I think at that time I was probably too close to management, where I'd been part of management, friends with management, but 5 years going by after stepping away from the company, I think I could step into the role as a more independent mind and chair that audit committee. So the time was right when he asked, and I think that's why I decided to come back and get re-involved with Seminole Hard Rock Holdings LLC.
Well, I am sure they are happy they were able to get you back. Any questions, Member Casares?
I didn't have any questions, but I wasn't sure if I had the right individual when Mr. Shore was up here. He was hopping a fence in the 60s that got him into trouble over a neighbor's. You were the lacrosse ball in the 70s or something.
That was correct,
Okay.
1979.
Okay, 79. Thank you. Yeah. No questions. I didn't have any questions on your background. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Connie Johns would be next.
Yeah.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and the board. Since I think you probably don't know this, but the Seminole tribe has two different languages. Agnes spoke in her language, so I feel like she put me on the spot. So I have to say greetings, and I want to say Estongo, but Connie, Fujikato, Majenta Yajit, Nagafte Fulagad, and Ajapanchkas, Heathen. Agithajet Nakuchi Abimanu Achinonat Abimachin Hinton Seminole emanated a being these gones. I said, thank you for having this meeting with us, and I hope that we can work well together and that you will see fit to make sure that we're licensed so we can continue helping our people.
Is that the Creek language?
Yes.
That's the language you teach, is that correct?
Yes, that's the language that I speak. And most of the Indians that live on the Brighton Reservation speak that language. There are some that speak three, the Creek, Miccosukee, and the English. but I wasn't fortunate enough to learn the Miccosukee. I only learned two, Creek and English. Like I said, I'm a member of the Seminole Tribe of Florida. I have served as a member of the Board of Managers of Seminole HR Holdings LLC and related entities since May 2013. I am also a member of the Board of Managers Corporate Governance, Compliance, and Compensation Committee. I was the tribe's health director from 1994 until 1916, when the position was eliminated. Prior to that, I was the tribe's social service director from approximately 2012 to 2018. And I was also a member of the tribe's judicial committee when we first started getting our court system in place. I am also the president of CNS Cattle Trucking LLC, a cattle and trucking business. Currently, the focus is on cattle business. My husband died 18 months ago, and he was the one in the trucking, so we went out of business when he passed on. Since 2017, I have also worked part-time as needed as Creek language specialist. I got a story to tell about that too. When Marie Jones called and said, we need to know what your title is, I was just going to put Bushi Connie, that's Grandma Connie. And I was telling my daughter, she said, oh no, you can't go to Nevada and meet these people and say that. I said, well, what do you want me to say my title is? She says, give me a few days to think about it. She comes back with Creek language specialist. I said, good, I'll buy that. So that's what we listed. But I work there 2 days a week, and we work with children from babies to, I think our oldest is about 11, 12 now, and we speak strictly the Indian language. You walk through that door, you put your other languages aside, and that's what you speak, and that's how they're going to learn. So I've enjoyed that. I'll be on the outside and they'll come running to me. Some will say Bushi Connie, some will say Grandma Connie. And I have to correct them. No, don't say Grandma Connie. Talk to me in Indian. That's what we're teaching you. You need to learn Indian. So that's what I've been doing. And then we also have a school on the reservation. Jim Shore talked about a Bureau of Indian Affairs school back in the early 50s and 60s. Well, now we've got a school back on the Brighton Reservation. It's been there since 2007. And they're supposed to be teaching the Indian language, but it's like anything else. English is dominant in most homes, so it may stick with some of the kids, it may not. So that's why the immersion was created in 2015. The thought was they come through the door, we speak Indian to them all day long. And these children go to school about 11 months out of the year. When the regular school has closed, they're still going to school. So I received my BA in General Studies in 1979 and Master's in Social Work in 1993. If you have any questions.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. And it sounds like you're an important part of helping to keep your traditions alive. Do you have any questions?
Your background came back clean, so I'll just say thank you.
That's good to know. Jim and I graduated high school together. I didn't run around with him. He was a bad guy.
Of course, she says that now.
Right. Thank you.
Next would be Alexander Patterson John.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Watkins, Board Member Katsaris, and Madam Secretary. My name is Alex Johns. I'm a member of the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Currently reside in Okeechobee, where I was born. Grew up on the Brighton Indian Reservation. I've been a member of the Hard Rock Board of Managers since 2015. I also sit on the audit committee for Hard Rock. My current position with the Seminole Tribe is the Executive Director of Agriculture. I worked my way up through different departments since 1997. I went to work for the Seminole Tribe as a day working cowboy. So I rode a horse every day, worked cattle. The tribe has a pretty extensive cow herd in South Florida, 10,000 plus cows. So it took a lot of manpower, woman power to get it work. And I just kind of progressed through a cowboy becoming what we called the Natural Resource Director eventually. And then the Department of Agriculture was created within the Seminole Tribe, and I eventually got that position. So I've been working for the tribe for over 25 years. I graduated from Okeechobee High School in 1991. I went to trade school, become a certified horse dentist, equine dentist, and corrective horseshoer farrier. Did that for some time. I did attempt to go back to college. I got my AA degree, but that's as far as I made. I did that later in life. But I spent my whole life working around cattle and horses. I was fortunate enough to work with the Florida Cattlemen's Association from 2013 to 2022. And during that time there, I worked as secretary, treasurer, president, or vice president, president-elect all the way, eventually serving as president for a one-year term. Also served on the Florida State Fair Association since 2016. Florida State Fair is a pretty big fair that we host there in Tampa in Florida, and a big 4-H present with kids there. I own some businesses. Me and my wife own a few businesses. Our cattle operation is under First American Land and Cattle. It's primarily a cow-calf operation. We also have Ossawa Stockyards, which is a feeding operation, and we feed cattle, and we actually sell local beef to local customers in South Florida. So we have a beef operation, and we also have a clothing and apparel company that sells ranch clothing. A little bit about, you're hearing a lot about why cows keep popping up in our history. I don't know if a little bit about our history, you may or may not know, but the first cow actually come to the United States. It landed in Florida, not in Texas. And that was in 1521. Ponce de Leon bought the first cow and met our ancestors. And after a little battle ensued there, they left the cows, and Ponce de Leon went back to Cuba. 500 years later, we're still in the cow business. So that's why cows keep popping up in our history. Before we were Seminoles, we were cowboys. So it's ironic, Indian cowboys, but we were the first.
Well, tell us a little bit about what the life of a cowboy entails.
Well, it's
The
long
present-day
hours.
life.
It starts out, there is no clock, so you work Mother Nature, so it's all temperature related. So you get up before daylight, get your horse saddled, get your dogs fed, you go to work. Whenever it gets hot in South Florida, basically lay around under a tree until it cools off, and that's later in the evening, and then you work till dark or after dark. And so it's long days, a lot of mosquitoes, a lot of insects, a lot of heat. So it's I've done that, pretty much as my my career, but then on weekends, that's what I do for fun as well, with my family. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
I don't have any questions. There was an item in your background, but I don't see it as viewed as substantial, and happy to move forward.
Yeah, I didn't have any questions either. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to stand up here today and all the way from Brighton, Florida. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
Mike Rumbles is next.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Rumbles. Madam Chair, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary. Oh, let's see. I've been a native of Nevada since 1963. It's when I moved from Oregon and changed residence. In 1965, we moved to Las Vegas, and I've been educated in Nevada, first at John S. Park, Elementary School. Then John C. Fremont Jr., Valley High School, UNLV, went away for 3 years to USC Law, came back, and immediately got involved in representing members of the gaming industry. But I started out the same as Jim did in food and beverage. I was a busboy at 14 at the Stardust Hotel. You may have heard it. By the time I was 16, I was a waiter, so I had been promoted. But as soon as I hit 21, I became a blackjack dealer, or excuse me, poker dealer, because the idea of being on the gaming side was more exciting. So I dealt during the rest of my college years, and after the first year of law school, came back and dealt blackjack at Circus Circus. Once I'd gone through a legal career of some 4 years, which was the extent of my legal career, I then became a member of the Gaming Control Board. Excuse me, I first became a member of the Attorney General staff and then became a member of the Control Board. So the one thing I know is 37 years ago, I know where I was. I was where you're sitting today.
Welcome back.
Thank you. It wasn't as nice then. I wasn't in this beautiful room. We were off of Maryland Parkway, but it is nice to see the upgrade. Since then, though, since being a member of the board, I've gone into the industry. I worked with both Jim and Brad at the Trump organization for a period of time. I started as president of Trump Nevada, trying to find a location for the Trump organization in Nevada. But as Jim said, we had a horrible helicopter crash in 1989 that took out the leaders of the organization at that time in New Jersey. And I was asked, along with everyone else in the organization, to be sort of all hands to get the Taj Mahal open. So I moved back there, worked on getting the Taj open until it opened. At that point, I had to step aside until my licensing in New Jersey had been completed. Once I was licensed, I went to Trump Castle as the head of administration for that property. And after having left the Trump organization in, I believe it was 92, 93, somewhere in that time frame, came back to Nevada, worked for a short time with an SRO, Anchor Gaming, and then moved very quickly to Circus Circus as head of strategy. In that role, I spent about 3.5 years, first for Glenn Schaefer, then for Clyde Turner, and became the first president of Casino Windsor on behalf of Circus Circus, Caesars, and Hilton, who were the triumvirate that owned that property. So I reported to 3 different CEOs, Clyde Turner, Skip Avancino for Hilton, and Terry Lanny for Caesars. Once we had gotten that underway and I'd come back to Nevada, I was asked to become the CEO of a new public company, which was Anchor Gaming again. They'd become more than just a slot route operator, had casinos in Colorado, were building a new casino in Colorado, and wanted to start a new game, which was a big spinning wheel on top of a slant top slot machine. And we called it Wheel of Gold. And silly us, IGT called it Wheel of Fortune. So we did a joint venture and Wheel of Fortune was born. As you know, that's done very well in the industry since then. After having left there, I became the vice chairman of Casino Data Systems, which was a systems and slot machine manufacturer. Sold that company to Aristocrat, which gave them systems, which they still have, the Oasis. Moved into retirement, did about as well as Brad did. Came back out a few years later, became CEO and chairman of a small cash access company called Cash Systems. Cash Systems provided ATMs and payment systems and cage systems. That was actually, the company was doing okay as a small company in that space until 2008 when the economy tipped. When the economy became a problem in 2008, our check cashing service became a bank for people that were unbankable. And so after having lost about 3 million in 1 month from check cashing, we sold the company to our largest competitor, Global Cash Access. I went with them for a couple of years as a consultant to their CEO on strategy matters. And amazingly, after 2 years, the contract was up. I was about to leave and say thank you and try retirement again. And they asked me to serve on the board. So I was on board of Global Cash Access through the time that they acquired MGAM, and then through the time that we became Every. Once the then CEO was excused from the company, I sat down in the chair as the interim CEO of Every. And after a few months, realized I was the only person that was willing to take the interim or any other title in running Every. People that were highly qualified had no interest in working for us, and those completely unqualified all put their hand in the air. So I ended up spending, from an interim position of a couple of months, spending about 6.5 years as CEO of that entity. I also serve on the board of Vici, as well as executive chairman today of the board of Every, and of course on the board of managers of Seminole Hard Rock Holdings. And that's as fast as I can do it.
Thank you. That's a lot. That is expansive, long history, long great history. Thank you for bringing that today. You said you were at the AG's office. Did they have specializations then, or
They did.
What did you do at the AG's office?
Well, I started out as head of the central office, and that was back then it was a chief deputy. So it was chief deputy 5, and gaming had a chief deputy 4. And during that time period, it was Jack Godfrey, who was an excellent gaming lawyer. And the attorney general that appointed me actually had asked me first if I was interested in the gaming position. I said, absolutely, unless Jack Godfrey is interested, in which case you need to hire him because he's really good. So he did. And I went, well, you talked yourself out of a job there. But he came back to me and asked me to run the central office. So I ran that office for about a year to a year and 2 months, and then moved over to the gaming division because Jack decided to go into private practice. So I was chief deputy 4 in the gaming division for probably 7 months, 8 months, when there was a shift on the board. And I was working for a Republican attorney general. The Democratic governor asked me if I was willing to go onto the board and become a client. And since my law career had been fairly short, I thought that was enough. I said, yes, let me become a client. And that was when I went on the board.
Awesome. So you've been found suitable, I believe it was on 4 separate occasions here. So I don't have any issues there.
I also have 300 other licenses.
Yeah, you've been licensed here, 4 times? I think the last time was 2017. You're very well known to us. I don't have any questions. Nothing concerning your background. Came back clean. Thank you for being here.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Mike. Madam Chair, next would be Mr. Robert Lee Gibbs.
Good afternoon at this point, Madam Chairwoman.
Good afternoon.
Member Katsaros and Executive Secretary Rupert, thank you for having me and all of us here. My name is Robert Gibbs. I'm an attorney and special counsel with the law firm of Drummond Woodsum in Portland, Maine, where my practice focuses and has focused for the last 39 years on representation of Indian tribal governments, tribal businesses, and non-tribal businesses and entities that are working with Indian tribes and Indian tribal governments. I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. My family moved to New Jersey when I was in high school. I went to Harvard University and I did a joint degree in law and business at Yale. I was in my college and law school years, I was doing a lot of volunteer community organizing and legal services work. And by the end of law school, I knew that I wanted to work in low-income economic development. Didn't know anything about Indian tribes at that time. But I clerked for the Chief Justice of the New Jersey Supreme Court, ended up marrying a woman who wanted to move back to Maine, where she had been in college. And I ended up taking a job with a couple lawyers who had just completed the Maine Indian land claim settlement in 1983 and began representing Indian tribes at that time. My first client was the Mashantucket Pequot tribe of Connecticut, which had about a half an acre of land. And it's been my client for 40 years since then. So one of my first tasks was to help them with economic development. We were involved, my partner and I, with bringing some of the early pre-Cabazon litigation to establish the rights of tribes to conduct their own bingo operations free of state law, just like the Seminoles were doing in Florida. And then after the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act was passed in 1988, we proceeded to work on developing Foxwoods Resort Casino, which became one of the most important tribal casinos in the country and remains a casino today. Our practice at this point, we probably represent anywhere from 20 to 30 tribes around the country on various matters. And through that practice, I got to know the Seminole tribe when there was a dispute that they were having with the Cordish Group, developers of their casinos, and I began working with them in the mid-2000s and was really privileged and honored when I was asked to join the board of managers of Hard Rock in, I believe it was 2008. Since that time, I've served as a member not just of the board, but also of the audit committee and of the corporate governance and compliance committee for Hard Rock, and I also serve as a member of the audit committee for the Hard Rock Resort Casino Atlantic City. I continue to live in Maine with my wife Karen, and our 3 daughters have come back to Maine, and my 3 grandchildren. And pleased to be in front of you, happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you for your presentation. You have a very impressive background, dual degrees in Harvard and Yale, Juris Doctors and Masters from Yale. So your law partner, I read in the background, left to become an artist.
Yes.
Is that right?
I actually have to say that Barry Margolin was I learned more from him than anybody I've ever learned from. He was a genius, but always was not motivated by money. He was the person who really understood the process. I used to come here in the late 1980s to try and understand the casino industry because tribes weren't involved in the casino industry. Came to Las Vegas to try and learn about it. And the notion that we could create a casino in Connecticut seemed to many people to be very laughable. And Barry had the vision of how we could do this. And this is the same time that when we were trying to borrow money for Foxwoods, for example, there weren't any banks in the United States that believed we could have enforceable agreements that were meaningful enough that they could lend us money, which is why we went to 30, 40 banks to try and get Foxwoods financed. The bingo that the Pequots did was financed by another Indian tribe, the Penobscot Nation in Maine, and nobody would finance us here. Fortunately, one of the people that we brought in to help us negotiate with the state of Connecticut from a regulatory background was Mickey Brown, who had come out of New Jersey's Gaming Enforcement Division, and had then, after he left there, gone to work for Genting, not directly but as an attorney for some of their Australian licensing stuff. And through him, we talked to Genting, and they were the only people in the world willing to finance Foxwoods back in 1990. So that's been a long, long history.
Interesting. Member Casaros, any questions?
No, thank you for the history on that. I didn't know the dots that were involved with Foxwoods there. So appreciate that.
It's very parallel story in many ways to what's happened at Seminole.
Oh, interesting. No, I didn't have any questions on your background. Came back clean. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, what I'd propose to do is go ahead and just skip one item because the next individual will be a request to withdraw, and I imagine you might want to take that later. If we can, we could go to Joe Lupo, who's here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Board Member Castaros, Madam Secretary, thank you so much for having me here today. It's a real pleasure for me to be here back in Las Vegas today. As you can see, it's easy for me to be inspired working for this company and working for Mr. Allen after you saw the presentation. And not only that, having given the confidence by Mr. Allen to oversee what will be an extremely impressive property, but also in the immediate time where there's a great 3,500 employees at Mirage. And I recall back in '89 being at the Mirage when it opened the day before. So having that wow moment back in '89, being able to be here today, respecting obviously the regulatory process and being given that opportunity to oversee the property is really heartwarming to me, not only because it's a great It's a great property. It'll be a great opportunity. But I come back to Las Vegas where my children reside after 20 years and where I started my gaming career back in 1986. With that, I'm very fortunate. I'm a very fortunate individual, having worked for Boyd Gaming for 30 years, having the foundation working for Mr. Boyd and the executive team at Boyd Gaming, Mr. Bogner and Mr. Smith, was really, not only did I learn the availability of how to efficiently and run a gaming property from the great individuals at Boyd Gaming, but at that time, Boyd Gaming was a family-run property. It wasn't public yet, and those values of working at the Boyd Group of integrity and respect and helping people and helping the community, like Mr. Boyd did, and at that time his father Sam Boyd. That was what meant the most to me, to be able to learn how to take the business aspect and how to evolve it into, at that time, a much smaller Las Vegas community. I was asked to work in the race and sportsbook division. I had my individual who oversaw me at that time knew of my history. My father worked at a racetrack, and when I was 6, 8, 10 years old, I beat at the racetrack, and he knew that history. And I started to work at the racebook at the Fremont. At that time, the race and sportsbook gaming was much different than it is today. It's grown and evolved, and I'm very proud to be on the foundation of that, to see that escalate to where it's now licensed in over half the country. I was promoted to different positions there with Boyd Gaming, and eventually to the Stardust, where it was most notably known as the most famous race and sports book in the city and in the country. We set the opening line for all the country. So I gained a lot of notoriety at that time. As well, again, I've been given accolades and things like that, but it was really about who I worked for and where I worked at. Again, working at Boyd Gaming and working at the Stardust, there were multiple times when hanging the first betting line, we were often asked, what was the situation on this game? How did you handle this situation? Can you give us background on this? There was investigations by law enforcement, by the FBI, by many Nevada gaming control agents that would come up and ask for information. So working as a resource for Boyd Gaming was a very proud moment for me. And I think it was important for me to, again, act as a good resource to the Nevada Gaming Control Board. In 2003, I was promoted to Vice President of Operations at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa in Atlantic City. It was a great opportunity for me to change my career path and gain career growth. I moved to Atlantic City, and it was a different jurisdiction. At that time, 12 properties. And I think the greatest thing about that property, while it was extremely successful, we took and built one of the best properties in Atlantic City, but took the employees from 11 different properties and from outside the gaming jurisdiction, which was so, I think, succinct at that time. And we built a real culture. And for me to bring the Boyd Gaming values to that property and bring this family-oriented type of values to Borgata, which was a very big property, and to mold these individuals together, the culture really showed me how building a great culture could really build great success. I was at that property for, I think, about 17 years. During that time, I was promoted to Senior Vice President of Operations for a portion of that time over non-gaming operations, for another portion of that time over gaming and marketing operations. During that time, after the recession, we took that property while I oversaw gaming and marketing operations to double the profitability during that time. As well, online gaming proliferated at that time and began in New Jersey, and I oversaw that division where Borgata was the market leader at that time while I oversaw that. After MGM purchased the other half of Boyd Gaming in 2016, I was given the opportunity to then work for the Seminole Tribe at Seminole Hard Rock Tampa. Again, allowed me to come back to or work for a different property in a different jurisdiction. But it was really that my 30 years of experience working for Boyd, learning the culture, learning what the values were and how to impact the people, that when I went to Tampa and I didn't know anybody, to work for a pretty big property at that time, coming from Borgata, which was one of the larger gaming revenue producers in the country. Now I was at the largest gaming revenue producer in Tampa. And proud to say in my first full year, we set a record there at that property, going through a metamorphosis of a $700 million expansion. I was there for a couple of years. And then I was asked, as Mr. Allen joked a little bit about me coming back to Atlantic City. Hard Rock Atlantic City opened in 2018, summer of 2018. And through that process, I was asked to come back about 4 months after it opened and oversee that property. Again, same situation where a lot of leaders don't have the ability or the experience like I have to work with great organizations where you understand if you take care of the culture, if you treat people right, that will lead to success. Again, going back to Atlantic City shortly after we opened, there was at that time 9 properties, and we had employees from 8 different properties and outside of the gaming industry, and to mold that team together was again especially gratifying. Unfortunately, here came the pandemic and closure. But I think that's where, as Mr. Allen spoke about earlier, we really shined. We were a differentiator in the market. We took care of our employees. We took care of the people in the community. And again, it's just having that time with Boyd Gaming and with our company, Hard Rock. It was just such a gratifying time to see people really happy about working for Hard Rock Atlantic City. Past that, we were named the #1 employer in the state of New Jersey. I had union leaders tell their whole contingent of people this is the best place to work in Atlantic City. We were noted as having the highest engagement scores for all employees in the company, the highest service scores for all employees in the company. Our team generated the most funding for charitable donations for making strides for breast cancer and suicide prevention. So from top to bottom, it was a great, successful time there building the culture and building the financial success of Atlantic City until my departure, where the property attained the highest net profit this last third quarter of this year. Standing here today with the opportunity, again, respecting the process to oversee a great property and hopefully bring all that I've learned over the last 36 years, most importantly the culture, but obviously the financial success to oversee the Mirage and in the future Hard Rock Las Vegas. I'd like to bring up 2 items from the licensing. One being in 1989, there was an issue that I had regarding making a sports wager. I made a sports wager for my boss, who I worked with at the time at the Fremont. I ran across the street downtown. I was downtown at the time, and at that time, there was a lot of mix. I'm not sure if there was driving permitted on the property, but you could go across the street, make a bet. You could go to lunch. It was very common, as it is today, for friends to make wagers for other friends today on your mobile phone, but at that time, running across the street. There was an issue with the individual who I made the wager for and another individual. I wasn't really a part of that issue about the funding and the collection of that. When the agents asked me about it, I did not recall the date or the wager or the amount. That was over 3 decades ago. But at the time, I was asked to go speak to a couple agents and I believe my general manager at that time at the Fremont, and was asked about that incident. I believe it was an extremely short conversation. If I recall, I don't recall exactly what was asked of me or what was stated in that conversation, but it was just basically generally about that making that wager. I was told I cashed the wager. I didn't recall that, but by the agents. So after that, Boyd Gaming sat me down to do the investigation. I was suspended pending investigation. I was obviously surprised because I had done nothing wrong other than make the wager. I spoke with my wife at the time. I'm not currently married, but I spoke with my wife at the time. I was surprised by that event, and I made a phone call to the Nevada Gaming Control Board agent at that time and said, listen, I'd like to talk to you more about this because I don't understand the predicament that I'm in. I clarified with that, telling him that I did not I made the wager, but I had no involvement in any other issue. I asked the agent if I was permitted to go back to work. He stated, we have no issue with you working in Nevada or at the Fremont at the time. I informed that of Boyd Gaming and I went back to work immediately. It has not been on my mind for the last 33 years, if that's the case. If that number's right. I was asked about it recently. I don't have much recollection other than that. The fact that for the next 14 years I did work in Nevada. I was very proud to, again, as I refer back to the Stardust days especially, carry a lot of notoriety and a lot of respect working with Nevada Gaming Control agents at that time. I was promoted during that time, and again, working with FBI out of Quantico, different law enforcement, and I really became a respected member of the community in gaming. I spoke out very prominently about supporting the regulatory environment because at that time there was an allegation or a betting scandal at Arizona State University, if you recall, if you may not, in the 90s, late 90s. I was one of the individuals, along with other sportsbook directors, who brought that to light, brought that to attention. We notified the Gaming Control Board, and that was the catalyst to be able to ensure that there was no betting scandal further after that incident. But that was one of the aspects that I spoke about very prominently, how the regulatory environment worked, the oversight worked. There were some prominent politicians who spoke out about betting at that time and were trying to abolish betting here in Nevada. But I was very outspoken. I lead that too because I was also asked about in 2002, I was told I was put on a list by the NCAA as a tout. I don't recall that. I don't recall being asked about it. It would have been as meaningless to me then as it is now. I wasn't a tout. I was actually one of the most well-known odds makers in the country. Everybody knew who I was, what I did, where I worked for, or where I worked at, who I worked for. I simply gave betting information on the TV, on the radio, on newspapers, just as they do today. As I watched the game the other night, they gave all their selection who's going to win the game. That's basically what I did. I did speak prominently against the NCAA's wishes at that time in favor of legalized sports betting in the regulatory environment here in Nevada, and that might have had a role in it, but I truly just don't recall. I've had a distinguished, respected career over the last 36 years. I'm very proud of that, but I'm really very proud of the success that it's really based on the people I work with. I work with great leadership, great organizations, inspiring people. That is more meaningful to me than really the work. It's about working with the people. And so with that, I'll conclude and I'll see if you have any questions.
Thank you for that presentation, and thank you for making the affirmative representations regarding the two problematic items in your background. I will say that those things happened a very long time ago, both of them, and that you've led a distinguished career since then, and there was no more follow-up after the things you mentioned, and so they are no longer issues, and I believe that I don't believe that it will be an issue moving forward. The concern, though, is the candor and openness in presenting those issues to our staff when they ask about them. So that was my concern, but I'm happy to move forward with your application. I don't have any further concerns.
And I appreciate you raising that, so we didn't have to prod and probe because it was highlighted in our report. Just questioning the questioning that went on between you and our agents and understanding what happened back then and your lack of remembering, which is understandable 30 years ago or 20 in some cases. So I didn't have any other questions on that. I did want to talk a little bit on your background though, because we were talking earlier about the success that Hard Rock AC has had now. You've obviously were part of that. So you went there straight away when the Seminoles had acquired. Sorry, go ahead.
I was there 4 months after. The property opened on June 28th, and I went to the Hard Rock Atlantic City in, I think, late October of 2018. So I was there a short time after. But yeah, the property's had immense success. So there's a great team there, most importantly, and yes, very proud of we have the largest gains in gaming revenue of any property, the most hotel rooms occupied, even though we didn't have the most hotel rooms. And I could go on, but I really am fortunate to be a leader of the property with a lot of great people working there.
I just want to point out that because Borgata was always the clear leader in the market, right? And you were right there at senior executive management. Were you the general manager?
I was a senior vice president of operations.
So you're part of that, senior team.
Correct.
You leave, and no disrespect to the Taj, but it was kind of a dog. You guys come in there, and now, wow.
Yeah, I've had a lot of success, and I'm very proud of that. But again, I've had great leadership to be able to learn from at Boyd and with the company Hard Rock International and at Wallet Seminole in Tampa. So very proud of that. Yes,
seems to be a trend, is what I'm seeing. With the Seminole Nation's success in being able to build that business gaming and otherwise. So again, I just wanted to point that out because it
Thank you
was
very much. I appreciate it.
came out very clearly to me.
Thank you.
Are you currently assisting with hiring? Is that right?
We are, the current MGM organizational structure had a lot of oversight over that property. So when they step out, we step in, we have to fill a lot of those corporate roles, especially human resources department, the marketing department, the internal audit department, the purchasing department, the compliance department. So we're going to have more of a property run organization. So we are hiring, I think it's stated about 100, maybe a few more people to walk in the door on day one. So very involved with that, very involved. Right now we have almost 150 people coming here over the next 2 weeks to work on the transition. And I want to recognize MGM for their cooperation during the process, working very importantly with them as the technology changes, change from the MGM reward system to the Unity system as an example, from the IGT current system to a cloud system as an example. So we're trying to do that, work very hard to ensure as least of a disruption as possible while staying open during that time.
So the hiring process is going well.
It is going well. There's a few people, and there were 70 open positions currently today as an MGM property right now. So we'll be continuing to operate that. But I believe, as I saw in Atlantic City, when over the last couple of years, when there was a real hiring issue, we would have 3 times as many people showing up at our property as versus the other properties because of the efforts that Mr. Allen and the team have made. So I think that reputation will be very helpful for us, and I think people want to work for Hard Rock. And so I don't think there'll be any issue about hiring the individuals, especially once they see some of the renderings that you've seen today.
All right. Thank you. Any further questions?
Yeah, I think we've covered every angle of this application and all facets of what your plans are for the operation, at least what you know of at this point. I was actually going to engage you on what your plans were for the property, but Mr. Allen already covered all of that. I know you guys.
He's a tough act to follow.
I know you guys are going to get in there and get under the hood and see what other changes are needed for the operation. But I guess we're kind of at the closing because I didn't have any other questions.
Have questions for you, but we do have a withdrawal and another item.
And Madam Chair, Member Katsaros, just to clarify, I know both of you know this for sure, but for the benefit of the record for the commission, obviously Mr. Lupo takes his investigation licensing extremely seriously. 2 things I would just like to note. First off, the issue of him placing a wager 35 years ago, he did not do that for compensation. There's no exchange of money. He did that for his boss. So there was no quote unquote messenger betting present. And secondly, the issue of the NC2A naming him as a tout, the NC2A has always sort of taken an anti-gaming position, and naming someone as a tout doesn't carry any illegal connotation or merit to it at all. It was just something they labeled him because he was vocal in the sports betting industry.
Thank you. I appreciate that because that's good to get that on the record, because without full context of others seeing it, they might think there was something there. But
yeah,
for pointing that out.
Good job. Madam Chair, how would you like to proceed? We do have that withdrawal and then closing, of course.
Let's address the withdrawal.
That would be Mr. Eater's application. I think Madam Secretary read it into the record. I should probably just step back. It's not ours. On behalf of Hard Rock, you have the records in terms of what happened. He was let go during the course of the investigation. I understand that he did get a notice to appear. I don't see him on video yet, but he was provided with a notice, and he's been told what withdrawal means and how that process works. There he is. So I'll just take a seat for a moment.
Hello, Mr. Eater.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you. And yourself?
Doing well. I have Member Katsaros here with me today, and have you been listening in?
Yes, I've been listening in since noon.
Okay. So I just wanted to talk about the circumstances that led to you requesting a withdrawal. Can you provide a presentation regarding that?
Sure. As stated, I'm no longer an employee of Seminole Hard Rock Holdings LLC. And so based upon the fact that I'm no longer an employee, I do not wish to request a license at this point. So I want to withdraw my application for a license.
Okay. Would you provide further context as it relates to the circumstances that led to your withdrawal or request for withdrawal?
The circumstances that led to the request are based upon the fact that I'm no longer employed. I was terminated from the organization, and I no longer need or desire to be licensed for gaming in the state of Nevada.
All right. Well, thank you for that presentation. I appreciate it. So it appears that a member of the Seminole tribe accused you of conducting yourself inappropriately as it relates to your oversight of risk insurance portfolio for Hard Rock. He believed that his insurance company was not given a fair opportunity to win Hard Rock's business during the 2016 RFP process, and that someone who you were familiar with at Willis, the company Willis, ultimately won the RFP process, and that your relationship with them had something to do with it. And so do you want to provide any information in relationship to that?
Sure. In 2016, we ran an RFP. The individual that was making the accusation, I don't even believe, put in for the RFP, meaning that he didn't have a company to put forth for that service. The RFP was put out. We invited, I believe, at least 4 firms to that. There was a committee that reviewed all the RFPs and the presentations, and the committee voted upon who they thought was the best fit for the service. I was not a voting member of that committee.
You were not able, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
I was not a voting member of that committee to award the RFP.
Did you have any influence over the RFP process?
No, all I did was prepare the RFP, and thereafter the committee reviewed it. We brought them in for the presentation, and they scored it. Based upon the scores, that was awarded the actual work.
Okay.
Further, that information was brought forth when we provided a resolution to the tribal council, along with the scores and along with the contract that was proposed.
But what is your understanding as to why you are no longer employed with Hard Rock?
I believe the issue is more in terms of the taking of a trip with the individual from Willis, and the individual paid for the trip. And so therefore I breached our policy in terms of gifts.
What is the policy as it relates to gift acceptance at Hard Rock?
I believe it's $100 for gifts.
And so would you like to provide an explanation? Are the allegations that that a trip was paid for over that amount, are they true?
It is true, but the plan was that I was going to repay the individual after the trip was completed, and we were in the process of trying to true up the expenses.
Is it true that initially Hard Rock planned to allow for you to resign, but they later changed that?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because they found that the trip was not paid for at the time, and that I had received or provided them information that that I paid for the trip when in fact I had not.
Okay. Member Katsaros, do you have any questions?
I didn't have any questions for Mr. Eder. I understand the situation there. I'm comfortable with my understanding of it, so I didn't have any further questions on this one.
Okay, so I guess we can move on with the application. There was another item that I wanted to address.
Sure, we absolutely can. Yeah, and I would recommend that when you take the motions as a whole, of course, perhaps taking the series of Hard Rock and related individuals first and doing the request to withdraw last. Madam Chair, you mentioned another item.
Yes, so there was an issue with an employee, another issue with employee Juan Martinez. This was in the news. Can you address that issue?
Sure, we're happy to address that. I think Mr. Allen is prepared to address that item.
Madam Chair, members. So unfortunately, yes, we did terminate Juan Martinez. Juan was a 17-year employee, and frankly, at the highest caliber. Juan did something that unfortunately crossed the line where there's just no gray area, and it was very difficult for us to make the decision to terminate him. But let me take you through the circumstances. Juan was in the process of doing a large casino opening at our facility in Bristol. Simultaneously, we had opened a brand new hotel in New York City. And initially, Governor Hochul, the mayor, and many of the elected officials of New York City and the borough of Queens and other areas came to the event, including celebrities like John Legend, etc. The governor, unfortunately, was unable to attend. She developed COVID. So she called and said she's heard so much about the newest hotel in New York City, and she would love to come by and see it and celebrate it. At the same time, she asked if we could do some type of fundraiser for her campaign. She was obviously governor based upon Governor Cuomo stepping down from office. We said we would be happy to do that. We immediately went to our legal department and outside counsel. We sought guidance on how we would do that based upon, having a donation come in for Governor Hope. At the same time, Juan, frankly, not involved at all in the hotel division. Candidly, it was very open that there are the opportunities for downstate casino licenses. He was called on a Saturday saying, Juan, frankly, like we always work with our vendors, if you would like to donate to something, the event is happening, and I believe it was the upcoming Tuesday or Wednesday, but it was certainly within days. He unfortunately made a catastrophic mistake, and he sent out an email unbeknownst to us on his own, which he acknowledged. And he included language that basically stated that the gaming license in New York is, coming down to the final stretch. Frankly, we were not aware. And then there was a very small news article initially that represented, that there was a solicitation from Hard Rock based upon this particular fundraising event. We immediately went in through the compliance process. We got in touch with the IT department, and we did a complete search of all of our emails and candidly corporate positions at the senior level that would traditionally be involved in the approval of any donation, and all of the management in the New York non-gaming hotel. And candidly, we didn't find anything. But then we said, let's continue to look. And that's where, going further into our organizational structure, we found that Juan actually did send the email. He acknowledged he sent it. Very, very disappointing. But we said, Juan, we do not have any option here. Clearly, it was in violation of the process of soliciting a donation. He took this on his own to do so, and we did not actually offer him to resign. We actually terminated him from the company itself.
What exactly well, you don't have to tell me exactly, but what is Hard Rock's policy related to seeking campaign contributions?
First of all, it depends upon the jurisdiction. So in some jurisdictions, donations are allowed, in others they are not, or there's different caps and limits. But it's frankly, there's a donations policy where you have to go through. There needs to be 3 signatures acknowledging that there's a donation going to a particular PAC or fund or individual candidate. And in this particular case, because it was a governor's race, we actually did take it to outside counsel to ensure that we had the right language.
And what actions did you say you took after learning of the email?
We terminated one, a 17-year employee.
How did you first hear about the email?
There was a story in a very small publication that focused on online type activity, and that's where it initially was reported. And I think someone from our PR department, I'd have to go back and look at the file, made me aware of it.
And so what did you do then?
Frankly, immediately was alarmed, that something like this could happen. And being very candid, initially thought it was fictitious. And, it gets a little rough and tough sometimes between gaming companies competing for gaming licenses. So we initially thought that potentially it was just fiction. But as we dug more into it through our investigation, we uncovered that it was actually factual.
So you performed an investigation?
100%.
Okay. And what did that investigation entail?
It found that Juan Martinez actually did send an email. I believe it was like somewhere between 8 and 12 suppliers. And I think there was 20 some people that would have gotten copied of it.
And did you find anything else of concern during your investigation?
No, we did not. And for the record, Governor Hochul never, even prior to the hotel opening, have I ever had any conversations with her specifically about obtaining a casino license in New York. We met based upon a brand new hotel happening in New York City, and frankly, hiring people in a very challenging market. There's certainly no disrespect to New York, but coming out of COVID, getting things open, there was the whole issue of crime. It was really meant to be a positive relationship, and that's where those conversations started. We eventually did do the fundraiser, and at no time did the conversation of gaming ever come up.
Were there any other instances of campaign fund solicitation discovered?
I'm sorry, with who?
Of campaign fund solicitation? Any other instances discovered?
Not based upon the state of New York. We certainly have made donations to other elected officials through the process.
Within the company, I mean, something similar to what happened?
No, first time ever. Right.
Did you provide, what kind of corrective action did you take to ensure that your other employees were aware of the policy?
Number one, we obviously covered it at executive committee. We covered it at our management committee just to make sure that people are aware there's a process to go through. But more importantly, we instituted something now to be done. I don't know if we did it on an annual basis or quarterly basis, but a more frequent set of reminders rather than just the policy itself. We would need to verify the frequency of that. Yes. Well, yeah, we sent a memo to all directors and above reminding people of the policy.
So they're now aware of the policy, or they were
and it was
previously aware, but
it was a pre-existing policy, but candidly, I think in hindsight, I need to do a better job at reminding people of the policy.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that.
I didn't have any follow-ups on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there's only a couple other items. First off, we've reviewed the order, the second revised version, draft number 2, perfectly fine under the circumstances. In addition, we've been in dialogue with the compliance unit regarding the company's amended and restated compliance program, which we're essentially amending to incorporate Nevada-related requirements and standards. That process is in motion. Pam Brown's got that, and she's reviewing that as we speak. Those are the last two administrative matters I think we have. And I guess just in closing, I'll say I've been doing this for a long time. This is a historic day, and both of you are a part of that. I can't think of a better suited group of individuals and a more suited company to come in and to make this change at this particular section of Las Vegas. So we would just ask for your affirmative approval at this time.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll follow up on that since we're kind of getting to the closing here after a few hours. It is historic, and this is going to be the first sovereign nation, tribal nation to own and operate a strip property. Got a couple other somewhat similar examples here more recently, off property, management only, etc. One is owned and managed, but it is historic. This property itself is iconic in that it seemed to sort of trigger the rebirth of the strip, right? The new strip that we see today. And from all the materials that we have, and frankly, I'm very familiar in my prior life because I was on the supply side for a couple of decades myself. Very familiar with the Seminoles operation, the history, the success that they've had. We pointed out in Atlantic City. You're going to have, you've got competition in Florida. You've obviously been able to overcome. You've done that in Atlantic City too. And I have no doubt the success that they're going to have in Nevada as well. And this helps elevate our game. So this is good all around. So A, are they suitable? Absolutely. Nothing concerning in the background. But B, does this help Nevada too? Absolutely. This is going to elevate the game for everybody on the strip, and everybody's going to have to have their best foot forward, I think, because we've got a new competitor in town. So I welcome their entrance into the market. I'm happy to support the application there.
Thank you for that.
I'll add that I'm happy to be a part of this historic moment where it's the first time that a tribe will potentially, we haven't moved yet, but own a strip property. And I look forward to supporting the application.
And I think they look forward to working with you.
Thank you. And with that, I will take a few motions, I believe.
I only have two.
Two motions, a couple, sorry.
All right, so we'll do the first one first, I guess. Why don't we get rid of why don't we handle the withdrawal first?
Okay.
And in terms of where my head is on this one, I'm happy to grant the withdrawal without prejudice. So that's what my motion is going to be.
Okay. Chief Caruso, might you explain to us the difference in a withdrawal with prejudice versus without prejudice?
Well, the withdrawal without prejudice would allow him to reapply.
Mm-hmm.
If it's with prejudice, I believe it's a year until he can reapply.
With prejudice, it's a year before he can reapply?
Correct.
So I am, I think that I am of the mindset that it may be with prejudice, just given the presentation or lack thereof today, and not really willingness to participate in this process today, in addition to the attempt to cover up the actions that he already had taken against Hard Rock policy that led to his termination. So
yeah, so where my head is that we didn't get far enough in the investigation to really work through that. And from what I know of what's happened so far, that was the one issue. And for me, that doesn't rise to the level of a withdrawal with prejudice. But that's just my personal view, obviously.
In the what investigation are you referring to?
So we did commence an investigation because he did have an application on file. And so as part of that, this is all we have at this point. So at this point, we don't really know his whole history or not. So for me, it's just a bit of a stretch for me to say, well, we're going to allow you to withdraw, but it's going to be with prejudice. And so you can't apply again into Nevada for another year. I suspect he probably won't anyway, but I just don't want it to elevate it to that based upon what I have in front of me. For me, I'm not comfortable with that.
Well, I actually asked him while he was on camera whether or not the allegations were true, and he said yes.
Oh, no, that's clear to me. But as far as the totality and the circumstances of it, that's not the way I would want to dispose of this application, given that we haven't gotten into an investigation to know his full background. So perhaps this is the only thing in his background that was ever troubling. It would certainly seem to suggest that he had been a longstanding employee with the Seminoles without issue, or at least it never rose to this level. So I just don't have enough information to go to to make the jump, to make a recommendation with prejudice. That's where I'm at.
Okay, and for me, I think this is enough for him to be out, even if the investigation didn't reveal any additional issues. I think this incident of accepting the gifts and then the attempted cover up afterwards, which was likely worse, especially given his position of trust. Um, I think that rises to the level of withdrawal with prejudice, which would prevent him from reapplying for another year. And so I think with that, it would probably be best for us to refer it back and to table it until we have a board of 3.
Well, I think, well, it's certainly your prerogative. I think I could still make a motion. It would then get rejected, and then it could still go up to the, no? Okay.
Withdrawals are only determined by the board. The commission
So
does
then
not
they
hear
wouldn't-
withdrawals.
okay,
So
so, yeah.
unless you can agree, then you would have to table it or refer it back until such time as there's 3 of you.
And I will note in his, at least, what he had represented was he was going to pay it back. I'm not arguing whether he violated policy. It would seem that he probably agrees, as do the Seminoles, that he did violate the policy. But again, it's just too much of a jump for me to give him that taint without having a more full picture of his background and the circumstances, since we didn't really fully investigate this. So
Understood. What I have in my report is sufficient for me without additional, and what he admitted to. So we'll go ahead and refer this one back as far as the withdrawal is concerned.
Okay.
And then we have another motion we need to make.
yeah, and then I will move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to draft number 2 of the company's order of registration dated November 29th, 2022. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Watkins?
Aye.
Everyone here thanks you for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you. So next up, can we have non-restricted item number 2? We'll take care of this quickly and then do a break. Oh, okay. Do you think you have a lot of questions on this? Do you have a lot of questions on this? No. Okay. We'll handle this one quickly if that's okay.
Couldn't have been something I said.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of MGM Resorts International and Mandalay Resort Group LLC for amendments to their order of registration. It is also the application of Mandalay Bay LLC doing business as the Mirage Racebook and Sports Pool for licensure to operate a satellite racebook and sports pool and to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Hey, good afternoon, Chair Watkins, Member Katsaros, Secretary Rupert. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. With me is Pat Madamba, Senior Vice President and Legal Counsel for MGM Resorts International. I do want to congratulate you on your appointment to chair. I want to make sure I don't forget that. It's been a long morning turning to the afternoon.
Not our fault.
No, I understand. And also wanted to recognize Amber Bastrop, the agent that worked on our item, which was a companion item to the first one. She did an excellent job working on ours. And if it's okay with you, I thought I'd just sort of summarize what this is, and then we can answer any questions you may have. And essentially what's going on here is at the moment, MGM operates its own sports books, and the Mirage Sportsbook is connected to the central site book at Mandalay Bay as an outstation. And outstations are when it's a sister property, it's under common ownership. With the change to the Hard Rock, upon them obtaining ownership, they want MGM to continue to operate and offer the sports books. So it's converting the outstation to a satellite location. And that's essentially what this is. It doesn't require a change of internal controls with audit or anything like that. It's just really, it's business as usual just to accommodate offering a sports betting amenity.
It's imperceptible. Sure. It's an imperceptible difference to the customer, and frankly, to a large extent, to the employees.
Okay, is that
Uh,
at the end of your
That's kind of it. I will say the draft order registration dated November 3rd, 2022, draft one is acceptable. The conditions, Agent Astrup went over those with us, and conditions are fine as well.
I think we have 5 of them. Or sorry, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Could you say again, was it the draft number 1, November
Draft
3rd?
number one, November 3rd, 2022.
Perfect.
And the staff will remain in place since it'll continue to operate.
Correct. The staff will remain in place, but they'll be, when Hard Rock purchases Mirage, the employees in the sports book will become Mandalay employees. So they're part of the central site book. But beyond that, nothing's going to change.
Okay,
Sounds good.
any questions on this, member?
Nope.
All righty, well, I'm happy to take motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to draft number 1 of the company's 57th revised orders of registration dated November 3rd, 2022, and conditioned as follows. The licensee must comply with Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090 as it relates to the submission of an adequate internal control system and compliance with the minimum internal control standards for a computerized race and sports pool. Prior to the commencement of race and sports and/or pari-mutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and 22.040. Any change in any agreement or the creation of any new agreement between Mandalay Bay LLC and the Mirage Casino Hotel LLC must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. The surveillance system must be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. And lastly, except as otherwise provided for the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee, the ticket writers must be employees of MGM Resorts International.
All righty.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Watkins?
Aye.
Thank you as always.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. We are going to move on to non-restricted item number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of BC Technologies LLC doing business as BC Technologies for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor and as an information service. It is also the applications of Vahagan Badalian, Bruce Murati, Armin Vardanyan, and Vahe Badalian for licensure as member, manager, key executive, key employee, and or lender as noted on the agenda.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Watkins, Board Member Katsaros, Secretary Rupert. For the record, I'm Scott Scherer of the law firm of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing today on behalf of the applicants. With your permission, Chair Watkins, I've prepared an affirmative presentation with regard to these applications.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. And first of all, I want to begin by thanking Senior Agent Charlotte Ballinger, who headed up the most recent investigation, along with Senior Agent Scott Widmar and Supervisor Olya Kolesnikova. This has not been an easy investigation, especially with the travel involved and the required translation of documents. So we truly appreciate their professionalism and determination to get this investigation completed by today, or so that we can be on the agenda. Now, the business BC Technologies is seeking licensure as a manufacturer, distributor, and operator of an information service. They want to provide a proprietary race and sports betting system to Nevada racebook and sports pool operators, and they want to provide suggested lines and odds through that system to their customers. Customers will have the ability to accept, reject, or change any of the suggested lines and odds. And if you'll bear with me, this has been a long, as the Grateful Dead would say, what a long, strange trip it's been. So I'd like to kind of go through some of the history of these applications. For this startup company, it's now been a challenging 4.5-year journey. BC Technologies, Vahagan Badalian, and Bruce Murati were granted 2-year limited licenses in June of 2018, subject to 6 conditions. 5 of those conditions had to be fulfilled prior to issuance of the licenses. So the 5 pre-licensing conditions required: first, that Vahagan Badalian submit documents evidencing that he had the proper visa to conduct business in the United States. So he was in a kind of a chicken and egg situation there. The visa, to get the visa, he had to show that he was able to do business in the United States, which required him to have the license. So once he obtained the limited license, he was able to get the proper visa, and he provided that to the Gaming Control Board in compliance with that condition. BC Technologies was required to have a key employee to oversee the manufacturing and programming of the systems. So the company's technical director and product manager, Armin Vardanyan, who is on your agenda today for licensing as a key executive, filed his application in compliance with this condition in December of 2018. Armin is here with us today. Condition number 3, the company is required to provide evidence of its independence from BetConstruct, and the company provided that evidence in late 2018, satisfying Chair Morgan at the time, who reviewed and administratively approved it in early 2019, complying with that condition. Vahe Badalian, who is Vahagan's father, whose loans allowed Vahagan to start up the company, was required to file an application for finding of suitability as a lender. Vahe filed that application in late 2018 and is on your agenda for approval today. I want to thank you for allowing Vahe Badalian to appear by Zoom. I believe he's with us from Yerevan, Armenia, on the screen today, although I will say it is now almost 1:30 in the morning in Yerevan. The 5th condition, BC Technologies was required to post and maintain a revolving fund in the amount of $25,000 to fund investigative reviews of the company. BC Technologies funded that revolving account, and it remains in place today. And finally, there was a 6th condition, which was not required prior to issuance of the licenses. It required BC Technologies to submit its software to the technology division for review. BC Technologies fulfilled all of the 5 conditions required prior to licensing, and the licenses were granted in early 2019. BC Technologies recently submitted its system to the technology division and has begun a dialogue with the lab engineer assigned to review that submission. During the course of the prior licensing investigation, and while it fulfilled its pre-licensing conditions, BC Technologies' field trial location changed operators, and the new operator decided not to go forward with the field trial. As you know, the company could not formally submit its system without an agreement for the field trial location. As it was seeking a new field trial location for its software, the industry and much of the world shut down due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Even after the industry reopened, finding a new field trial location without being able to hold in-person meetings and to demonstrate its software and explain why it's an improvement over the existing technology made it difficult to find a new business partner willing to host the field trial. Additionally, after having a series of short-term limited licenses, having a series of short-term limited licenses did not engender the confidence in potential partners that the company would be able to provide a long-term sportsbook solution. So there were a number of obstacles that the company had to overcome. The 2-year limited license, the original 2-year limited license was set to expire in June of 2020. Due to the COVID-19 shutdowns and restrictions, the investigations division was not able to complete the renewal investigation by that time. So the board and commission agreed to extend the limited license for 6 months to December of 2020, showing all of us what little we knew about the pandemic at the time. But then travel restrictions, especially the international travel restrictions, were still in effect, and the investigation division was not able to complete all of the investigations, including the individual investigations of Armin Vardanyan and Vahe Badalian to its usual standard without being able to travel. So the limited licenses were extended for another year to December of 2021, and then again until December of 2022, which brings us here today. In 2015 and 2016, prior to the Supreme Court decision striking down PASPA, Soft Construct, the gaming software company owned by Vahagan's father and uncle, evaluated the U.S. sports betting market and decided that the Nevada market, which was the only market, legal market in the U.S. at the time, was not large enough to generate a sufficient return on investment to be worth pursuing. Vahagan, who had recently graduated from university in the UK, looked at the market and decided he wanted to start his own small business to serve the Nevada market. As a young man, he could contribute both sweat equity to improve the return, and he was willing to accept a lower initial return on investment in order to get the business started. He convinced his family to support him in that venture and began working to make it a reality. Vahagan has followed his dream for more than 5 years, doggedly pursuing it and overcoming numerous obstacles. He chose to come to Nevada to seek licensing and start a business here. From Nevada, he hopes to expand his business throughout the United States. But he hasn't done it alone. Vahagan's father, Vahe, has financed Vahagan's dream and submitted himself to the Nevada licensing process to support the company. I don't think any of them expected it to take this long to get the business going, but Vahagan's family has stuck with him throughout. Vahe has his own very successful companies, gaming, financial, and agricultural businesses in Armenia and throughout Europe. His companies have been licensed in numerous jurisdictions, including the UK, Armenia, Malta, and numerous others. Vahagan brought in Bruce Marotti, an industry veteran who has been licensed several times. I think he told me this is his 7th time through the process. One of Bruce's companies started up and then sold a highly regarded sports betting software product in Nevada. So Bruce understands the Nevada market for sports betting systems. Armin Vardanyan worked for Soft Construct before resigning to immigrate to the United States after his wife obtained permanent resident status here. In Armin, Vahagan had someone who's already familiar with the core software, had the capability to oversee the process of adapting the software for the U.S. market, and was already planning to relocate to the United States. Recently, BC Technologies has found another business partner in the MISPA Club who has agreed to host the field trial. MISPA's application for approval to operate a sports book is currently pending. So this board and the commission will have another opportunity to review the business model and relationship between the MISPA and BC Technologies when the MISPA's application is heard. We know that there is one area of concern in the investigation, and we'd like to address that concern up front. When he was 15 years old, Vahagan attended a school in Cambridge, England. The school was a college preparatory school where he hoped to take his A-level exams, qualifying him to attend a university in the UK. While he had passed the English as a second language exam before he left Armenia, his mastery of English was not as strong as necessary at that time. He was a teenage boy living away from his parents for the first time, pursuing an advanced course of study for his age in his third language. Admittedly, he was having difficulty. At some point, a requirement was imposed for Vahagan to have an administrator sign a form each day when he arrived at school. On at least a couple of occasions, the administrator was not there when he arrived, and not knowing what he should do, he signed the form on behalf of the administrator and added the time that he arrived. Further complicating matters, he had met and started going out with a young woman who was older than he was, and who had also started going out with an even older man. The older man was not happy about Vahagan's involvement and indicated that Vahagan should stay away from the young woman. This disagreement ultimately resulted in an altercation, which occurred just before Vahagan was scheduled to return to Armenia for the Christmas holiday. Vahagan ended up with cuts and bruises and a broken ankle. He was in the hospital for several hours the night before his flight home. In light of all the circumstances, he and his family decided that he would not return to the UK for the second semester. He did not complete the course of study. He never took the exams, so he did not technically fail the course. In his mind, it was essentially an incomplete. The area of concern results from the fact that Vahagan failed to disclose this school in Cambridge and his brief residence in Cambridge on his application. When completing the application, Vahagan misunderstood the question. He thought that he only needed to disclose schools where he had either graduated or failed as part of his education. He was only at the school in Cambridge for 2 to 3 months and did not complete any course of study. He did not take any official exams and did not receive any grades. For that reason, he did not consider it part of his educational data, which is the heading above that question in the multi-jurisdictional personal history disclosure form. When questioned about whether he had attended other schools in a recent interview, his attendance at the Cambridge school did not come immediately to his mind. He was confused and did not know what Senior Agent Ballinger and Supervisor Kolesnikova were asking. Once he realized, however, that they were talking about the school in Cambridge, he understood that he'd made a mistake in not disclosing it in his application, when he would have had the time to review his records and make sure that the information was accurate. Frankly, he panicked. He did not clearly recall all the details of his attendance at the Cambridge school and did not want to speculate and say something that was not accurate. So he said that he did not remember. And that has been consistently my experience with him, is that he does not want to say anything that's not accurate. So he will frequently ask me if we, as we discuss what should be said, he'll frequently ask me not to say it a certain way because he doesn't want to say something that might not be completely accurate. For example, in discussing the altercation with the older man, the police report, as I read it, says that it seems to indicate that the older man was the aggressor. And Vahagan didn't want to say that. He wanted to say there was an altercation because he doesn't remember clearly, and he didn't want to say anything that might not be accurate. So I think that was the same thing that was going on with him in the interview. As they discussed it further in the interview, it refreshed his recollection somewhat, and he ultimately provided as much information as he could recall at that time, and followed up by reviewing his records and discussing the events with his parents to further refresh his recollection, and then provided a more detailed explanation of the events. Vahagan has learned an important lesson from this incident. He now understands that he needs to disclose everything that fits within the wording of the question, regardless of what he thinks the intent of the question may be. He and I have had a discussion about how he needs to respond to a question when he does not recall all the details clearly, that he needs to tell the agents that he doesn't recall clearly, but here's what he does recall, and that he will follow up and he will get the accurate information. And he understands that now. As for the events in Cambridge themselves, Vahagan was a 15-year-old boy, living thousands of miles from home, without parental supervision, taking an advanced course of study, and at the time, what was his third language. Does he wish he had handled himself differently? Absolutely. But even at his worst, he was not charged with a crime. In the fight where he broke his ankle, it appears that the police were going to charge the other man with the crime, but for the fact that Vahagan and his family decided that it was not worth having Vahagan return to the UK to testify against his assailant. And so he never completed a written statement, or never signed a written statement. Having taken blows to the head and broken his ankle, he was likely given painkillers at the hospital and was possibly in shock. So it's not surprising that some of his recollections are a little fuzzy. Vahagan is here, and we'll be happy to answer questions about that event or about to the best of his ability or about his background as you see fit. But in conclusion, I'd like to say that Nevada prides itself on being a good place to start a business. We are asking you to give Vahagan and his startup company a full chance to bring a new sports betting system to the Nevada market, to let potential customers decide if the product is an improvement over the others currently available, and thereby determine the success of this company. In addition to Armin and Bruce, BC Technologies currently has 6 other employees. If they're able to get the system approved and obtain additional customers, they will hire additional employees in Nevada, salespeople, service people, traders, and software developers. His perseverance in pursuing this market and these licenses shows his commitment to Nevada. He originally moved his family here to pursue the business. They were visiting family in Armenia when the COVID-19 shutdowns took effect and decided to stay there until circumstances improved. Should he be successful in growing the business, Vahagan intends to move his family back to Las Vegas to pursue it full time. Vahagan, Bruce, Vahe, and Armin all appeared at previous board and commission meetings and have introduced themselves, but it has been such a long time that they, if you would like, they're happy to introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about their backgrounds. Because of the late hour in Armenia, we would respectfully request that you take Vahe Badalian first among the individuals and allow him to depart once you have finished your questions for him. So we'd be happy to answer any questions either now or after hearing from the individual applicants. Please let us know how you'd like to proceed.
Let's go ahead and open it up for questions now, and then we'll do the individual applicants next. Member Casaros, would you like to get us started?
On the corporate side first, you said? Or did you want to deal with Mr.
We're not going to take individuals yet.
Oh,
go ahead.
All right.
Just, yeah.
No, just give us an update on the businesses. I appreciate the opening, just the background. I've read some reports and everything, and I have my timeline here, but it helps to bring things back to the forefront of the sequence of events. Tell me where you guys are at right now in terms of
Excuse me,
development.
Member Katsaros, your microphone is not on.
Oh, thank you.
I still heard the question.
Okay, you heard it. Nobody else did.
So
basically just looking for an update right now.
Yeah, happy to give you an update. And then Vahagan and Bruce are both here so they can correct me if I'm wrong.
And I will like for them to come up at a certain point and reintroduce themselves.
Absolutely.
Because I haven't met all of them, frankly.
So my understanding is that they have agreed on a field trial location with the MISPA. That will be a kiosk only operation initially. They have submitted the software to the technology division. It's just in the very early stages of review. The MISPA is not currently approved for race and sports, so they have their application for a sports school pending. That will come before you sometime in the new year. They have also looked at opportunities in other jurisdictions, and they are pursuing those opportunities, and obviously would like to serve those other jurisdictions if possible from here in Las Vegas.
So one of the concerns that's kind of seemed to be a common theme here that was raised through the investigation was the platform itself. From my knowledge, I'm somewhat familiar with BetConstruct from being in the industry.
Right.
But my understanding was that the platform that is being sought for deployment within Nevada and perhaps other parts of North America, it is essentially the same platform. And as you mentioned a minute ago, and it's being customized in order to fix the gaps that might be inherent in a sort of international type of system that needs to be more US focused.
Yeah. One of the things that his family did for Vahagan and for BC Technologies was grant him a license to the soft construct. You have BetConstruct, soft construct. Soft construct is actually the software house, but license to use the software. And to adapt that software, make modifications to it. But that the license agreement gives them full rights, exclusive in North America, to use that software, to modify that software as they see fit, essentially to assume responsibility for that software. And I know you've been through that drill before. But yes, it was originally developed by Soft Construct. It is being adapted by BC Technologies, both with Bruce and Armin.
Mm-hmm.
Armin leading that charge, and then also they have additional developers on staff of their own that are doing the adaptation, and we'll be responsible for the software.
So they'll be responsible then for the adaptation and as well as any additional enhancements, future development, coding that's needed for that,
Yes,
not the bet construct side.
correct.
Because one of the things that was raised was in fact the agreement and whether or not, and I didn't go through the particulars of it other than to understand they have a license agreement for it. I will say I can often see the clash of cultures around the world with people looking at the US often wondering why an agreement for this needs to be 100 pages, where in other markets it might be more common for one or two. Just the nature of the beast, doing business in different places, that's the way it is. So I won't call into question the length of it, but I want confirmation on that they have unfettered sort of access. They have a full license to utilize that software, take it, commercialize it, adapt it as they see fit within Nevada.
Yes, that's correct. Not only within Nevada, but within North America.
Sure. I'm only
That's
concerned
correct.
with Nevada at
Yep.
this point, but even better. Because that is a concern. And the sort of delineation and the break between Bet Construct and Vahagen, if you don't mind, I'll refer to you as your first name so we don't get confused. On this side of the ocean and commercializing it here, because that's a concern, that's a question. It's always been something out there that we're wondering: do we have two independent companies? I get personally the struggles and what's needed in order to start up a new business, in order to go into a new market. I've done it on countless occasions, so I get that, and that doesn't give me pause in terms of the, I don't want to say skeleton crew, but the small crew that you have. It's not for the faint of heart, especially with what you're trying to do, commercializing the sportsbook platform and going to bat or going up against the competitors that we have in the marketplace. It's very competitive outside of the US as well as in the US too, here too. So I get that, but I want to understand where the break is between the Bet Construct side and the Hagen side on this side of the ocean.
Yeah, that they are independent of one another. And granted, Vahagen has worked for his father's uncle's companies.
Mhm.
He's got experience and background there. Armin has worked for Soft Construct. Some of the developers, I believe that they have, and Vahagen, correct me if I'm wrong, that he's hired in Armenia, previously worked for Soft Construct. So certainly the employees of the company have experience with Soft Construct. That's good because that's where the core software comes from. So they understand that core software already, but they are BC Technologies employees, and they're under Vahagen and Bruce's and Armin's supervision, not under the supervision of anybody at Bet Construct or Soft Construct.
And I'll say BC Technologies then, sorry, instead of just saying Vahagen, but you are the company. In terms of Bet Construct, then we have Vahe online right now. Could you just give us a breakdown? Because I know they're rather large, just a quick 30,000 foot view of where they have deployments with the platform.
Yeah, I think they have deployments all over Europe. They're licensed in Malta, and they have different platforms, and they have different companies. So they have an online betting company. They also have the software company that provides the sports betting software. They have companies that provide online gaming content and online gaming software. So they have a number of different companies and processes out there, but they are licensed in the UK. They're licensed in Malta. I believe Soft Construct is actually an Isle of Man company now. So
I just saw on LinkedIn they had a deployment somewhere in the Philippines. I mean, so it's tentacles reach far and wide.
Yes.
So
absolutely.
they're presumably, and I'm not focused on the online side of it. I'm just focused on the Bet Construct sportsbook platform, since that's what BC Technologies is looking to do here. We're not looking for an online gaming play, correct? At this point.
At this point, no. I mean,
So-
obviously, the only thing that's legal in Nevada is poker right now. So
And so they have a bigger development team, presumably, for Bet Construct.
I believe that
Soft Construct.
Soft Construct has a much bigger development team. Yes.
And so when they're making enhancements and upgrades and so forth, are they just getting pushed over to the BC Technology side of the aisle and tantamount to a third-party developer?
No, my understanding is they're not automatically being pushed over, but if there's something that BC Technologies thinks is a good enhancement that they want, obviously, I think there are discussions about whether that can be licensed to them as well.
Okay, and if has that happened yet?
I think it may have happened. No, Bruce?
No.
No. Come on forward and introduce yourself.
Now we'll need the transcriber to hear from you. Hello, Mr. Marati.
Hello.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Bruce Marati. I've been with the company since day one. I think I understand your question, and
Let me rephrase it a different way because I'll just get to the heart of it. What would you say to folks if we were questioning why is it that BC Technologies is trying to get a license in Nevada as opposed to Soft Construct or Bet Construct?
The main reason is the footprint that Construct has, or Soft Construct has.
Can we dispose of that right now? Bet Construct's just the sports betting side, right?
No,
Or
no,
that's not?
no,
Okay.
no. What, again, let's just use Bet Construct because it's the
easier
same
for
as
me.
Soft Construct. Yeah, that's just the name, the brand name. They have a platform that includes almost any type of online game, including sportsbook. So there is no Bet Construct standalone sportsbook anywhere in the world. Am I correct? Yeah, it's all part of one big platform.
Understood.
They provide everything from live dealer to slot machine to other people, their competition. So they are like a Yahoo. They provide not only their own technology services, but other people's as well, as part of one system where, let's say somebody wants to operate in France, which I think they have right now. They just use Bet Construct's platform for all their operations. The challenge we have right now in the US with all the states not understanding sportsbook online gaming is, to be honest with you, it's a mess. Nobody's making money. Few $1 billion of investors' money are lost. And now there is a bad taste in everybody's mouth because they don't understand how to deliver online gaming. So what Bet Construct has is one solution, one platform that delivers any type of game. It's like you have a menu. You can pick
And I don't want to get too much into Bet Construct. So they offer a white label service. I get that.
Yes.
So they've got all the different verticals. I was unclear as to where Soft Construct versus Bet Construct. It's not really germane. It's really just a sportsbook platform.
Yes. So they don't have a sportsbook standalone.
The question, though, would be is that they are a manufacturer and distributor in our world for the sportsbook platform. If I were to ask you, why is it that BC Technologies is getting licensed as to, say, the Bet Construct company, given that they are a manufacturer of the platform? And it would seem they've got a huge footprint. They're commercializing it everywhere. They've got a bigger staff of development team. Whereas over here, all of a sudden, we have a team of a few individuals completely separate, although it's essentially the same platform as at least as of this moment.
Yeah.
If I might, kind of that question, why aren't they getting licensed? I think it goes back to the fact that they granted this exclusive license in North America to Vahagan and his company when they thought that Nevada was the only market. And so they granted that exclusive license. Now that PASPA's been struck down and there's a much bigger market, they might have some interest in looking at North America, but they've already given this exclusive license to BC Technologies. And I don't think it's an unwillingness to get licensed. Obviously, Vahe, who's one of the key owners of Bet Construct, I mean, he and his brother, Vahe's filed his application. He submitted himself to this process. He's willing to get licensed and go through it. So, but it was that decision that was made back pre this, Murphy, that led to this particular situation.
It just begs the question because we have this large sort of conglomerate company out there that's all over the world doing nothing in North America, and then we just spring up a separate entity with a couple of folks that need to be licensed. Certainly Vahe is under consideration for licensure, but it would be a whole different ball of wax for us to then investigate and process an application that called for the licensing of Bet Construct. So again, the question is more of, are we just are we just creating something over here in order to avoid licensure of this bigger group over here, even though it's, they're kind of one and the same. I get we have a license agreement between that company and BC Technologies, But, even the question of, oh, can they avail themselves of this free development as the system continually gets updated and upgraded as it will need to be, as all systems are, that they just snatch it away. And then it's like, are we really arm's length here? I'm just trying to get comfortable with that because it's something that's been raised. And so just happy to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so I mean, again, that was the reason for the structure was, yes, I mean, it didn't make sense for BetConstruct to come and apply and go through the cost for Nevada sports only.
Yeah, we evaluated that. We talked to several gaming attorneys. I actually brought a representative from BetConstruct to meet with Nevada Gaming Control. I think one of the board members was there. Chief of Investigation was there. We had probably a 30 minutes discussion. This is 2015. And basically said, look, it's already a saturated market. Reversal of passport was not even in place. Nobody was thinking about it. The Supreme Court situation hasn't happened. So at the time, it just makes sense when Nevada already had all the sportsbook systems that it needed at the time.
But BetConstruct at that time said, no, we're not going to do it. We're not interested. And that's when Vahagan spoke up and said, I want to do it. And that's when he convinced his family to allow him to do it. So,
yeah.
So in terms of the enhancements in that's where I thought, Bruce is more familiar with what enhancements have been to the software. But, again, BC Technologies already has developers on staff. If they're licensed and moving forward with this product, they will hire more developers. And the plan is for them to be able to do their own developments and their own enhancements. Because the U.S. market, I think you've seen with a lot of the European operators coming over here, U.S. market is not the European market. The consumer is different. What they want, what they value is different. And so the development of this software enhancements that BetConstruct creates for the European markets or other markets around the world won't necessarily be things that BC Technologies wants to include in the software here.
And I can understand BetConstruct's thinking at the time in 2018 before the fall of PAPS. And I was nodding or shaking my head because I didn't think it was going to fall either. I will say a wiser man than I, of which there are many, was Joe Asher. And he's like, oh, yeah, I think it's going to fall. I'm like, I don't think so. Obviously, I was wrong. It won't be the last time. But with regard to that, I just want to understand that because even if there was a concern there, to what you just mentioned, Mr. Scheer, you could just do an assume responsibility type of structure, correct? And then have them be an IT service provider and supplying some of that support. Yes or no?
Yes. Well, I think potentially they could. I mean, they would be an independent contractor, which is allowed for under Reg 14. But again,
and just on that point, would it, in your view, allow them to then do code changes as directed by BC Technologies?
As directed by BC Technologies, yes.
Yeah.
And as
sometimes I think there's some,
but only in the development environment. In the test environment, not the live environment.
Sure.
So they would not be able to put things directly in the library. It would have to be reviewed, certified under Reg 14 by BC Technologies, which is why they have to have their own. They have Armin and their own people who are capable of reviewing those code changes and certifying that, yes, they comply with the Nevada standards before they got put into the live environment.
Okay. I'm comfortable on that point right now.
Okay. So BC Technologies has had 4 years to provide a product. Can you explain why that has not happened yet?
Well, they have the product, but they couldn't submit it until they had a field trial location. And their first field trial location had a manager or an operator in place that left that location, and a new operator actually resumed operation of that location. So, and the new operator did not want to host the field trial. They didn't want to go with the new system. They didn't want to host the field trial. So suddenly they lost their field trial.
I didn't understand what you said. Why didn't they want to host a field trial?
They had they were more interested in a different software product, and they didn't want to switch software products at that point in time. They decided they were just coming back in. It was a location that had it was Baldini's and Sparks, and had a different operator in there temporarily, a different manager in there temporarily that was interested in this product, thought it was an improvement on what was available there. That manager left, and the owner decided they didn't want to change software products at that point in time. They didn't want that disruption of changing products, and decided they didn't want to host the field trial, and they had a right to withdraw their consent to the field trial. So they did. Then, as BC Technologies began to look for a new field trial location, that's when COVID hit us. So it made it very difficult. I mean, there was no G2E, there were no gaming conventions where you could go and meet with potential customers. There were no in-person meetings where you could sit down and show them the features of the software. And additionally, their limited license was coming up. So if you're a sports book looking at a new software product and you're not sure that your supplier is going to be licensed 6 months or a year from now, you don't necessarily want to take a chance on that product. So it took a lot of work to find a new company willing to host the field trial. They finally have done that. And once they did that, now they've submitted the software. They have submitted the GLI as well, and gotten GLI 33 approval, which is the GLI standard for sports systems. But in terms of submitting to Nevada, they had to have a field trial location before they could do that.
And so it would seem to me that Vahagan would be here to help facilitate, the processing of this. But he's currently living in another country. Is that correct? Armenia.
Yeah, he's currently living. His family is currently in Yerevan, Armenia. Yes. So I said they went back there, happened to be visiting family back there when the shutdown of international travel hit during COVID, and then they decided just to stay there. But he is prepared to move his family back here once there's sufficient work for him to make it, where he can throw himself into it.
Once there's sufficient work here.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to, obviously, if he's not licensed, there's not a lot to do for him right now until the company gets licensed. So he's, I can let him speak for himself, but I get the sense that his wife is from Armenia. I'm not sure that, obviously moving to a new country is a big step. And I think if he can do some of it remotely, which right now there's not enough business to require him to be here full time on the ground, but he does travel here when he needs to, and he's willing to continue traveling here. And he's, like I said, he's willing to move his family here once, if they're successful in getting licensed and can get the company off the ground.
Okay, I have a couple more questions with regard to the business, and then I want to go to Vahi. It just processed for me that you probably meant to take him not first out of the individuals, but before the questions and you said it's 1:30 in the morning there. Yeah. So I'll ask these two questions and then we'll go to him. So the offices in Armenia, there's two offices in Armenia and Las Vegas, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and are there employees in those offices?
There are employees in the office in Armenia that are there every day. There are in Las Vegas, the office is, Bruce, I think, lives primarily in the San Diego area. Armin has been in Southern California, where he's got family. Again, there hasn't been much to do with the business, so they've been working, and people have been working remotely. So they've taken advantage of the ability to work remotely. And Vahagan, as you mentioned, has been in Armenia. But they're all prepared, I think, to do what they need to do. I don't know if Bruce will relocate, but I think Armin and Vahagan are prepared to relocate to Las Vegas on a full-time basis once the company if the company can get up and operating.
And BC Technologies and Vahagan are 100% reliant on the father. Is that correct?
In terms of financing, he is the sole financing. Yes, I mean, Vahagan, I think, has put some of his own money into it, but ultimately, the vast majority of it, yes, has come from Vahe, or from Vahe's family. Yes.
What is there a plan if that relationship becomes distanced, or if the father is no longer willing to simply give him money?
If he's no longer willing to, I think he is willing to continue, at least based on the discussions I've had with him, of extending additional credit. And there is credit that's been extended and will hopefully be paid back. And that's the plan, is to ultimately pay him back. But credit has been extended. And the last time we discussed it with him, he was willing to continue extending credit to allow Vahagan to realize his dream. I mean, he's seen his oldest son and wanting to give him an opportunity to realize that dream.
Are there other potential sources of funding outside of the father?
At this point, no, it doesn't. Vahagan is shaking his head no. I mean, obviously, if the company is successful and gets up and operating, then it might be able to obtain, commercial credit or equity investors. But at this point, at this stage where it has currently no revenue, no.
Okay, let's go ahead and go to Vahi.
Vahi, yes.
Would you does he have an affirmative presentation?
Oh, yeah, the question, and I didn't realize, I thought they might be together, but his counsel, Karine Hakobian, can she be admitted as well? Because she also, especially if you have any questions about his businesses, she's probably the most knowledgeable about the details of his businesses. So,
we promote it right now.
great, thank you. And Vahe, as we've mentioned, has a number of his own successful businesses, and Karine is now on as well. So we'd be happy to either have him give a brief introduction of himself, if that's what you'd like, or just answer questions.
That'd be great.
Vahe, if you would please tell us a little bit about yourself and your businesses.
Good afternoon. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Karina Hakopan. I am head of legal of Soft Construct Group, and I was assisting Mr. Badalyan during his investigation, and now I will translate Mr. Badalyan's speech and his introduction. Պարոն Բադալյան, ես պրոստը ներկայացրեցի, որ օգնել եմ ձեզ այս ամբողջ ընթացքում եւ կթարգմանեմ ձեզ հիմիկվա ելույթը, ուզում եմ ձեր մասին ներկայացնել պարզապես ընդհանուր ձեր կենսագրության հիմնական կետերը։
Ես ծնվել եմ 1970 թվականին, դպրոցը ավարտել եմ դպրոցը ավարտելուց հետո դպրոցը ավարտել եմ 1986 թվականին, այնուհետև ընդունվել եմ բժշկական ինստիտուտը, որը ավարտել եմ 93 թվականին։
Is there someone going to translate? I
Yes,
can't understand what she's saying.
Հետո սկսել եմ 89 թվականից 90 թվականից զբաղվել ենք ձեռնարկատիրական գործունեությամբ։ Ունեցել ենք բենզինալիքավորման կայաններ 4 հատ, այնուհետև հիմնել ենք վարկային կազմակերպություն 94 թվականին, այնուհետև 2003 թվականին հիմնադրել ենք խաղային բիզնես ընկերություն, որը հետագայում վերածվել է IT ընկերության նաև։
Vahe, can we ask you to hold on for just a moment? So Vahe speaks some English, but is certainly not fluent. And when his interview was done, I know fortunately Supervisor Kolesnikova was there, and they were able to communicate because they do have a common language that they both speak. And but so Karina is going to translate for him because he's just much more comfortable being accurate in his native tongue.
Yeah, I can't hear her. When she's speaking, I can't hear her. So.
Okay, then if you can hear me, I can translate the part that already Mr. Badalyan represented from his biography.
Նորից ասեմ, թե
Իսկ թարգմանեմ, ուզում եմ ստուգում եմ ինչ-որ բան։ Can I start?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So Mr. Badalyan was born in 1970 in Armenia, in Tajikistan. He graduated school in Armenia and then started his studies at Yerevan State Medical University. Graduated this in 1989. And at that time, he started his own family-based small business with settling fuel filling small stations. And late at early 90s, they started again their family business, incorporated pawn shops in Armenia, which later become one of the biggest and famous credit organization, universal credit organizations in Armenia. Later, in early 20s, they started their gaming business, being one biggest and first B2C gaming operators in Armenia. Later, this gaming B2C operation developed and became as B2B operation, and which developed and become that famous bet construct now. Միջև bet construct-ի մասը ձեր կենսագրության ներկայացրեցի։ As an update, which was the most recent update that we think that we need to mention, ուզում եմ բանկի վերաբերյալ նաև ասեմ, որ արդեն վերածվել է բանկի. In November 2022, that credit organization named Fast Credit Capital UCO Closed Joint Stock Company received license for banking activities here in Armenia, licensed by Central Bank of Armenia. And now the company allows to act as bank here in Armenia, in our Armenian market, which is the most important achievement of this family-based business and Mr. Badalyan's dream and plans.
Okay, thank you. Does that complete the presentation?
Yes. Do you have any questions from Mr. Badalyan?
No, that's okay. I don't have any questions. Member Casaros.
I do have the one question with regard to the Maltese company. There was recently, was it Vivaro or Vicaro? I can't recall.
Vivaro. Yes.
Vivaro. There was a somewhat notable fine there. Just wanted to get that on the record and get any clarification or update on what happened there.
Sure. Let me see if I can address that. So there were some concerns raised by the anti-money laundering authority in Malta with regard to the vetting of customers and know your customer requirements. They did impose a fine. They asked Vivaro to enhance some of their procedures and to change some of their procedures. Vivaro did that. They have remedied all of the violations or allegations that were made, and they have received from that authority, and I think it's the FIAU, but I'm not sure what it stands. I can't remember what it stands for, to be honest, but Karina may be able to answer that. But they have received a letter closing the investigation and saying that they have satisfactorily remediated all of the issues. So the fine is still outstanding. It is on appeal. I believe the company feels that the fine was excessive for the nature of the violations. So there is an appeal pending, but the investigation has been closed, and they've received a letter saying that they've properly remediated all of the violations and without prejudice to their pending appeal.
Okay, so remediated violations, appeal on the amount of the fine is still pending. Any glimpse into what the appeals look like in Malta these days in terms of initial fine? Is there typically a resolution like that is lesser or that happens quickly?
Karina is a lawyer, so she's much more familiar with that than I am. So I'll pitch that question to her.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me give a short introduction of this case. So inspection itself started from 2019, and later in August 2020, we received that administrative shortcomes decision from FIAU, and we represented detailed action plan of improvements of our operation there, which we successfully completed in February 2021. The action plan included updating of client risk assessment process, business risk assessment, client acceptance policies, automation transaction monitoring system, which we also implemented. the action plan itself, we completed, as I said, in February 2021. During all this period, we were contacting and cooperating with the authority, had a number of meetings, and after that long period of cooperation, we received like some kind of comfort letters from these authorities stating that the company recovered its operation and we fully comply with the local legislation. At the same time, we received that kind of comfort letter in March 2022 from MGA, our regulatory authority, in a written form stating that, again, the company is fully comply with that regulation, fully completed the action plan, and which is very important point I want to mention, that our license has never been suspended as our administrative, the shortcomings were pure administrative. We appealed the FIU decision in Court of Appeal of Malta, stating that this was not deeply analyzed and in adequate manner, the information provided by the company as some of the alleged shortcomings and instead reached conclusions which are incorrect. Now the appeal process itself is suspended because at the same time we have another proceeding at Constitutional Court. And once why this is suspended, because the short outcome of this Constitutional Court decision will have significant impact on our appeal proceedings. That's why once we finalize with our constitutional procedures, we will either the decision of FIU will be annullated and void, or will return to appeal stage at the Court of Appeal at Malta, and again argue our decision of FIU, which we think that the fine amount is too high comparing with our operation having in Malta, and the shortcomings itself are not that significant that was stated in our decision.
Okay, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. So it sounds like they received a letter from the Malta Gaming Authority as well as from FIU saying they had remedied all of the violations.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So no more questions for Bahe, Member Charles?
No, I don't believe I had anything else. That was the only sort of item that I think was of a noteworthiness in terms of his background. So thank you.
So we can let Bahe and Karina go to sleep.
I don't know about that. But
Karina looks like she's in the office.
She's in the
She might have
office.
to drive home first.
yeah, exactly.
You know, I will get on the record too. Our materials suggest that he's not a day-to-day sort of individual with that business either. He seems to be passive. Is that correct?
I think at this point, yes, he's much more passive.
I'm seeing a head nod over there. Okay.
With his businesses, he's involved. He's gotten into the agricultural business, and I think that's his primary business these days.
No, I didn't have anything else. Thank you.
Okay.
So we'd be happy to have Vahagan come forward and introduce himself, and then we'll have Bruce and Armin as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Vahagan Badelian, CEO, owner of BC Technologies. So brief introduction about myself. I have an undergraduate degree in business and management from University of Exeter in the UK. After I've graduated from the university, I've worked in my family businesses, both in non-gaming in the credit organization and in a gaming business. As well as I've set up, as Scott told in his introduction, that I've decided to do my own startup in Nevada. I've worked in my family business for about 4 years after I've moved to Las Vegas. After COVID started and I've moved back to Armenia. I'm also involved, besides BC Technologies, I'm also involved in the agriculture business of my family. We have right now about 180 hectares in total of orchard, which is about, I think, 370 acres. It's pears, apples, apricots, and cherries, and we have a project to increase it in the next 2 years to make it in total 300 hectares. So I'm involved in that project. Also, one thing I would like to highlight is that even before I graduated university, even before I graduated and started working in my family businesses in summer holidays when I was still at university, I would go to office and participate in meetings to learn about gaming from my uncle and other businesses from my father. So that's basically it for me.
And you mentioned earlier that you're currently living in Armenia. Right?
Yeah, yes.
Do you have this? Do you have any employees living in Nevada?
Right now, no, we don't. But right now we don't have any operation currently in Nevada. That's the reason. As soon as we have anything running, we plan to hire.
How involved have you been in communications with the technology division as it relates to your product?
Not mainly Bruce and Arman were in communication regarding that.
And how often are they in communication with our technology division?
So I know that we have submitted recently the software, and from the lab there was some questions came in, and we are preparing the answers to those questions. So we have been in contact with the lab division recently.
How often are you in communication, or members of your team in communication with?
I think so. With lab,
it depends of the week. We have a communication 2-3 times a week. It depends.
Would you disagree with the statement that you become involved with the technology vision, or your communication tends to coincide with the immediately before a board meeting? Would you disagree with that?
Sorry.
I would say that it took us time to prepare the software for the submission. So before that, we were trying to get the requirements that are for the software done, and as soon as we got it, we submitted it. So that's the, and we tried to do like as soon as we can.
Do you submit information the month prior to a board meeting? For instance, in April of 2020 prior to the June 2020 board meeting, or in November of 2022 prior to the December 2022 board meeting, and without much responsiveness in between?
So can you repeat the question?
So what I'm asking is are you only communicating with the board, or not communicating, but submitting information, requested information just prior to board meeting, such as for your board meeting in June 2020, or no, are you in constant contact with our board? To rephrase the question, are you in constant contact, or are you only committing just prior, or submitting information just prior to board meetings?
Yeah, I think the submission, the April 2020 and November of 2022 are both accurate in terms of when submissions have been made. So I think that's accurate. I think that they are attempting to respond, and maybe Bruce can address this to requests they get. I don't know that there's constant two-way communication, but again, it's they submit and then they respond to the questions as they get the questions. And I think it's true.
Is there a lull? Is there a time where there's not communication
There's
on the
certainly
behalf of BC Technologies?
there certainly was a lull when they had no field trial location
Mhm.
because they knew they couldn't submit until they got a field trial location. So there was no communication between whenever they lost the first field trial location and when they found the second. So there was very little communication during that time period. I think that that's certainly true that there was a lull there. But I think since they've gotten a second field trial location, they decided, again, what that was going to look like, which is a kiosk operation, adapted the software to fit that particular operation, and now have made a submission. And I think it's probably true that being on an agenda certainly creates a deadline, and all of us work better to deadlines. So I think they realized that, but I think the plan certainly is to, now that it's been submitted, to respond to the questions from the technology division and have regular communication.
Yeah, I would like to add something which is probably not clear. When we had the first field trial location, our software was going to deliver over the counter, meaning retail, the web, and mobile. And we were developing our own geolocation, which is part of our system that has nothing to do with that construct. And that didn't go through because the location which we were doing, we were going to do business with this operator, which was running the sports book of the casino. Now that relationship between them fell apart, and as a result, we didn't have a field trial location. When we found the field trial location, which is Mispa, they said, look, right now we're only interested in kiosk right now. So, but that kiosk situation wasn't part of our original plan. We had to go and redo some of the things we're doing so that it's geared towards kiosk. And when it comes to the Nevada application and submitting to Nevada, there are substantial reports that you need to meet. Typically in Europe, everything is in database. You can run things whenever you want, but in Nevada, you're required to run reports, which are according to GAAP and for public companies. So basically, we had this plan to submit for retail, web, and mobile, but our current field trial location right now requires something we didn't have, which is the kiosk, and that delayed, one of the reasons delayed the process. I don't know whether that explains it.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And if you will, Vagan, in relationship to your failure to disclose your education and your residences and being questioned by police, do you have responses? Do you have a response to that?
Yes. In case, so I would like to say that I understand that I've made a mistake. I'm sorry about it. But basically, in UK, in my time at UK, I didn't take any official exams. I didn't, with A levels, I didn't fail the course. So my understanding was at the moment that it was incomplete. And same with my residence. I was there for 3 months. So I made a mistake. I should have put it there. I thought that the period of time was short. That's why I've done it that way. Regarding the communication with the police, I did not remember the communication because after the incident, I went to the hospital and then from the hospital to home. I was it was a difficult day for me, so I didn't clearly remember what happened. And I was, for me on that day, the thing was that I broken my leg and that all thing that happened. So I didn't have it in my memory that I had any communication with the police on that day.
As it relates to your failure to disclose your education, there were a number of circumstances that surrounded that place or that resident or that location. And it seems coincidental that you failed to disclose your education and residence, as there were the 2 forgery or the, can you explain that situation as it relates to you signing something on someone else's behalf?
Yeah, so I had to, when I was coming to school, I had to, the administrator had to sign my attendance, the time that I have arrived to the school, and when I arrived, she wasn't there. So I have signed there where she was supposed to sign.
Okay, and that was on 2 separate instances.
I think it was 2 cases, yeah.
Was it?
No, it was, I think I had been on that thing, that attendance thing for maybe a week or 2, and then it was 2 times that it happened.
And what was there an investigation or something as a result of that?
So they saw it, and then it had, basically they saw that I have signed instead.
How were you made aware that they knew that you had forged
They
them?
told me.
Okay, and then what was the result?
As I remember, I think they wanted to extend the time I was in the either I was doing, as I remember, I was doing A levels, and then they changed my course to GCSE because of that, as I remember, or also they wanted someone from my family. As I don't remember the chronology of events, but they wanted a family member to come to UK to stay with me. That's more or less.
They wanted a family member to come
Yeah.
stay with you
Yeah, someone from a family. Yeah.
to kind of look after you, or what?
Yeah.
What was the reason for that?
In general, that I had difficulties. That's why I think.
Okay. So there were the forgeries, and then there was the fight where
The fight happened basically the day before I had to fly. So it wasn't part of the thing with school. It happened. I was supposed to fly on the next day, and the fight happened on that day, and the one day before it.
But at that time, you were you actually, your leg was broken. Is that
No. My leg was broken because of the fight.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
And then you were hospitalized.
Yeah, they took me to the hospital. Then I went back home by taxi, and I had my things, some of my luggage packed up. I continued to packing it up, and on the next day I flew back home.
Okay, and the police questioned you while you were at the hospital. Is that correct?
Yeah, it turns out yes, but I did not remember it because it was a very difficult day for me. So my mind was everywhere, and I wasn't feeling well on that day. So I remember people were a lot, like people were coming and asking me questions and etc. So
Okay, and so you didn't disclose this on your personal history disclosure. Is that right?
yes, I did not, but I did not. For me, it became clear that I had because I never kept it in my memories that I had like interaction with policing. At that case, and I never thought that I had like, because for me at the event was that I broke my leg because of the fight. So then when I think back, it would be logical that if you break your leg, then someone police would be speaking with you, and then I emailed the police there and got the report that I was. Yeah.
And then you were asked by various staff, though, after submitting the personal history disclosure, whether you attended another school. Is that correct? And a number of staff in different ways on multiple occasions. Is that right?
Yes, but so my understanding was that if I was graduated, I should put there that I was graduated, and
I understand that
yeah,
that's your understanding as it relates to personal history disclosure, but I'm asking you when staff asked you verbally in different ways whether you had ever attended another school, what was your response?
I said that I didn't, but also when I fill out the application, usually in my memory, I look what I have done after it. So I didn't think that I should go back there. I thought that it's that something like if I would have done masters, or that was at the moment what I thought. Yeah.
Okay, so for our suitability requirements, one of the elements is honesty, integrity, and having candor, to our staff and to us when you're before us is very important to the licensing process. So I would just, encourage you to, in the future, to be to come forward with the information you have and to err on the side of over disclosure. This was flagged as an issue for us, and it's concerning that you were asked on numerous occasions by various staff members in different ways, and you didn't reveal this. And then we find out that there are also instances of, either interaction with police or forgery issues as it relates to those, that location in that school. So I would just encourage you to have candor.
If I might, I think those numerous occasions, and yes, I think numerous is accurate, but it was all on the same day in a particular interview. So, and by the end, he had, disclosed what he could recall of those incidents. But yes, the first several times he was asked about that, he had said he didn't recall. And my understanding from his discussion with him was he didn't want to say something that was not accurate because he didn't recall the details very clearly. At first, he didn't know that they were referring to Cambridge incident. Once they asked, as you said, in different ways, he realized that that's what they were asking about, and then ultimately offered what he recalled. But we've discussed that he understands the importance of candor now, and that he should have been more candid initially in that interview. Well, initially on the application itself, and then in the interview.
Okay. And so previously, some of the concerns, so why it was referred back previously, correct? Or was it limited, or both?
It was limited previously. One of the applications was referred back because of a mix-up over what the intent of that application was. It's become one of the most commonly confused license categories, which is the information service, operator of an information service, as opposed to an information technology service provider. So we were asked at the hearing whether they were seeking an information technology service provider. They were not. They were seeking licensure as an operator of an information service. That application got referred back to staff while that confusion got sorted out. But otherwise, it was a limited license for the remaining applications.
And say again, it was just a limited, right? I just want to confirm, Vahagen never had a referral back. It was a limited 2018, then it was an extension and another extension, right?
Two more extensions.
Two more. Okay, I'm getting the
It was
timeline.
extended for 6 months in June of 2020. So it was a 2-year limited in 2018. Extended for 6 months in June of 2020. Extended again for a year in December of 2021, and extended for a year again in December of 2020, and then again in December of 2021.
And then apart from the IT service provider versus information service, that was the only referral.
Correct. Yeah, the IT service. Well, what they thought was an IT service provider was referred back. Sure. It actually was an operator of information service. That is on your agenda today, consideration.
And then I just want to follow up on any other disclosures that you may have inadvertently missed or what have you. Is there anything else that you can think of now upon reflection, whether or not you've disclosed properly and fully within your application? I imagine your counsel gone over that with you, but I'd just like an affirmation of this.
Yes, so best of my memory, I have never been arrested, I've never been charged, never appeared in court, never filed complaints on.
Your application's accurate now?
Yeah.
Okay, because if this goes your way, I just want to make sure when we go back and look back at some point, we don't find something that you should have already put on that
Yeah.
application.
Yeah, I understand. I understand what now. I understand, and if anything comes up, I'll always disclose it.
I believe we submitted amended pages for the application.
For the residence, school, and
Correct. The residents in the school.
and then
He wasn't actually arrested, even though he'd been questioned, at least when he was at the hospital.
but literally the police came to a hospital because there was a fight. That was when I read that. I went, this is surprising because I don't know that that would be typical here.
Yeah, and I didn't remember it well, but that's what it turns out because I went from hospital by taxi to home, packed my things, and the next day I flew.
Okay.
And BC Technologies is currently licensed how?
So currently, the company holds licenses as a manufacturer and distributor. And again, we're also seeking the license as an information service. Those licenses are set to expire. I guess it would be December 22nd when the commission meets because they are limited. The two licenses they currently hold are set to expire. So that's why we're here seeking renewals of those licenses, plus the information service license.
And who will be handling the information service license side of things?
I think that'll be predominantly Vahagan, and right now it is some of his team in Armenia, some of the employees they have in Armenia, they have traders there. But again, the plan is to hire employees here as soon as they can get the business up and going. So they would hire traders here, but also be helpful with that process, as well as developers here and a sales team to go out and start selling the system here. And so, assuming they're successful with licensing, the plan would be to hire employees here in Las Vegas, but they do currently have some traders in Armenia that will also be involved in that process.
Okay. Anything else, Member Casares?
I didn't have any other questions for Vahagan. Everything else seemed to come back clean. It was just the question of the matter that we've already spoken about.
The traders in Armenia, what kind of qualifications do they have?
Basically, we are going to teach them how, because the system is automated, so it's not very difficult to trade. So they basically will learn how to, we will tell them what margin we want for the game, and they will just use some the tools to get the information, to process the information.
Some of them, I mean, they worked previously for Bed Construct. Some of them, Vahagan was a trader himself with Bed Construct in the past, so he's familiar with the trading process. So that's why I say he's the one responsible for that.
I didn't see that in his background. Yeah, because there's only is an update. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, when I was young, also very like in my school years, in summer holidays, even before it was manually traded, not automated, I would go and learn those things. So
Okay. This weekend.
You want to hear from Bruce or Armin?
Sorry. Please.
Thank you.
And Bruce has been licensed a number of times. So
7, you said.
I said 7. Yeah, he said
Did you say 7? I didn't
He's
say.
at least applied 7 times. So I've been investigated 7 times.
Yeah, I've been investigated for the last 30 years. I don't think I've missed 1 year that is not been investigated by the Game Control Board. So my background goes back to, I'm originally from Iran. I studied in England. I went to school in London School of Economics. I worked for PwC in London. I'm a chartered accountant in UK. I immigrated to California in 1987. I worked as CFO controller of a number of companies ranging from broker dealer. I got my licenses in securities industry while I was working there. Then I worked for real estate construction. I got my real estate broker licenses because I always wanted to know what the business is about rather than just doing the accounting. And it was just by accident that I was hired to do the SEC filing of a company that was one of the first companies doing online gaming, internet gaming outside the US. Back then, there were probably 2 or 3 other companies. And the goal of the company was to, obviously, as a public company, follow the rules, but make sure that you understand the business so that when Nevada is about to do online gaming, we knew what to do. We were clean and we would apply to Nevada. Our CEO back then was from Caesar's Palace, so he knew, what it takes to go through the process. So we did that situation outside the US, but we never made money because we're not taking bets from the US. That's where all the business was back then. And then when things didn't happen in the US as far as online gaming, we did sports wagering because that was the only thing you can do outside your premise under phone wagering communications. And people think that online sports wagering happened in Europe. No, we did it 22 years ago here in Nevada, where you could actually from home place a wager on Coast Resorts system, which was something that we developed and we got licensed for. So my kind of entree to Nevada market was through that sports wagering system that we developed for the Nevada market. Now that company got bought by another company, Progressive Gaming, which was bought by IGT. That's a whole history, goes back 20 years ago. And then since then, I've stayed in the business. I've other than that company, Word Game, which I managed to get licensed in Nevada, including myself. I worked with somebody who owns casinos here in downtown. We did Next Gaming together. I was the technology person. He was the money guy behind it. So we did Next Gaming, which is still in business, is licensed here. Then I bought the assets of LVGI, Las Vegas Gaming, which when they were doing Kino business here. And I brought in a friend of mine that now owns Gaming Arts. He didn't have any background in the gaming industry. He came from Michigan. He won one of the biggest lawsuits against Microsoft for intellectual properties. He wanted to get into the gaming business. So I helped him to get into the business. And I've done a few other consulting work with other gaming companies. I have my Session Gaming LLC, which I own 100%, which still has manufacturer distributor license here in Nevada. And I have some other ideas, relevant to sports wagering and other things. But again, I've always been involved in gaming technology aspect of things. I was involved in running a casino operation in Reno for about a year. CNO Reno was that company, which, with an investor, we bought the casino for very little money. Anyway, so I've been involved in Nevada gaming for 22 years, and I've been licensed in 25 other jurisdictions over the last 20 years.
Oh, that's impressive. It sounds like DC Technologies is lucky to have you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Any questions?
Nope, I don't have any questions on Mr. Maradi's background. I think I could have recited some of that.
Yeah, hi, my name is Arman Vartanyan. I'm a director of technology of BC Tech, and I was born in Armenia. I was living in United States in 2018. I graduated. I have a two graduation of the software engineer developer as a master degree and the bachelor's degree. On the bachelor's degree I got in 2002. Then I moved, served in Army 2 years, and then I come back and take a master degree. I have approximately 18 years experience in this. That's where I'm in the batting company because I started work in 2005, and I work with the BC Technology approximately 4 years, 4.5 years now.
Thank you. Any questions for him, member?
No, the materials here came back clean in terms of your background. Got a good understanding of your history, what duties and responsibilities you have. Technical director, I know you probably do a lot more than just what that title would suggest, given the size of your company right now, but I didn't have any other questions. Thank you.
I don't have
Thank you too.
questions or concerns either. Thank you.
Thank you. If you have other questions, we're happy to try to answer them. Otherwise, I'm happy to make some closing remarks.
Okay, any other questions for him?
I don't believe I have any, so no, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead and make your closing remarks.
So, as I mentioned earlier, we're here to ask you today to give this company a full chance, to give it the opportunity to sell its product. One of the great things about startup companies in the manufacturer distributor space is if they don't sell their product, they're not going to have a need to service that product or need to have staff. And as I know you have expressed some concerns about the few number of employees they have, they're committed to staffing up the business as it makes sense. But it's if they you mentioned earlier the financing, they don't want to spend the financing that they have without having some business there. So I know they have hired people, they intend to hire additional people. If they don't have customers, that's not going to be an issue. It's not like they're a casino operator where they have to have a bankroll available to be able to meet the needs of the customers. Here, it's a matter of getting customers. They're prepared. And I think Vahi's actually still on. I think he can tell you he's prepared to provide the additional financing necessary to meet the needs of those customers. And they are prepared to staff up as they do. Again, Vahagan knows he made a mistake. He knows that he needs to be candid going forward. He had, after that interview, a chance to discuss what happened in that interview, and I think he clearly understands now that he needs to just, even if he doesn't remember distinctly, just say, I believe or I remember, and I'll get you the information. And he understands that that's what he needs to do, and is prepared to do that going forward. Again, I think in all my dealings with him, he is a very honest young man. And I don't think this was an intentional omission by him. I think he panicked a little bit and didn't have the full understanding of the details and felt like he couldn't say anything else that might be incorrect. So he erred on the side of saying he didn't remember rather than saying, I do remember, but it's really fuzzy and let me find out more. He's hired good people. Obviously, Mr. Murati has a good background. Armin Verdanian has a strong education and strong experience in technology. So again, we're just asking, please give them a chance to show what they can do and offer another product that the market may or may not like. But from my understanding, it's a good product and they have high hopes for it. And I think with a license in hand, I think the industry will be interested in it. And it gives the industry one more choice of product to be able to use as sports betting becomes more and more competitive in the United States. So thank you. And congratulations on, I was remiss in not mentioning earlier, congratulations on your appointment as chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Member Charles, any thoughts?
I think we covered everything. I think they've met the burden. They had 6 conditions originally. They met all 5 that they needed to at that point. I know they're on their 2-year limited still, I guess, at this point, or whatever year you want to call it, given the extensions that they had. I understand the troubles of a startup and all the challenges that are there. I don't have a concern with that. Frankly, that's the way it goes. Your lack of business is what it is. Doesn't appear that is necessarily a tenacious sort of aggressive approach towards the market, but for me, what I'm looking at is whether or not you've met the burden of being suitable, and I think you have. I don't see anything concerning. The biggest concern I had, frankly, is for licensing the proper entity and individuals. So I do still echo what I had said before, which is we've got two independent companies. This one needs to be independent, and they're operating independent. Of course, we do have a lender on the other side with Bet Construct and Vahe, but this is the entity that is in charge and running the business. Once we cross the threshold of it being another entity, we got to bring them in. So whether that's through full licensure or through an IT service provider, whatever that is, but that's kind of where my initial, what gave me pause most. The incident in London, it's unfortunate, but had a lot worse omissions than that before, and that doesn't give me pause, frankly. I get he was 15 years old, and yeah, obviously when you're pressed for it and you finally remember, it's would have been best to remember it once you got asked initially, but I can move on from that very quickly. So I'm happy to move forward.
Well, I have ongoing concerns as it relates to the ability and, quite frankly, interest of Hagen in running the company, and the father being the sole source of funds, the responsiveness as it relates to communications with our staff, and the honesty and integrity or candor as it relates to the failures to disclose various things, including forgeries and the educational background and the residences. So, Member Katsaros, are you open to limiting this further, limiting this to another 2 years?
I guess I'd ask the applicant what their wishes are on that front. I was, just to be clear where I was at, is I was not looking at a limitation, given that I don't see anything derogatory in the background that would suggest to require a limitation, other than if we're looking at a lack of business that they had. But they have in my view, this is just my personal view, they have every right to be given the opportunity to succeed or fail, so long as they've met that burden. And that's kind of where I'm at. And I wouldn't want to limit them based upon what may or may not be success or failure in the future. Let the market decide that. I love new entrants into the market. I don't lead that. That's not the leading decision. For me, the leading factor in making decisions, A, are they suitable first? And if they are, if there's a need to limit it, I'll entertain that. But I don't see it here, but I'm open to it, and I'll just throw back on the council here.
Certainly, one of the concerns we have with the limitation is that was part of the problem in getting a new field trial location. Is as they talked to potential customers, they said, yeah, but your license is going to expire. How do we know you're going to be around if we go with your product? So that's the concern. So if you really give this company a chance to succeed or fail, I think it needs to be without a limitation. Understand your concerns, but I would also, in terms of like responsiveness, if they're not responsive to the technology division, they're not going to get their product approved, and they can't place this product anywhere until it gets approved. So you're going to have another chance to look at that and talk about their responsiveness, because this system is going to have to come back in front of you for approval of the system itself. So I think this is not your last chance. You'll also have a chance to look at it with the MISPA application. So this is not your last chance to look at this. And I guess we're asking you to please give them a chance to show that they will be responsive, that they are interested in doing this business and are planning to go after it. But they do need to have a full license so that they don't run into the problem they run into with customers saying, what do we do when your license expires?
So I can fully understand, though, if we were going to entertain a limitation, what would the reason for the limitation be? You just mentioned a couple of things, but I wanted to digest that again.
The ability and or interest of Hagen himself in actually running the company. I want to see that he's showing the interest and engaging with our technology division and trying to move this process forward. I would like to see that. As far as it, I want to see more increased responsiveness and the candor and the honesty as it relates to Hagen is concerning to me, especially when he was asked on multiple instances. I would like to reevaluate them, have them come before us again in 2 years to better understand what's happening with the company and how things are moving forward and reevaluate at that time.
We've can I not?
May he address that?
Any situation where the license is limited is going to really affect our ability to. Right now, we've done proposals to some of the larger independent casinos here in Nevada, and any limitation is going to substantially affect. I can assure you that. And I know the market has changed where most of the systems that is available right now is going to go away for different reasons. This will be our competition, basically, because the systems in Nevada are not up to par with whatever is coming from Europe. So I think it's really important for the casinos here in Nevada to have newer systems, because the older systems are, as I understand it, are going to go away. The owner of one of the system providers is actually pulling the plug on them, as I hear from the people I'm talking to. So I think a limitation would put substantial damage to what we've done for the last 5 years, because again, it puts some kind of cloud on our future, and we are close to making some major deals, not here, but in other states as well. And regarding the profitability, once we close one or two of these deals, we could be profitable, because again, we only have right now 6, 7 people, maybe it would be 10 in 6 months, but we've done all the work. Once we go live, let's say here in another state with 1 or 2 operators, we would have $1 or $2 million of revenue, which would immediately brings us to profitability.
I appreciate those comments. I think that's what Scott or Mr. Shear was alluding to, is that it would really hurt your business, particularly with the market that you're in, right? You're in sports betting, you're a platform supplier. If you were a slot supplier, yeah. I don't really factor that into my decision here. What Chair Watkins was saying is what I'm trying to hone in on, is whether I feel there should be a need to limit them. And I'm still not seeing it, but I do appreciate that it does hamper you even more than a simple slot supplier, given the life cycle of a platform, a sports betting platform. You don't just rip those out, put a new one in overnight. You can do that with a slot machine. So I appreciate that sort of retort on that. But I'll still go back to originally, is I'm just not seeing a need for a limitation on this, because if Vahagen proves not to be successful, well, the proof will be in the pudding there for me. It's all about getting through that first gate of getting the system. Well, this is the first gate. The second gate of getting the platform actually approved, and then only then is he going to be able to prove whether or not he's successful. And for me, I'm not concerned with that, because as I said at the beginning, you've met the burden, and so now I believe you should be given the opportunity to succeed or fail, and that's for you guys to sort out.
I'll add that in the past, when you come before the board, other previous board members have seen the same issues, and instead of coming back to the board this time with everything clean, there were additional issues, including, the additional issue was the multiple failures to disclose. So there was a referral back, there was a limitation, and there were numerous conditions because the previous board saw similar issues. Previous boards saw similar issues. And so I continue to believe that there needs to be a limitation for us to see you again in 2 years. So I think.
And so if that's what the company would wish, I can fashion a motion with a limitation, but that would be up to you because my normal motion would not include that. I do want to make a quick comment. There was no referral ever though, right, on anybody's individual application. It was just on the information technology service provider.
Correct. There was no referral of any of the company or individual applications back to staff. There was a referral of
just the application.
What we thought was an information technology service provider application back to staff. So that particular little piece of the application was referred back. I think, and the limitation in large part was, the original limitation was to address those conditions. Because Vahagan at that point did not have a license or did not have the visa he needed to be able to operate a business in the U.S. He had a tourist visa. He, as I mentioned earlier, had a chicken and egg problem. He addressed that, and he's got that visa.
There was 6 conditions. 5 of them had to be met before you were then allowed to activate your license, was it?
Correct.
Okay, in which you were allowed to do in 2019. What was the last one? I can't recall what that was.
Last one was that the system had to be reviewed by the technology division. So rather than going to GLI, or we have to go
Why is
through the
that?
technology.
What was that? What was the purpose of that?
And Chief Barbie expressed some concern that he really wanted to look at the system in depth. And so again, he's going to have that chance to do that. And nothing's going to happen unless this board approves the system in the first place. So Vahagan is willing to address the interest question if you want to hear from him.
Address which question?
You were concerned about his interest in running the business. He's happy to address that if you would like him to.
Okay.
Yeah. So just to address that, this has been a long journey for me, and I'm interested in making. I still believe this can be successful, and each day that we are not operational, it costs me money. So it's in my interest each day to get this done sooner. So I go to trial location, get it certified finally, and maybe it open doors for me. So I'm always involved in it. So it's not that I'm interested. I want it to be successful, and considering the fact that this is very thorough investigation, it takes a lot of time and resources, money-wise and time-wise, and to go through. So I want this to be successful, and I'm interested in it to be successful.
Okay, I hear you, but what the problem is that you haven't shown that in the past with your interactions with the board and with your moving this process forward. And so that's, I only have that basis from which to see this. I hear what you're saying, but again, like I said previously, the previous board saw the same issues as it relates to business acumen, as it relates to the gift from your father, as it relates to the software issues. So again, you all can let us know whether you're interested in still in moving forward with a limitation.
Certainly, I guess there are a couple of options here. One is obviously motion can be made with a limitation. Sounds like that motion would likely be approved for a recommendation of approval with limitation. I guess the other option is if there's not agreement, I'll look to Ms. Caruso to confirm, but if there's not agreement, this could go forward without any recommendation as well. So if it's a 1-1 vote, essentially, it would go forward without any recommendation to the commission. So I think we're open to either avenue. Obviously, we want to go forward to the commission. I'm not going to. I don't want to say that we agree to a limitation here, and then argue to the commission that we don't want a limitation. And I guess my plan would be, because this is such a detriment to the company, to have the limitation, that we would argue to the commission that there should not be a limitation. They may or may not agree. I understand that. And so so I'm reluctant to say we're fine with a limitation, because I don't want that to be misleading. We're not. But if that's what the board decides to do, obviously that's your prerogative. It's not mine. And so either that or setting it forward without a recommendation if it's a 1-1 vote.
It's not, but
Yeah.
I'm fine voting without a limitation, but if you wish it to be with a limitation, it sounds like you'll get 2 votes. So it really does beg the question, would you rather have 2 yes votes going to the commission, or would you rather have a split? And if you're gonna leave it to us, then I guess what I'll do is make the motion in the way that I see fit, since I'm making the motion, and it will then go the way it goes.
Yeah.
You want to take a minute? Can we give them?
Yeah, sure. You want to have a minute to decide?
Let me discuss with my client if I might, please.
Wait, I think that's the options.
Chair, why don't you take and she limited
A few more moments, okay. We'll go back on the record. One moment, please. We wait on our executive secretary. Thank you. Ready? All right, let's move forward. Okay. So what did you guys decide?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, again, Scott Scheer. We decided two things, if we might. We have, I guess, two requests. One is that my understanding from what I hear is that the concern is with the company and with Fahad. So we would request that perhaps there be two motions, one to limit Vahagan and BC Technologies, and the second for the other individuals, because based on what we've heard, there's not a reason to limit their findings of suitability. Obviously, from Vahe, it's been extremely, with an Armenian investigation and the translations and the travel, it's an expensive investigation. So we'd like to not have to put him back through that if we can avoid it. But obviously, if the concerns with Vahagan, then for Vahagan and the company, again, we're going to ask the commission not to impose the limitation, but for today, we're willing to accept the limitation.
I'm sorry, so you want a limitation on Vahagan itself as well as?
Well, his personal licensure.
Yeah.
My understanding was that the chair's concern was with his candor and his involvement in the business.
As well as the B. Darlene didn't scold me.
We'd prefer to have it just on Vahagan himself, if that's acceptable, which would force him to come back in front of.
Okay.
But if it needs to be the company as well, obviously, then we'd prefer that to a split.
Okay. Chair, I'll defer to you. Is there another option where Chair Morgan can make a motion as a 2-year limitation? And I'm certainly not going to vote against that.
Chair Morgan.
Chair Watkins. So Chair Watkins could make a motion and then I could approve, I'm just trying to, because that's starting to get a little messy. So you're saying limit Vahagan and BC Technologies, the manufacturer distributor information service.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Or limit just Vahagan. If that's that our preference would be to limit just Vahagan. If the chair
I'm
is
open to limiting just him.
Okay. Oh, all right. Then that would, I guess, make it a little cleaner.
Is that yes?
That's fine.
Okay. So the 2-year limitation would be on Vahagan. I'm getting names wrong. Only, and that I'm going to need a minute just to make sure I fashion that properly, obviously. And that would be for him as a member manager.
Correct.
Everything else, though. Okay.
We can go with that.
I'm going to need 2 minutes.
Is
that all right?
Understood. I took 15.
Okay.
All right, we ready to proceed?
Yes. And before we go, you mentioned the conditions that you're aware of, right?
Correct. So we reviewed the conditions. We're fine with the conditions. Yes, our understanding, just to be clear for the record, is that the condition with regard to a key employee, Armin satisfies that condition. And if he leaves, we'll need to resubmit whoever replaces him within 60 days.
Okay, and then with the help of Chief Caruso, I will fashion a motion as discussed. I know she's going to listen carefully. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert, conditioned as follows. With respect to the application for Vahagan Medallion, the approval shall be limited, or the license shall be limited for 2 years to expire at midnight on the date of the regularly scheduled December 2024 meeting with
Of the Nevada Gaming
no,
Commission.
excuse me, thank you, of the Nevada Gaming Commission 2024 meeting. And with respect to the other applications, the conditions as follows. BC Technologies LLC must submit any sports, pool, and/or race book software to the Nevada Gaming Control Board lab for full review and inspection. BC Technologies LLC shall fund and maintain with the Nevada Gaming Control Board a revolving fund in the amount of $25,000 for the purpose of funding periodic investigative reviews. Without limiting the foregoing, the board shall have the right, without notice, to draw upon these funds to pay the costs and expenses incurred by the board or its staff in their periodic investigations. Finally, prior to the issuance of the state gaming license, the applicants must retain an individual or individuals with qualifications and expertise necessary to oversee the manufacture, production, programming, design, controlling the design of, or the making of modifications to gaming devices, associated equipment, and cashless wagering systems, and that such person or persons shall have submitted key employee applications to be licensed by the Nevada Gaming Commission and thereafter be filed within 60 days of any change in the persons occupying this position. Okay.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Watkins?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. I just want to provide notice that we're going to be hearing the regulatory agenda at a later date. Also, we're going to take a few items out of order because I believe they will be dealt with quickly. So next we'll have non-restricted item number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at the Nugget for a restricted or non-restricted gaming license.
Or is there someone up there?
There should be somebody from Sartini.
Okay, we will move on to item number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Amy Pegram, Timothy Pegram, and Nathan Peach for licensure as a manager of GPEG One LLC.
They should be up in Carson. Is there
Is there someone in Carson for item number 7?
Is Dennis Nylander up there?
Okay, Well, let's move on to item number 8.
Right. Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Anna Correa Munoz for licensure as a key employee at LGS Casino LLC, doing business as Lucky's Gaming and Spirits Casino.
Good afternoon, and Madam Chairwoman, Board Member David Brown, on behalf of the applicant. With me is Anna Carrillo, as well as her boss, the owner of the company, Alan Hamika. We're back before you. This was originally brought up a few years ago for a key employee application. Happy to report all the amended tax returns have been filed. The approximately $2,131 that was owed between years 2014, 2015, 2019, and 2021 has all been paid in full. We've provided Mr. Mullitz a copy of the proof of payment of all those funds. Happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Yes, I do have a few questions. I'm not going to rehash the issues that were discussed, especially as it relates to the taxes, because they were addressed during, I believe it was 2019 board meeting. But the most recent instances as it relates to the improper reporting, I just want to get your input on that.
Okay. So I filed my taxes with Liberty Taxes in 2019, and I believe they were professionals. I trusted them. He made a mistake. Johnny, the person who did my taxes, did a mistake on my taxes. I didn't catch the mistake in 2019. And then I went to somebody else for 2020. When I went back to with Mr. Johnny from Liberty on 2021, he just kind of re-uploaded the same information that I used in the previous time, and the mistake was still there. I didn't get any letter from the IRS or anything saying that my taxes were done the wrong way, so I kind of just believe he did the right thing. When Mr. Mullitz brought it up, that's when I finally realized that I signed him with the $3,000 losses that he claimed without my permission. So right away, I'm like, is it me?
No worries.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I continue?
Oh, yes. Go
Look,
ahead.
the microphone's off now.
Oh, gosh. Hello, testing, 1, 2.
Yeah, I think okay, it's back on. So as soon as Mr. Mullitz brought up the situation, I called Johnny right away. Of course, I was upset because like he did that without my permission. And I pretty much told him that this was coming up and it was important for me, and that he doesn't realize how much damage he did to my taxes, and it was like a big deal. So I told them, I need something in writing that states that it was all on you. You decided to do that without my permission, and we do have the letter where Liberty Taxes took full responsibility. I was not aware of what he claimed, and we provided the letter to Mr. Mullitz, and Liberty Taxes they took full responsibility for it. It was also my fault because I signed it without checking them first. So like moving forward, obviously, I'm not gonna sign any of my tax returns before going through them myself in detail. And I learned a lot so far since so many of my taxes have been amended. So these mistakes will not happen again.
I understand that, and I appreciate that representation. I will confirm for the record that we did receive that letter, and at Liberty Tax did admit to it being their fault. So the only other question I wanted to ask you was, you were asked to take some gaming courses or some compliance courses. How has that helped you in your management responsibilities?
It has helped a lot. I believe the main thing that I got out of that is it explained this whole process in detail. In the very beginning, I wasn't aware of like the full process of being a key employee for a casino. After I took the classes, now I completely understand what my duty for the casino is, what my role for the casino is, and I take it very.
Thank you. Member Casaros, any questions from you?
I don't know if we should be using the microphones, but no. You got the 2-year limited last time because of all the various issues that we already went through. The amounts. What were the amounts we were talking about again, Mr. Brown? I think
The
you said
total between all 4 years
Yeah.
was $2,131,
extremely,
including interest,
Right.
penalties.
extremely immaterial. I get it. It's just a matter of making sure we're ticking and tying all of the loose ends on all of our taxes and everything else that you submitted to us. So I don't have any questions other than say, let's keep improving.
Yeah, no, moving
Okay.
forward, I'm gonna pay attention. I've been educated on taxes so much because I've been through so many issues with my taxes that moving forward, I know what to look for.
Okay.
And that's definitely one of the things that I'm gonna look at, any claims that I did not approve.
All right. Thank you.
I just
that
had,
all?
Mr. Hamika, I think you got an audit here recently, correct?
Yes, Alan Hamika, LGS Casino LLC Managing Member. Yes, we just went through I believe, third audit now.
And you had a couple of recurrings here and there, and I think it got dwindled down to maybe one recurring, possibly two. As I understand, it's been resolved now. You've responded appropriately and adequately in terms of what our audit department expects, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
And going forward, we're going to keep improving, right?
Yes, most definitely.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, if there's nothing further from you, then I'll take a motion.
Are we on number, Chair? Are we on number 8? Okay. 8. Okay. I think we kind of jumped. I don't think we have a condition here either, so I will move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 8 as written to the record by Secretary Rupert.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Watkins?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you both very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
And we'd like to thank Mr. Mullins. He was wonderful to work with. in the
I
whole
would
process.
as well. I didn't get to do it last time, and he's done an excellent job and has been very patient with everything that's been going on in my case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to non-restricted number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 is the application of William Valdez for licensure as a key executive at TA Operating Nevada LLC.
Hi, please
Good
state your
afternoon,
name for the
Chair
record.
Watkins, Member Casaros, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, appearing here on behalf of our client, TA Operating Nevada LLC, and with Mr. William Valdez, who is up for a licensure as a key executive with TA Operating Nevada LLC in its various locations in Nevada as Vice President of Gaming. With me at the podium in Carson City is my colleague Kelsey Benu and the applicant, Bill Valdez. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kelsey to make the remainder of our presentation.
All right.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Watkins and Member Katsaros, and congrats again, Madam Chair. For
Thank
the
you.
record, like Greg Giordano introduced, I'm Kelsey Benu with McDonald Carano, and we're here on behalf of TA Operating Nevada LLC. With me to my left is the applicant, Mr. Bill Valdez. Mr. Valdez is Vice President of Gaming of TA Operating. Thank you again for allowing us to appear from Carson City. As Greg mentioned, the application before you is for the licensure of Mr. Valdez as a key executive, Vice President of Gaming of TA Operating. With your permission, I'd like to turn the floor over to Mr. Valdez to tell you a little bit about himself, his gaming background, and perhaps provide you with an update regarding the property. And afterwards, we'd like to open the floor to you for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Yes, if he could just provide an abbreviated background, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Member Casaro. First and foremost,
I want to thank you for your time and consideration regarding my application. I've been in the gaming industry for 37 years. I fell in love with the Reno and the gaming industry in 1985. I started carrying change at the Fitzgerald's Casino. I just excelled at servicing the floor, working with customers, and doing maintenance on slot machines. I was promoted in 6 months to middle management as a supervisor, and spent the majority of my career working as a shift supervisor for the Fitzgeralds. And during that time, the Fitzgeralds acquired the Nevada Club and Harold's Club. Nevada Club in '87, and I moved over there to supervise the Nevada Club, and then in '90 I moved over to the Harold's Club, worked as a shift boss there. Then eventually back over to the Fitzgerald's property, and I managed all three locations or casino properties there. I met my wife in 1990 at the Nevada Club, Harold's Club time. We were married. We've been married for 30 years. During that time, we managed to raise two girls who are currently 30 and 32. One's living abroad, my older daughter, and my younger one's here. We also attended the university here, and we went to school and graduated at the same in the same year and semester. I have a degree in business and marketing. My wife had a degree in education. I've made some mistakes in my younger days, and I had learned some hard lessons, and they served me as a constant reminder, both personally and professionally. In 2008, when Fitzgerald's closed during recession, I had taken a year off. I had a real estate license and a substitute teaching license, and I was trying to evaluate opportunities there. The market just didn't provide any fruitful opportunities. So in 2009-10, I went to work for the Gashel family at the Alamo Casino. I had worked with them during the time the Fitzgerald's closed in the last year in 2008. I went to work for the Gashel family as a slot tech, and a short period of time became a slot manager. And I spent the duration of the time there until TA operating took over the casino operation in 2016. I spent a year with the Cassell family as a director of slots and marketing, and during that time, the TA group had opened a position as a district manager of gaming. Made an offer I couldn't refuse in around 2016. I've been there ever since. It's been an incredible opportunity. I know I'm speaking pretty quickly here. During the time in downtown, I'd have to say it was pretty amazing to see the industry and the coin. I started, it was mechanical machines. 60% of the industry down there was mechanical games, and I saw the evolution of Mill Validator, and things change a lot, and expansion of gaming. And I'm very fortunate to have had that opportunity, and it's been an absolute pleasure. It's changed my life, and I'm very happy to be here today to speak before you guys. Consideration.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. And you worked your way up from a change person, is that right?
Yes.
Well, that is truly inspiring. Thank you. With regard to any issues in your background, they were disclosed, and I don't see I have the information that I need. I don't see the need to address them here today. Member Casaros, do you have any questions on
No,
this one?
nope, I don't either. Thank you very much for the presentation, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further from up north? Is that all?
That's it. We would just like to thank Agent Dave Hearn for his work. He was a pleasure to work with, very responsive and professional. So thanks to him and the whole team.
All right. We'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, nothing further, Chair. So happy to hope that you'll be inclined to recommend approval of Mr. Valdez's application to the commission.
All right, thank you. And with that, I'll take a motion.
Okay, I will move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 9 as read into the record by Secretary Rubin.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Watkins.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all right.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of IBOCM Boat Co. to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the application of Interblock Luxury Gaming Products Limited, doing business as Interblock DOO to pledge membership interest as noted on the agenda and for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 15C.0101A as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Chair Watkins, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary. Thank you for taking us on the agenda item to accommodate the flight. For the record, my name is Erica Okerberg. I am outside Nevada Gaming Counsel to Oak Tree and IBOCM Boat Co. Here with me today is David Quick from IBOCM Boat Co. and Heather Rollo from Interblock. Also present is counsel for Interblock, A.G. Burnett. If acceptable, I would like to give just a brief overview of the applications, and then Heather Rollo will provide an update on the company for you generally.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, we have equity pledges before you today. These are in connection with financing that was entered into to facilitate the acquisition of Interblock. The equity pledges relate to a term loan and a revolving credit facility. The equity pledges are the voting interest that IBOCM Boat Co. has in Interblock DOO, as well as Interblock DOO's interest in Interblock USA LC. As I mentioned, Heather Rollo will provide an update on the company shortly, so we'll turn to that in a moment. But the second application that's before you today is a waiver request for Regulation 15C.010 subsection 1. As you know, this subsection requires that the economic securities of a private investment company must all be held by private investment funds. In this situation, the private investment company is Interblock DOO. And here we're requesting a waiver to enable the creation of an employee equity incentive plan. We believe that this type of waiver has been seen in at least 8 other circumstances that we were able to find from the public record. I would like to note, just for the sake of the record, 2 points that we think are very important to allow for regulatory control. The first of which is that there is a maximum of only 15% of equity that can be issued pursuant to the plan. And the second control is that individuals will not be able to hold more than 5%, except for individuals who have already been found suitable by the board and the commission. Lastly, I would just like to note for the record that Regulation 15C.070 subsection 1 will allow for the commission to call forward any of the employees for a finding of suitability should that be required. With that overview, I'm happy to answer any questions on the applications. If not, I'll ask Ms. Rollo to come up to give an update on the company.
I think you can go ahead and turn it over and then we'll come back here.
That sounds great. She's actually here today.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, not at all.
Just really quick though, these are just economic shares, non-voting, correct?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
They
If
will
you
have-
said that, my apologies.
No, they will have no voting shares and no voting control and no control other than whatever their role is within the company. Ms. Rollo.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Watkins, Member Katsaros. I am, just for the record, Heather Rollo, CFO of Interblock Gaming, and I'm going to provide a brief overview of the company. Since we are a private company, I'll just stick to generalities with our financial results. But as Erica alluded to, we just completed a refinancing in connection with the closing of the purchase of Interblock by Oak Tree. And in connection with that refinancing, we expanded the loan to provide some additional growth capital to the company, as well as completed an undrawn revolver, which would provide us liquidity in the future. So we believe we've got a strong balance sheet going into next year. And from a company perspective and an operational perspective, we have seen significant growth. Here in the US, that growth started following the reopening after COVID. And then the adoption continued in 2021 and 22. And we believe the electronic table games market is in the initial stages of adoption here in North America. So we believe there's more growth to come. In our international markets, which would be Latin America, Europe, and Asia, we've seen those markets open up in various stages, but certainly more fully. And as a result, we believe they'll be meaningful contributors to our financial results in 2023. And to support this growth, we've been investing heavily in our human capital. So in the last 18 months, we've grown our workforce by 15 to 20%, and that's across all disciplines, R&D, support functions, frontline service, et cetera. And just looking forward to continued growth in the future. So at this time, I'd be happy to take any questions the board may have.
Any questions related to the operations or?
Nope, quite familiar. Thank you for the tour of your G2E booth this year, by the way. It was quite impressive.
All right. And so the purpose of this request for a waiver is to provide an equity incentive plan for your employees, executives, and board members. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Right now, because of the regulation section that requires 100% of the economic securities, both direct and indirect and interblock VOO, it would prohibit the company from being able to create an employee equity incentive plan. But that was something that was very important when speaking with the executives in Interblock and the folks from IBOC and BOTCO, because they really feel that it's something that helps to incentivize the employees. It gives them an opportunity to really participate in the business, which includes, of course, the economic growth, but also to feel as if they're really a part of the team. And so they thought that it was important to create the plan and asked whether it would be possible for us to seek a waiver to enable them to do that.
Okay, and so that the management incentive plan would allow employees to participate in the economic growth of Interblock.
That's correct. There would be a separate class of shares that would be created that would be economic and non-voting shares only. That would allow them to receive funds through the economic growth as the company continues to grow and improve and do better economically.
Okay, and how would the vesting of the shares work?
Yeah, so the shares will vest in different categories. The primary vesting would occur if there were a sale event. So in the event that the entity that's issuing the shares, which is OCM Luxembourg Baccarat SSF2, that's up the chain on the non-voting side for the private investment company. If there was a sale event, that's going to be a primary vesting occurrence, and that's the point in time at which that economic growth is really going to be seen.
Okay. And as you noted in your submissions, we've approved something similar more recently up to the 15% amount. We have had that discussion kind of on the record and, about the percentage at which it gets to be, to erode the purpose of the PIC structure in the first place. I don't think we need to rehash that here. But I don't have any issues or areas of concern. Do you have any?
I don't either. Pledge standard. Ms. Okenberg mentioned how we've done this about 8 times on the 15C waiver, it seems. But no, I don't have any concern. I'm happy to support. There was a condition that might not have been discussed well in advance, but it was something that's appropriate, I think. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it.
I did, yes. We did have a chance to discuss that with board staff yesterday. We understand that it is typical in this type of situation, and in reviewing it, we believe it is in proper form.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. If there's nothing else, then I'll take a motion.
I will move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert, conditioned as follows. Interblock Luxury Gaming Products Ltd, DBA Interblock DOO, shall provide a complete list identifying the holders of economic units issued by OCM Luxembourg SSF2 SARL, a private limited liability company pursuant to the MIP share agreement draft dated November 11, 2022. The report must be submitted to the Nevada Gaming Control Board every quarter by the 5th business day following the end of the quarter. Such disclosure shall include each holder's date of birth and social security number and any additional personal identifying information as required by the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee.
That aligns with the version we have as well.
Perfect.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Watkins?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Where are we?
We are a little all over the place.
Right. Okay. All right. Is there someone here for non-restricted item number 10?
All right. Non-restricted number 10 is the application of Little Bonanza Inc. doing business as Bonanza Casino for a transfer of interest is noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon again, Chairwoman Watkins and Member Katsaros. Kelsey Banu with McDonald Chrono. I'm here on behalf of Little Bonanza Inc., DBA Bonanza Casino. It's a pleasure to be in front of you again. With me to my left is applicant Mr. Ryan Sheltra. Mr. Sheltra is General Manager of the Little Bonanza. Thank you again for allowing us to appear in Carson City. The application before you today is in furtherance of the family and estate planning of Russ Sheltra, the applicant's father. As you remember, last October, Ryan Sheltra was found suitable as a trustee and beneficiary of his trust, and you recommended and the commission approved a transfer of 6% interest in the Little Bonanza from Russell's trust to Ryan's. Today, if you recommend approval of the application upon the commission's approval, Russell's Trust will gift a 24% interest in the Little Bonanza to Ryan's Trust, which will result in Russell's Trust holding a 70% ownership interest and Ryan's Trust holding a 30% ownership interest in the Little Bonanza. Given that Ryan provided his background about a little over a year ago, with your permission, I can turn the floor over to Ryan to maybe provide an update regarding the property or turn it over to you if you may have any questions.
If there aren't any material changes, or if he insists on or he would like to present to the board, then he can go ahead.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'll be very brief, respectful of your time. I know it's been a very, very long day. Just as a reminder, our property is a property that's going to celebrate its 50th year in existence this July. A property my father started in 1973. I'm proud to be part of our industry. I'm a 30-year veteran of gaming. I'm born and raised in Nevada, UNLV grad. Cut my teeth with Caesars in the last 22, almost 23 years now running the family operation. So that's the speed version of what I gave you last year. Our property is very, very healthy. We're holding the revenues very close to where we were last year. Last year was a crazy year for all of us in the industry in a positive way. Our only challenges right now, certainly the cost of doing business, labor costs have skyrocketed. But what I'm facing, the biggest hurdles are supply chain issues. I've had contracts on order. I've got 5 different slot vendors. I'm waiting on games. Where it used to take 6 to 8 weeks. Right now, I'm 8 months out on one of our, the biggest vendors out there, IGT. So that's our challenge as a property. But things are very, very healthy. The labor market is expensive, but we're now back almost fully staffed, and we're a proud property, and we're very healthy, and I'm here for any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that update. As your counsel noted there, you were recently licensed in October of 2021. This is a simple application for a transfer of interest.
Yes, correct.
Sorry.
Sorry, that wasn't quite a question, was it? So I don't have any issues or concerns as it relates to this application.
I don't have any questions either. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, I'll take a motion.
I will move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 10 as read into the record by Secretary Bell. Rupert. Okay, cool.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Watkins.
Aye.
Thank you so much. We just would like to thank Agent Aubrey Wilson. She's always a pleasure to work with, and it was no different this time. Thank you for your time and have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Where are we?
We have 4, 6, and 7 left in non-restricted.
I think we did 4. Did we do 4? Okay, 4, 6, and 7. So let's do 6 and 7. Oh, they're not here. Oh, okay. All
So
right.
are they not, you're confirming they're not in Carson? Okay, that we've checked with Carson.
All right.
Number 4.
Non-restricted number 4.
Non-restricted number 4, the applications of Affinity Gaming Holdings LLC for an approval of a distribution and for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 15C.200 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Watkins,
afternoon.
Member Katsouras, Madam Secretary, Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of the Affinity companies. Also here, Andre Scrivens. He is currently the CFO, soon to be the CEO. Aaron Barnett, Senior Vice President and General Counsel. And also coming all the way from Argentina, actually, James Zenny. He's the founder, President and CEO of Z Capital Group. He's also the sole director of Affinity Interactive. Affinity Holdings LLC is a private investment company registered pursuant to Regulation 15C. Holdings is the parent company of Affinity Interactive, which in turn owns the subsidiaries that operate casinos in Nevada, Iowa, and Missouri, as well as Daily Racing Form and DRF Bets. You have 2 applications before you, both regarding distributions under Regulation 15C200. The first application requests approval to distribute up to $175 million to the direct and indirect equity holders of holdings. This distribution will be made from excess cash as determined by management, in compliance with all financial and debt covenants and not on borrowings. Under the second application, Holdings requests that the Commission waive the prior approval of the Commission required by NGC Regulation 15C200 to allow Holdings to make quarterly distributions subject to filing a letter application requesting the administrative approval of the board chair or her designee for any dividends or distributions under such program. A quarterly distribution would be made out of available excess cash. Holdings, again, would not issue debt or draw on its revolver, and it would need to be in compliance with the company's debt documents and covenants. The Commission is authorized to grant this waiver and defer approval of continuous quarterly distributions pursuant to NGC Regulation 15C400. The proposed quarterly distribution program would commence in third quarter of 2023. There are some guardrails already in place. Holdings would need to file an application for review and approval by the board chair each and every time they propose to issue a dividend. Second, Holdings will only file an application for a quarterly dividend if there's sufficient available cash in a given quarter. And third, the board's investigative team would have an opportunity to review and vet the application each and every time before any sort of approval was granted. This procedure will safeguard the prior regulatory review of proposed distributions. Further, the chairwoman could always defer a particular application to the board and commission if it chose. Before I step aside so that Mr. Scrivens and Ms. Barnett can walk you through the confidential deck that's been provided to you, I just wanted to briefly point out that on pages 14 and 15 of that deck, as well as in the confidential white paper that was provided to staff. There are public policy reasons that support these applications. I'll only add here that Z Capital has been a committed owner of Affinity for many years now and has a proven track record of being fiscally responsible while also improving and growing the business. Lastly, for my part and on behalf of the company, we do want to thank the corporate securities team and in particular Agent Tina Logan. She was extremely organized and disciplined and thoughtful all through the investigation. And unless you have questions for me, I'll go ahead and defer to Mr. Scrivens to walk you through the pages of the deck.
Thank you for what you said about our staff. Those were very specific compliments.
And I meant them to be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Chair Watkins, Member Katsaros, appreciate your time today and considering our application. I also wanted out on the front end, Sonia kind of stole my thunder. I wanted to thank Agent Logan for her very thorough yet efficient review of our application. It's a pleasure working with somebody who was knowledgeable of the financial markets and financial statements. Before we get into the details of the proposed distribution, I thought it'd be useful to do a quick reset on Z Capital's history with the company, as they've been invested for many years. And funds managed by Z Capital, as I put on page 3, and we're on page 3, been invested for the company for many years. What started out as a turnaround opportunity eventually turned into a platform for growth. Z Capital had initially identified the company as being undermanaged, investments weren't made in the properties, and really lacked a long-term vision. However, it saw the long-term potential. After a short period of decline, then in 2014, Z Capital chose to join the board. They were then the largest shareholder. Prior to that, they were neither involved in the management direct. They chose to join the board in 2014 to try and change the trajectory of the business and begin the culture shift. After seeing success in that turnaround and upgrading talent across the board, seeing success in the operating initiatives, in 2017, they completed the funds invested by Z Capital, by their funds, completed the acquisition of Affinity Gaming to complete the transformation. We'll give you some highlights in the following slides on the collective accomplishments of both management
and we do have this information. If you want to provide us just a brief review.
Sure, I'll
thank you.
Fly through. Happy to do that. So, in short,
yeah,
you can see the evidence on page 5. What I think both management and Z Capital have asked or done what any licensee or PIC would do, what you would have us do, and that is invest for the long term, which they have, operate the business to ensure the continued viability of the company, which they have, and take into account not only the company and its finances, but all stakeholders, whether the employees, the local community, and the interests of the board in their decision making. I'll flip to the commercial on the performance that you saw on page 5. I will just highlight that they've nearly doubled EBITDA in the years that they've directly had involvement from 2014 to the current. Further, I'd also say that we refinanced our debt at a very opportune time at the end of 2020, locking in a low fixed rate when rates were very low, led by Goldman Sachs and Deutsche Bank. Those fixed rates are protecting us currently in the current rising interest rate environments. And equally as importantly, we do not have financial maintenance covenants on our secured notes, which gives us flexibility should there be a downturn to navigate and operate the business. The revolver does have a small maintenance covenant that does spring into life if it's drawn more than 10 years. Again, flipping quickly, page 6, you can see over the same period, nearly $130 million has been invested in the portfolio, 60% of which was invested in the Nevada properties. Page 7. Also, I guess it's worth noting, we're very excited to announce that Buffalo Bills at State Line will be reopening at the end of December. It's a property that had been temporarily shut down as a result of COVID. Its key feature is a 5,000-seat arena, and we're waiting for arena business to become more sustained and have confidence that COVID would not impact that again. So it is currently undergoing a renovation, both of its hotel rooms, slot floor, and, a sprucing up so that the reopening can happen before 2020. Again, really quickly, and this is more of a longer term investment. The Capital Funds owned a separate company called Sports Information Group, which had experience in digital transformation itself. It gives us digital capabilities and skills that is really, quite honestly, rare for a company of our size. And they helped us launch our own self-operated sports book and retail sports book in the state of Iowa within 6 months of that transaction. And the equity contributed by the funds managed by Z Capital, as you can see on page 9, were quite substantial. Should we go to the ESG or no?
We were going to get into all of our ESG and things that they're doing for the employees and diversity, but it is in the deck, and we can certainly hold that back. It's certainly been a long day.
It's up to you if you insist, or otherwise, Member Casaros, do you want to hear from them on those issues?
I didn't have any questions, Frank, just on those matters. It was to the heart.
Okay.
Yeah,
Stand down.
I think that's kind of the central concern here.
Sure.
Okay. All right. We'll move
Thank
forward.
you.
Okay. Do you want to get us started then?
Sure. So, first request. Oh, thank you. I've been bad today, I swear. I haven't eaten anything, so I'm starting to lose it. So the first request, in terms of the request for the distribution of the 175 million in 6 months, I see nothing problematic with that. Seems you will have ample cash on hand in order to fulfill that. Should you wish to. There was a discussion about if we should put guardrails on that or not. We've dealt with an application like this before, previously on a couple of occasions. We did not. In fact, in one instance, very recently, they actually levered up a bit, and we didn't constrain the amount, but that didn't give us pause, at least in their situation. But every situation's got to be looked at individually and on the merits of each request, which kind of dovetails in the next one. So on the first one, I don't have a concern, frankly, but on the second one, that's one where it's been sort of
Let's address the first
sure.
one
Okay.
first.
On that one, I have no concerns. I like what we've got on there with the 6 month time frame. There was a suggestion during RUMP, perhaps, and I don't know if they talked to you about what the condition might look like, because it might have been tweaked a bit. So I wouldn't mind fleshing that out with you. But on the whole, I'm good with that one. So.
Okay. Okay. With regard to the first one, I want to take care of this one first. From my perspective, the proposed distribution doesn't impose a significant burden on the financial condition of Affinity, given that there are no additional long-term debt. There's no additional long-term debt being incurred in funding the proposed distribution. The company's strong cash position and the availability of the 50 million of borrowing capacity in the revolver. And recall provisions that can provide additional cash should it become necessary. So I'm not concerned with that, and I'm happy to support that.
Do you want to talk about the condition though? So the one tweak was a suggestion about that you not utilize any debt.
Any debt, right?
Are you fine with it? Because you guys have
We are fine.
suggested that anyway. That is the case.
Really out of excess cash,
Okay.
not draw on the revolver.
I don't
for
want it
purposes
to.
of making the.
I just want it to appear that we're doing something different with you. It just seems like a reasonable guardrail. You don't have a problem with it. It's appropriate from our side. So good. Okay. That was the addition.
Okay.
Okay.
If we're all in agreement, there's nothing further on the first application, then I'll go ahead and take a motion on that one.
Sure. So that.
Four.
Number 4, right? Okay. I will move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert with respect to the first application and condition as follows. The distribution is limited to $175 million, must be derived solely from excess cash and not from debt, and be completed within 6 months of the Nevada Gaming Commission approval pursuant to NGC regulation 4.0 080.
Thank you.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Watkins?
Hi. All right, now let's address the second application, and if you'd like to make a brief presentation or if you already actually made a presentation with regard to that one, did you want to say anything else about it?
I don't think so. I think we'll just take questions on it and try to flesh it out.
Okay, so I have concerns as it relates to the second application and the quarterly distribution, which would pay dividends on a recurring basis beginning in the third quarter of 2023 for a 5-year duration. So from my perspective, this will put a significant burden on our board staff to review. I think that's a serious consideration, especially on a quarterly basis. Also, it would take the decision-making ability from 8 individuals, which would include the 5 members of the commission and hopefully 3 members of the board, to 1 person, which would be the chair. I do understand that you would need to file a letter requesting review and approval of the GCB chair each and every time you propose to issue a dividend, and that GCB staff would have the opportunity to review the request and the underlying financial data. But again, that places a significant burden on our staff. This would set a new precedent and essentially, open up the floodgates, which would be a further weight on our resources. There are concerns, although I understand, it would depend on the operator but that there would be the incentive to cut costs or personnel and to not put money back into the property. And I just don't know that it is the intent of the regulation to provide for ongoing waivers, especially over such an expansive period of time. And I do understand that we could put additional conditions on it. And I went through, hypotheticals with different sorts of conditions, but it just does not address all of those different concerns. So I have very significant concerns as it relates to this. And I really just don't think that it was the intent of the regulation to allow for this. And I would not want to take that decision-making ability from 8 people to 1 person.
Yeah, I agree with the conclusion there, which the reg has a waiver provision in there, but I would look at that waiver as something needed in extraordinary circumstances for people to avail themselves of this. So this is nothing personally against Affinity Z Capital. Obviously, This is more of a holistic question on the regulation itself. If we were just going to grant a waiver here, every single person would want that waiver, renders useless the original intent, what I believe it to be, of the regulation. If there's a discussion about wanting to amend the regulation, I'm all ears. But in asking for a waiver here, it's just going to render the intent of it useless, frankly.
And
almost. Sorry.
I think I received the materials, you submitted the white paper, you did an amazing job, very thorough job. And you put forward arguments in favor of distributions. And I understand that, this is the way these things work. And I don't disagree that the distribution should be allowed, but I think that they need to come through the process set out in the regs. So there is a way for distributions to be allowed, and that is through the process laid out. And I also agree with what Member Casaros is saying in that if there is an issue with the reg, then I think that's what you were trying to say, submit a petition to have the reg change. But I don't think that the intent of the reg is to allow for these ongoing distributions over such a long term.
And where my head was originally too was, could we craft, and what you kind of crafted was tantamount to like a shelf type of approval where you've got an ongoing period there for X amount of time, but then you'd have to come back here.
Right.
These are things, what I was getting at was, if where there's an enhancement needed or warranted, great, let's talk about it and maybe look at the regulation itself. It's morphed over time, right? The benefit that you have now, as opposed to what a PTC of course could just
Issue a dividend
as they
without
wish.
coming before you.
They
And
got
cut
licensed
costs,
as a
do whatever they
yeah,
need to do
yeah.
to make that distribution happen if they decide to do that.
Right.
That is not the intent of this company.
And that's not how they got licensed either. So
Right.
So yeah,
Right.
That's just where I'm at.
You seem very determined in where you're at on this, but I'll address a couple of the items. One is that the regulation itself, 15C 200, was modeled on that standard paragraph in the orders of registration for Reg 10 public companies. And station casinos did come to the board and ask that be modified. And the board and commission did modify that and allowed them to come back and do a quarterly program, just like we're asking here, with administrative approval. Stations actually came back again and said, hey, this is burdensome for you and for us. We've got a proven track record. You trust us. We'd like to be able to do this. We'll provide you notice before and after and show you what we've done. And the board and the commission agreed to do that as well. And I think that the condition itself, whether it's in the order of registration or if it's in the regulation, this all stems from the distrust of private equity initially, right? We don't know what these companies are going to do. We don't want them to come in and strip our casinos and pay their investors. But I think over time, we've now seen we can trust the private equity. They put billions of dollars into our state. They've improved our state. They've been a benefit to employees, to the community, to the state via the tax dollars. This is a company that, and you said it yourself, that you look at these on a case-by-case basis. Z Capital has been in this for the long term. They didn't just come into the market a year ago. They've been here for quite a while, and they've proven that they've been a good safeguard of the assets. So for all of those reasons, I think in this particular circumstances, you should be open to considering this type of a program with the safeguards that we've recommended. We're open to additional safeguards if there's a cap on it or something along those lines, at a limitation of time so that you can see how it works and let us come back. And if it didn't work, we won't get to do it again. So we would ask that you consider those things. And I don't know, Andre, if you want to add to any of that.
No, I think you're.
Yeah, I would stop while Ms. Vermees is ahead.
That's right.
Excuse me. Those are all excellent points. And I don't disagree with most of what you said there, other than if we were going to institute something like that, perhaps we should do that through the reg. So, and you laid it out very nicely in the write-up too. So,
okay.
That's where I'm at.
We would like to sidebar for a minute, please.
Okay.
I think my blood sugar is dropping low. I've got a bar.
I need a longer sidebar. So.
All righty.
Appreciate your patience.
Thank you. All right. All right. So I think then with this second one, we certainly don't want a denial recommendation. So I think we would ask either that you refer it back to staff or that you allow us to withdraw it. And I think either works.
Okay.
I have no preference.
And so you don't have a preference either?
I don't.
Okay. I guess we'll ask for you to withdraw it.
Okay, we will, I officially request that we withdraw the second part of the application.
Do
Or
we
the
have to
second
get it
application.
signed? Okay.
All right.
Mhm.
Well, I think Chief Hoffman, we could also have them just refer it back to staff now, and then I could withdraw it prior to the commission meeting, if that's easier, right? Yeah,
Okay, we'll go ahead and refer it back and with that understanding.
yes,
All
that
right.
works.
Great, thank you. We appreciate all your
Thank
hard work on
you.
this.
Thank you.
Okay, are we prepared for non-restricted? Is it 6 and 7 that we're, do we have parties here for non-restricted item number 6?
They are on Zoom.
Should have, Phyllis Gillen should be, ready to zoom in for number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at the Nugget for a non-restricted gaming license.
Hello.
Hi, please
Okay.
go ahead and state your name for the record and please proceed.
Great. Phyllis Gilland for Golden Entertainment. And thank you for allowing me to appear by video. We apologize for the confusion created and sorry for the inconvenience.
No worries. Do you have an affirmative presentation you would like to
No,
provide?
other than I will give you a quick one, and Scott Shearer is also in at the podium for the Gift Horse LLC. Gift Horse LLC owns a location formerly known as the Nugget Casino, and they approached Golden Entertainment in regards to preservation of their Sartini in preservation of their grandfathered gaming at that location. Sartini and Gold and Gift Horse entered into an interim manage and operation agreement back in April of 2022 to preserve the grandfathered nature of that location. And if Scott has anything else to add, but otherwise we're here to answer any questions you might have.
I was simply going to note my appearance for the record. Scott Shearer of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing on behalf of Gift Horse LLC.
Okay, and the purpose is just on this one is just to preserve the grandfather status to hold non-restricted license without fulfilling the resort requirement.
Correct.
Yes, this is a longtime property in downtown Reno that has been in Mr. Cuesta's family. Craig Cuesta is the owner of Gift Horse LLC. It's been in his family for many, many years and been operated as a casino for more than 50 years.
Okay. Well, thank you. I didn't have any issues or concerns as it relates to this one. Pretty straightforward. Member Casaros, any issues, concerns, questions?
Nope, just a notation here that there's a condition on there, of course. You're aware?
Yes, we're aware.
Okay, just your standard one. Well, for the most part. Okay.
All right, and with that, I'll take a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert, conditioned as follows. This location is restricted to the operation of slot machines for 1 day per calendar quarter.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Watkins?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to non-restricted item number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Amy Pegram, Timothy Pegram, and Nathan Teach for licensure as a manager of GPEG 1 LLC.
Promoter, he just needs to enable the video.
This is Dennis. Can you hear me?
Barely. Can you try again?
Is that any better?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm here. Sorry for the confusion. Not sure what happened, but so for the record, my name is Dennis Nylander with the law firm Kempfer Kroll. I'm representing the applicants today, as well as the company GPEG 1 LLC that's on your agenda. And again, I apologize for the confusion. I thought the appearances were waived today. But how would you like me to proceed, Madam Chair?
If you have an affirmative presentation that is brief, then we'll accept that. And otherwise, we will jump into questions.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you a brief overview. GPEG 1 is the holding company for Mr. Mike Pegram's various entities that are licensed in Nevada, in Reno, the Carson Valley, and Carson City. And Amy Pegram is Mike's daughter. Tim Pegram is Mike's son, and Nate Peach is his grandson. And so Mike is still very much involved in the day-to-day operations, but all of these individuals are previously licensed. And most recently, Amy was updated. Her licensure was a few years old. So investigations asked that she be fully updated. So we did that. There were no issues or concerns. This is part of Mr. Pegram's overall plan to continue the family business and part of his estate planning also. And so these 3 individuals hold equity in GPEG through a company called Pegram LLC, which is majority controlled by Mike Pegram, and it is the majority shareholder for GPEG, the parent company. And so this is really just adding them as managers to the board for GPEG. So all 3 of his family members will now be part of the board of managers. He will still control, the majority of the equity, and he's the chairman of the board of managers. And so that's why we're here before you today.
Okay, thank you. So just adding additional managers. There was recent licensing events. We didn't have any areas of concern. And is it GPEG now currently holds nine non-restricted licenses?
Madam Chair, it's actually 7. 5 are five are currently active, but 2 are grandfathered licenses that they still hold.
Alrighty. Okay, well, this was otherwise straightforward. I don't have any further questions or areas of concern. Member Casaros, do you have any issues you'd like to address?
I don't either. Appreciate you being here.
Alrighty, with that, I'll take a motion.
I will move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Watkins?
Aye.
Yeah, thank you, and I apologize again for the confusion, and I thank Agent Simpson who handled the case, and I know she's been running around trying to hunt me down because I think we had 2 appear. So she found me, so she's a good investigator. She's a hunter, so that's good.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Madam Secretary, let's proceed with the items on our restricted consent agenda. There were no questions or issues with these items and no appearances were required.
Restricted number 6 is the application of Town Lounge North Las Vegas LLC doing business as Born and Raised North Las Vegas for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Luis Gaudino Jr. for licensure as a member and manager. Restricted number 7 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Dottie's number 208 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 8 is the application of Anika Sunrise, Inc. for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 29665. It is also the application of Mohit Mall for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder. Restricted number 9 is the application of Eureka Owl Club LLC, doing business as the Owl Club for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 10 is the application of Safety First Gaming LLC, doing business as Bricky's Tavern for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 11 is the application of Woody's Entertainment Inc., doing business as Hangar Tavern for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 12 is the application of Crawford Coin Inc., doing business at Green Valley Grocery Store number 73 for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 13 is the application of Crawford Coin Inc., doing business at Green Valley Grocery number 88 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 14 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at Lake Mini Market for a restricted gaming license.
Any discussion on these items?
Nope. Nope, none for me.
All right, would you like to make a motion?
Chair Watkins, I will move to recommend approval of restricted agenda items number 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 as written to the record by Secretary Rupert, with conditions to apply as follows. For item number 6, if an equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee for this location, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. For items 7, 13, and 14, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. And for items 11 and 12, the waiver of provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in conjunction with the approval granted in June 2022 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in June 2023.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Watkins?
Aye.
Just like,
okay.
Like 60 seconds.
Okay. All right. Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to our restricted items held out for discussion. Please read in restricted number 1.
Restricted number 1 is the application of 7689 Tavern LLC doing business as the parlor for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, although we know it.
Good afternoon. I am Bud Hicks with McDonald Carano Law Firm. I'm here today representing 7689 Tavern LLC. If I may, I'd like to introduce the principals who are here as well. In the room with us here in Las Vegas is Mr. Jason Talati. Jason, would you stand? Jason Talati. Next to him is Mr. Steve Chmielewski. Thank you. And in Carson City is, there he is, Mr. Justin Moskov. Justin had surgery this last week, and so we appreciate your allowing him to participate from Carson City, and I hope he's in good health at this moment. Now, Madam Chair and Member Katsaros, this application seeks approval of a transfer of interest among presently licensed persons in this company. The company operates under the name The Parlor Bar Restaurant. The Parlor is presently found suitable by the Gaming Commission to participate in gaming revenues generated on the premises of this location by its slot route operator. As noted in the agenda for today's meeting, approval is requested for the transfer by Stephen Chmielewski of 9% of the Parlor's membership interest to each of Jason Talati and to Justin Moskov. You may recall that we were in front of you last month with Mr. Talati and Mr. Moskov in connection with the various Flowing Tide pubs, which they are the principals in. Their present interest in the Parlor and the additional interests they propose to acquire from Mr. Chmielewski are separated and apart from their interests in the various Flowing Tide pubs. So this is a standalone operation as far as they are concerned. Now, I know the hour is late and the day has been long. You know, I'm prepared to give you a brief introduction about a little more detail about the circumstances that led up to this particular proposed transfer, if you would like to hear. And then additionally, Mr. Chmielewski is here to answer any questions you may have. So are Mr. Talati and Mr. Moskov.
Yeah, if you could provide a brief introduction. We've read the materials, received your letters, and so we've reviewed everything.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, like I said, the transfers, you know, the persons to whom the interests are to be transferred are, you know, have been licensed multiple times. But the issue relates to a dispute that arose between the parties. And if I may, I will take just 2 minutes, hopefully. The dispute between the members of the company relates to the misuse of some of the company's funds during the operation of the business by Mr. Chmielewski. Mr. Chmielewski serves as the on-site general manager of the bar. He has served as on-site general manager of the bar since its opening in the fall of 2020, and he continues to serve to the present. Prior to his participation as a member of the company and as the on-site general manager of the Parlor, he worked for approximately 10 years as a bartender and on-site general manager for one of the Flowing Tide pubs. That's how he came to know Mr. Moskov and Mr. Talati. And throughout these years, he earned their respect and confidence as a hardworking and very capable employee. In 2019, Mr. Chmielewski advised Mr. Talati and Mr. Moskov of his interest to become an owner of the bar and said that he would be leaving them to do that. Well, he was a valued employee, a very good, experienced manager, and they didn't want to lose him. And so they said, well, maybe we can work out something together. That led to some discussions when Mr. Chmielewski found a location in Reno. It was an existing bar. It was struggling at the time, but it had a good location and it had a good physical layout inside. And he brought that to the attention of Mr. Talati and Mr. Moskov. Long story short, they looked at it, they decided this is a good location, we can do something here. And so they negotiated with the current operator at the time and with the landlord and came up with a new lease in November of 2019, and a lease for the property. The property required some fairly substantial remodel and updates, but they took that on while they were going through the licensing process here, which, as you know, took numerous months. But unknown to them at that time, in November of 2019, and indeed to all of us, the COVID pandemic struck the United States really at the start of 2020. And it developed out from there. They had just signed a long-term lease on this property. They had just committed to very expensive renovations. And they also know the difficulties it takes to build a new business and whatever. But again, like all of us, they didn't know how long this pandemic was going to last, what kind of limitations and restrictions and problems it would bring. And it did bring them to this business, to all businesses, to all restricted bar operations. The parlor opened for business late in the summer of 2020, amidst all of these limitations, staff shortages, customers not going out and eating or drinking or gambling anymore because of the COVID pandemic. Needless to say, what would ordinarily be a stressful time to get your new business up and operating and staff became a nightmare for the parlor, just as every other bar in the state was having the same problems. Mr. Talati and Mr. Mosco were under these trying conditions with all of their Flowing Tide locations. But they still, nevertheless, they stuck with the lease and they stuck with their business plan, and they opened operations. Now, that was in the fall of 2020. The first couple months was a building period, and it really not much happened. But once they got into 2021, business started picking up, the limitations were cut back, the public started coming out again, and quite frankly, the property turned on. It was doing very well. But as the year went through and then they got in towards, I think, the third quarter or beginning of the fourth quarter of 2021, Mr. Mosco and Mr. Talati noticed there were some problems with the parlor, and they saw that it was trending on the financial reports. It was trending differently, or not the financial reports. There was nothing wrong with them, but it just didn't appear there was as much money present in the company as there should be. And so they undertook a quiet review of this, and unfortunately, they found that there was a very disturbing problem. And the problem led to a meeting of the three principals right at the end of the year, beginning of 2022. And at that point, they spoke with Mr. Chemierewski. They identified the problem. He identified the problem to them. It was a very open and candid discussion. When asked about these problems, Mr. Chemierewski said he well knew about it. He took responsibility for it, for misusing substantial sums of the company's money to fund his personal gambling habits. As it turns out, Mr. Chemierewski has had and has continuing, like an alcoholic, had a gambling problem. And unfortunately, like many people with gambling problems in these types of circumstances, he was, quote, borrowing money from the company to pay for his gambling with the intention that if he won, he'd pay it back. Don't worry, everything will be good. But unfortunately, the hole gets deeper and deeper and deeper. And that's what happened. So following all of this, the parties, they're adults. They're in charge of running this business. They had discussions about what to do about this. And again, Mr. Chemierewski was open with them about his problems. So that led to this settlement agreement, which is the basis of this particular action here. One of the things that they agreed upon was that Mr. Chemierewski would reduce his equity interest in the company and Mr. Moscow, and Mr. Talati would increase their equity interest and take, I mean, they saw they have the responsibility for this. And so that was one of the factors. So that's the application before you today. I can also tell you there were other terms of the settlement agreement. I know you have it in your report, where the parties negotiated for a means by which the two quote innocent, two affected parties, that's Talati and Moscow, who basically had, well, basically, if I could summarize it, the company didn't have the money it should have had to have made the profit distributions that it had earned and had reported. And so the agreement basically was, okay, what we'll do is we're doing okay, we're making money. So the company in effect put a lien on the money that was going to Mr. Chmielewski's account. And they agreed that up to the amount of the notes, personal promissory notes that he wrote to Talati and Moscow, he would pay them back what they would have gotten had this not happened. And they all agreed, and they all negotiated and agreed on what that number was. Quite frankly, we didn't expect those notes to be paid by the time we got to this hearing, but circumstances being what they are, the business has done well, and your process over here was slowed down too by COVID. That's okay. No offense intended. But what happened is the business, with the additional controls that they put in place and oversight that they now exercise, the business has done well, very well, and it has paid back the amount of cash that they would have gotten through their normal profit distributions, but for the fact that it was missing. And so that part of it has been made whole, which is 100%, which is good. And so we know that, these, like again, the second part of this is the transfer of interest to represent the additional duties and responsibilities that Mr. Moscow and Mr. Talati are taking on, or have taken on already, quite frankly, in the company. But we also know that this presents some difficult circumstances. So we're here today. Mr. Chmielewski is here today to answer questions you may have. Mr. Talati and Mr. Moscow via video are also present to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I appreciate that presentation. If we could hear from Mr.
Chmielewski.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Do you have a affirmative presentation, a brief presentation?
I wrote the letters that you guys have received. I didn't bring them with me as advised by my counsel, but everything that was said was true. It's the biggest shame of my life, and I want to apologize to both Jason Talati and Justin Moscow for what I did, and thank them for sticking by me in this. And I also want to apologize to the Gaming Control Board and Commission for betraying your trust from the initial issuance of the license.
How did your misappropriation affect the business?
One, I mean, I didn't cast the best shadow as an employer of 30 employees, but we weren't receiving any distribution checks from the profits of the business because I was gambling to the extent that I was using in-house profits. Otherwise, the business did fairly well during that time, the last year.
And how were you covering up what you were doing?
I wouldn't say that I was really covering it up. I kept a log of what I had borrowed with the full intent of always paying it back. With everything that was going on with COVID, Mr. Talati and Mr. Moscow just didn't have the time to do the oversight. When I did see them and I did come clean, I presented them with all the materials of what I owed, and that was how it came to light.
Were you requesting advances? or something of that sort?
Yes, but none of the money gambled ever came from Sartini Gaming. It was only in-house funds that we would request money from them and then write them a check out of our account.
Okay. How did you all reach your settlement agreement?
We had several meetings, amicable meetings, and I was presented their offer and I agreed with what they wanted, and I feel that that was more than fair. So here we are.
Okay. If you were in their shoes, would you trust someone again who had done this to your business to remain in the same position with the same level of access?
In all honesty, I grapple with that question quite a bit every day. Every day for, since it began, and I don't believe so. But it's not to bring too much emotion into it, but I love those gentlemen, and I will do everything I can to regain their trust.
Did you get assistance with your gambling addiction?
I see a weekly therapist every Monday at 11:15, and then also because I betrayed my amazingly understanding wife, we see a couples counselor to not so that I have open communication with her and she has some oversight, and we work together with him to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again.
And they chose not to involve the police, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what's been put in place to prevent this from happening again?
Every week that the gaming truck comes in, which sometimes is a sizable amount, Mr. Moscow comes and sits with me and goes through all the numbers. And if he is not available, then Mr. Talati takes his place. And then every day when I do paperwork or assistant manager does paperwork, we send them the daily ledger so that they can see that the money is all there and accounted for.
Okay. Member Charles, any questions from you on this matter?
Yeah. Yes, I've been bad at that today. Jeez. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you're getting help. I'm glad you're getting assistance. Like Mr. Rick said, alcoholism, is another form of addiction. Gambling is another form of addiction. And so I'm glad you're getting help. I don't like to see anybody hurting, but I do need to talk about that a little bit more. So, are you gambling now?
I am not.
At all?
Not at all. Not currently. I have had hiccups, but I'm currently 100% gambling sober.
So is your aim to never gamble then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's part of the healing process. Okay,
Yes, sir.
How did the conversation go though when Mr. Talati and Mr. Moscow sort of approached you? Just give me the quick sense of it. They approached you, said, "Hey, we got a shortfall here. What's going on?"
Basically, I was leaving work one day and I got kind of a hint that maybe, I knew that things had gone out of control, but like I said, I was always planning on borrowing the money. I called Jace, Mr. Talati, and I was like, "Hey, I really need to talk to you." And I could hear in his voice, he knew. And then the next day we all sat down together, and of course it was tense, but I came clean immediately and showed them my ledger. And
so they approached you, and immediately there was no.
I did not lie. I did not try and hide it. I was like, "Yeah, I've been doing this. I got a gambling problem."
And you just mentioned, I interrupted, sort of you had a ledger that you're able to present to them.
Yes.
And that ledger sort of, and I'll have Mr. Talati come up here in a second, but that ledger meshed up in the end with the roundabout figure.
Correct.
Okay. So at this point, not gambling, you're seeking help. You've repaid all the amounts. Is there anything else I'm missing with regard to this? I understand how it happened functionally and so forth. I've got all the materials, got your letter.
Not to the best of my knowledge.
You have been approved.
I am
here.
nervous, so.
Fair enough. I get it. It's not easy to be over there.
I do.
It's not easy to be here sometimes either, by the way, because these are some of the most difficult conversations, frankly, for me.
Understood.
We want to talk nuts and bolts of gaming. Great. This, but I lost my train of thought there. But Let's get Mr. Talati up here if you don't mind. I do have a question for him just to confirm.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Watkins, Member Caceres.
Could you just oh, your name for the record?
Jason Talati.
Could you just confirm in fact that that exactly transpired as you described there?
That is all correct, yes.
Okay. First time I met you, I think was last month or 2 months ago, and you gave the most impassioned sort of speech for an attorney I'd ever seen, sharing your love for your attorney, which happens to be your father-in-law, which was a great speech. And I
appreciate
your personality really came out there, frankly. And from this, I can see that you got a really big heart too, as well as Mr. Moscow, I presume as well, in sticking by your friend, which I get that. I 100% understand the reason why you would do that. I totally understand that. But we're still going to have to deal with that issue because Mr. Chimarusti is an approved licensee. He's not part of this application in as much as he's transferring. He's looking to transfer to yourself and Mr. Moscow. So just on that front, I don't have a concern, but I want to make sure, is there anything else I'm missing here with regard to what transpired over the last many months with regard to what's been explained and supplied to us in our materials?
No, I've got to say, Bud laid this out quite eloquently. Stephen has been, as he said, he was very forthcoming. Full disclosure, he's taken great measures to better himself. I've known the guy for a very long time. I consider him a friend. He's a very loyal, hardworking, upstanding individual. So this was, needless to say, a pretty serious disappointment for what happened. It'll take us a long time to get back to where we once were as friends. But I believe in second chances. I believe more in the 2 strikes you're out rule on this type of deal. But like I said, Steve's been great, and we're gonna stick our necks out for him and hope he can get through this, and hopefully with your blessing and the commissions that will be granted.
You mentioned he's a loyal friend, but it's clear you and Mr. Moscow are also a loyal friend to him. So
absolutely.
I would agree. I think you have a big heart, and your level of forgiveness is commendable, but I have concerns as it relates to him continuing to oversee and being put back in the same position with the same access.
Understandably.
And I did have a question just on the nature of itself, because with something like this, and Mr. Hicks, this is probably a question for you, and I had asked internally on this matter, which is just under Reg 5, when this type of okay, you know where I'm going. Yeah. What's your read on that regulation 5055?
Well, we looked at it very carefully.
Okay.
Back when this happened, and Jason asked me, he said, what do we have to do here? And so I looked at Reg 5.055. I think that's the relevant regulation. And that particular regulation, as you know, states the discovery of any suspected, and I'm just going to read the relevant parts. The discovery of any suspected theft, larceny, embezzlement, or other crime involving property, if such crime has been committed against a licensee, in this case the bar, by a gaming employee or any other person who has received an approval from the commission. Now it doesn't say should be reported. What it says is has been any other person who has been approved by received an approval by the commission, and the person allegedly committing the crime has been separated from employment, or whose business relationship with the licensee has not been terminated, then it's not reportable. So that's the technical language of the regulation, and I think we lived up to it. But I think more importantly than that is, and in fact, I guess it was reported to the board through the application itself. We gave a complete copy of the settlement agreement at that time, and we've answered all of the agents' questions about it. But I think the more important thing here is that, you know, when things like this happen, when stuff happens, you look at it, you have to look at it from all aspects and angles. And yes, he was wrong. Did he intend to steal the money? We don't believe so. And Mr. Talati and Mr. Moscow reached that conclusion after their talks with him and discussions. It just became apparent. As I said, unfortunately, it was a typical problem gambler's problem. That is, they all think they're going to get even. They all think they're going to get ahead. And all it's going to take is, okay, I'll go out another time and, I'm going to pay back what I borrowed. And, then I'm in Hog City. Well, it doesn't work that way. We all know that. And so, I think there was an understanding here of the circumstances, and that's what's important. And the other thing is too, and I think we need to make the record clear on this. The misuse of these funds, what it was cash used by the company for their various cash during the course of their operations. And every dollar taken none of it was pre-reporting on gaming revenues with the route operator. The route operator was not affected by this. But as Mr. Chemierewski said, the way this happened is the route operator, and it's a very typical arrangement. They give X number of dollars to the location as sort of a cash bank, a static bank to maintain for, payouts when they can't come or something like that. But more importantly, the company has its own business operations where, they need cash. And so their own operations on a day-to-day basis. So they have cash in addition to what the route operator gave. Now, their relationship with the route operator, and it's this with all of their bars, and probably with all of the bars that have route operators in the state. If for one reason or another that bank gets low and they need more cash, or the business just needs more cash if they're successful like these guys are, the route operator says, okay, tell us how much you need. We'll give it to you and write us a check. Well, the checks were all written by Mr. Chemierewski on the company's bank account. So the route operator was not affected by this at all. Like I said, every tax dollar, when the drops were done, the drops were properly reported. So, the only harm, well, I shouldn't say that. The primary harm was to the profit interest of the two partners who weren't in on this. As Steve said, though, he also knows that, the word gets around with the employees, and that's not good either. There's other failures here. But bottom line, the people that were harmed by this have been made whole. They're happy with it. They have implemented stronger procedures than they had before. It's a little more detailed than what was explained to you today in terms of the daily overview and oversight. And of course, they're not all struggling with, well, the good news is they're not having the struggles that they had in 2020 and 2021 because of COVID. I mean, things have gotten pretty much back to normal. And so, as Jason said, they've got second chances. And maybe there's not a third chance, but this is a second chance.
Mr. Hicks, if you will.
Yeah, rambling. So.
So my concern is that, I understand, and you said, not only the primary harm, but is that our obligation is to protect the integrity of the industry and the suitability of its participants and those associated with it, those things surrounding gaming. And I think it, goes to suitability, although this application is one of a transfer of interest, which I don't really have any concerns related to that. My concern is related to him continuing to directly oversee this property on a day-to-day basis.
Chair Watkins, if I may make a suggestion, because I've discussed this with Mr. Chemierewski. He is licensed as an owner in this company. as is Mr. Talati and Mr. Moscow. Mr. Talati is licensed as the manager of the limited liability company. Mr. Chemiruski serves as the on-site general manager of the location, and that wasn't required for him to be licensed in that capacity. But if the board were to request, either formally or informally, an updated application for Mr. Chemiruski, he is willing to give that and to go through that process again with you. And whether it's to be found suitable as the on-site general manager, just a general review of his personal suitability. Obviously, like I said, we've have a little bit of time here from when this was discovered and negotiated and worked out. And we think that if you wish to make a further review of him, you'll see it hasn't been perfect. Like he said, he's had a few hiccups, but I think you'll see that this is working out, and then take what action you're comfortable with.
When was the date of the incident? Or
Well,
over
the
what
incident
time?
was a number of I mean, it basically was during the year 2021, and the way it would work is at different times when he would feel this urge to go gambling, he would borrow funds from the company, and you know, it was a respectable sum total, but they
Was
were
it a
always
matter of
small
months?
increments, you know.
Was it over a course of a matter of months?
It was over
Around how many months was it?
basically over 12 months.
Okay.
Yeah, it really was the year 2021.
Okay. And so, Member Casaros, I'd ask for your thoughts on how we move forward.
I was looking for some suggestions from Mr. Hicks, frankly, and I think he came up with a good one there. I don't personally, I think we could deal with it a few different ways, but my thought, and I think he just suggested that wasn't to hold this up,
Right.
because in the end, it's transferring from to, okay, great. I don't see an issue now. I've had internal discussions, and not this particular matter, but they've handled in different ways where sometimes they refer it back and then we just do an investigation further, right? So we go either way. My inclination would be to do the first, which is allow for the transfer to happen, but I'm all ears if you want to go the other route. But in terms of action then that we would need to take, I think the suggestion from Mr. Hicks was that the condition might be that as part of this application, we'd then condition it that a new application for licensure be filed by Mr. Chimirusi.
Yes.
I would ask a question, if you're considering that, I would want to know, what is he filing for?
Well, I think that, I mean, you have key employee applicants
Okay.
or general managers of some businesses, and this could be a general manager, you know, key employee nature application. And if the board, in the course of that investigation, if you're not satisfied, if you feel that he should not continue, then it would be a finding of unsuitability. I can tell you this, that one of the things that we put into our settlement agreement is that if Mr. Chimiruski fails to comply with any gaming laws, or alternatively, if he doesn't maintain all licenses and findings that he has to maintain, then the company will redeem his interest basically at book value or whatever value the Gaming Commission allows. So there's a lot riding on him if he can't convince you of his suitability.
Chief Hoffman, can you weigh in here on, you know, how the effect of Mr. Hicks' proposal, and what's your advice with relationship to the reapplication?
I mean, he currently is a licensee as an owner. So this would be an additional license for him as a perhaps general manager.
Yes.
And what it does is it puts him back under our jurisdiction as an applicant and gives us a chance to take a close look at him and see how he's doing. And it would be at our leisure when we would want to complete the application and put it on an agenda. And in the meantime, it gives him plenty of time to show that he's towing the line and staying out of trouble. So I think it makes sense to me personally.
Do you think it addresses the concerns that we noted here?
I think it very much does.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it puts him under our microscope again.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to move forward with a motion, and we don't need to address the application any further, do we? Or
I would just put a condition on disapproval that an application for general manager, key employee application title general manager be filed. Let's just say it takes time to fill out the form. So I would say 60 days, get the application filed in 60 days.
And that's doable.
Is 60 doable? Okay,
Yes.
because I had 90 for a second. Okay, we'll
90
see.
90 is fine too.
60 is fine.
Sure.
No, Mr. Chemiruski has been very responsive, so I'm.
Before the transfer can take place too.
Yeah.
Well, there would need to be, of course, commission approval because you're still going to have
Yes.
to go through that process.
Yes.
But let's just say it stayed as is. You could make that transfer right away.
Yes, and that's desirable because we're coming up to a year end here, and we really need to put that issue to bed. Who owns what in the company? And so we would appreciate the ability to close that part of the transaction. But we can make the commit, or Mr. Chemiruski will make the commitment to you. He will file within 60 days after commission approval.
I guess if the question is the transfer gets done, you have a condition. Let's say he chooses not to do it. Would affect? There's no undoing of the transfer.
Well,
I
if
guess
he doesn't
there's
do
no
it-
enforcement action at that point.
Well, no, you can't undo the transfer, but the other thing that is always available to the board is to file a disciplinary complaint against an offending person and to seek revocation of a license, imposition of a fine, limitations, conditions, whatever. And I'm sure I see Ms. Caruso is nodding her head. So if Mr. Chemiruski doesn't comply with that, puts the company in that awkward spot, then you could file a complaint against Mr. Chemiruski to revoke his license or take whatever action you wish.
Okay.
And I would hope that burden doesn't fall on you, and I hope it doesn't fall on him, and I don't believe it will.
all right. Are you prepared to make a motion?
I'm going to double check with Chief Caruso. If you wouldn't mind, the condition would look something like condition that Mr. Chemiruski file a new application for licensure as general manager within 60 days. Sorry to put you on the spot. I'm getting put on the spot though.
It's okay. I just, that's fine.
Want me to read it again?
Yeah, I'm at the end of this. Yeah, please read it again.
Sure. Condition that Mr. Stephen Chemiruski file a new application for licensure as a general manager within 60 days.
And you have no objection, Mr. Hickson.
No objection.
If I may weigh in to tweak it a little bit, I don't think we need the word new because this is the first application he's filing. And a broader term would be key employee.
General manager.
So file a key employee application for licensure as a GM.
Correct.
There we go. Takes a village. Okay. Yeah, okay. Mr. Chemiruski, do you have anything else to say or?
Thank you for your time and thank you for your time, and it will not happen again.
All right. And with that, I'll take a motion.
I appreciate it today, but you have an obligation here. So, okay, with that, Chair Watkins, where we're on number 1. I will move to recommend approval of restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert, conditioned that Mr. Stephen Chemiruski file a key employee application for licensure as a general manager within 60 days.
And I understand, just for the record, that we can close the transfer out even before he files.
Assuming the commission.
If they accept this,
Right.
yes. Of course.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Watkins?
Aye.
Thank you very much. And we thank you for your understanding and patience on this.
Thank you.
It's a difficult situation for us, but also for you.
Yes.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for recognizing that. All right, non-restricted item. Should we move to 4? Because 4 Chief Hoffman, should we go to 4 quickly? Is that,
One you'd like.
is that one of the shorter ones?
I believe so.
Okay.
Number 4, restricted number 4.
Restricted number 4 is the application of Texas Melts LLC doing business as L2 Texas Barbecue for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of Lawrence Lerner, Rochelle Berkeley, and John Ball Jr. for licensure as a member and/or manager.
All right, well, welcome, and our apologies for the very, very long wait. We had a lot of content-full items on the agenda today, and welcome to you, former Congresswoman.
Thank you. For the record, Jennifer Gaynor here from J. Gaynor Law, representing the applicant, Texas Melts L2 Texas Barbecue. Good evening, Madam Chair, and congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you.
And good evening, Member Katsara, Madam Secretary as well. So with me, I have Dr. Larry Lerner and Representative Shelley Berkeley. We don't have their third partner, John Ball, here today, and we appreciate the board's understanding and excusing his appearance today because he had a family medical emergency. Given the hour, we won't make any affirmative presentation, but they are here for any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Hey, would either of you like to say anything?
First, I want to congratulate you for this position. I think it's more remarkable, and I had an opportunity to watch you for several hours and enjoyed every minute of it. We really don't have anything unless you have a question, then we're perfectly comfortable, and I thank you very much for everything that you do at these hearings.
Thank you. Thank you. It certainly has been a long day. Thank you for your patience. So the reason you're here is just because you've never been licensed before, is that correct? And this is just an application for a restricted gaming license, licensure as a member and manager, pretty straightforward. Member Casaros, did you have any questions on this one?
No, it's just great to see you here today. Your appearance is really appreciated. I have heard good things about your location there. I don't know how long it's been open now. I'm trying to.
Number 20.
Was it? Okay, I was scrambling
Middle
to
of
try to
COVID.
figure. I was told, oh, that's a great place. So I'll look forward to getting over there one of these days. So other than that, no, nothing came back problematic. I don't have any questions. So thank you.
Okay, yes, no questions or concerns here. Very straightforward, as I mentioned. And with that, I will take a motion.
We do have a few conditions. Oh, sorry, no, we don't. Wrong one. We've been jumping around. We have one condition. Is that okay? Are you familiar?
Yes, I believe the condition was for Representative Berkeley to take the online class, and I believe she's already signed up for that.
Okay. Excellent. Chair Watkins, I will move to recommend approval of restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert, condition that the licensee shall demonstrate successful completion of a regulatory compliance seminar for restricted licensees, which is deemed acceptable to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee within 90 days of the issuance of the state gaming license. This condition may be administratively extended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Watkins?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to restricted number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of the BLC Group, Inc., doing business as Legends Grill Sports and Spirits for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of Leon Kaufman and Dylan Kelly Gump for licensure as an officer, director, and/or shareholder. Lastly, it is the application of the BLC Group, Inc. 401k plan as a holding company and for findings of suitability of Leon Kaufman and Dylan Kelly Gump as trustees and beneficiaries as noted on the agenda.
All right, do you please state your name for the record?
Good evening, I'm Dylan Kelly. Good evening, I'm Leon Kaufman.
All right, do you have an affirmative presentation? A brief affirmative presentation?
Yeah, we sent the letters to you guys, but yeah, we can absolutely do that for the record, of course. So we had some conditions prior to our last 2 year, which was to pay back our loans, which we did in full. During that time and leading up to COVID, we had to make a decision. We had to make a decision, a business decision to keep paying our employees while paying that loan. The hard money loan had a payment of $8,600 that we had to pay back. And as we were getting through that, we made it for a while, but we got to a point where it just became untenable for us to pay our 17 employees and make those payments at the same time. So we made a business decision. I mean, we had a few options obviously on the table, just fold up shop, but we thought about our employees, the 17 that were working for us, and we decided to pay them and continue to run the business. The initial plan for this was to have this only be, a few months, if that. Obviously, it went for 4 quarters that led up to COVID, and so as we paid off our loans, if you've read the document, we missed out on a few thousand the first quarter, and then a little bit more the next quarter. The 3 and 4 were the tough ones, and during this time were occurring penalties and fees and interest while doing that. We were aware of that, but it was our business decision to decide to do it. Unfortunately, when we got to the point where we paid off our loan and we were in a position to start doing that, just for the record, we since that first quarter of 2020, we haven't missed a payroll taxes or any taxes for that matter. We were advised that we should get some representation for us for a payback plan, especially at that time. We were in the middle of COVID, and we were concerned about obviously keeping our doors open and what it was, and we just wanted the best plan that we could have negotiate for us. That's usually a 90 to 120 day plan or time frame from RC Thornton, who is the professional we hired. And with COVID, it took an extremely long time for them correspondence to get back and forth. But we are in a payment plan now, and we are making our payments. We paid back our loans, which were some of the conditions previously, and are there just regular conditions to our license, which is we haven't had anybody else join our our board or our team basically, and and just sending that in twice a year, which we've also done. And that's where we're at now. We're paying back our loan, and we're making extra payments as well where we can, but we just wanted to obviously have the flexibility. That's why we took the payment plan that we have. So.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. I was going to ask you that. It was my understanding that you're ahead of schedule in your payment plan and that you're making every effort to get that paid off as soon as possible. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have every intention to pay that off long before those. We just, like we said, especially with the rumors of a recession, things like that. We just wanted to make sure we have that flexibility to keep everybody employed. Keep the doors open. Yep, business is good right now, and we've invested more what we have back into it. We actually have 18 employees now. We've added an employee. We're really proud of that. There's a social media person in house that's also learning to do some dailies for us. So.
Okay, Member Casaros, any questions from you?
Nope, that clears it. Thank you. Nope, that clears it for me. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for your presentation here today. And with that, I'll take a motion.
We do have some conditions. Are you familiar?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, you're in agreement.
No, sorry, I apologize.
Not with the new ones.
Not with the new ones. No.
Yep.
I thought you were asking about conditions in general.
In general, what those are. Yeah,
we
understand. Third time through this process.
Yeah. So we got it. What are the conditions?
All right. Okay, just one at a time, because I wasn't getting all that. There are 4 proposed conditions. Are you familiar with those?
No.
Oh, okay.
Run before.
They are the exact same ones that you had before.
Oh, okay. Yes, then we are.
Okay.
Absolutely. That we have to submit twice a year. Anybody that comes, if we want to add anybody to our team.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. All right. With that, you ready for a motion?
Yes, sir.
I will move to recommend approval of restricted item number 2, as read into the record by Secretary Rupert and conditioned as follows. The BCLC Group Inc. 401k plan must comply with Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 15 as it relates to the compliance and licensing requirements governing holding companies at least 30 days prior to the implementation of any changes to the BLC Group Inc. 401k plan. Documents reflecting said changes shall be submitted to the Nevada Gaming Control Board for review and administrative approval by the chair or chair's designee within 30 days after the prior year's plan administration has been completed, the trustee or the company shall provide a list of the participants and their interest in the BLC Group Inc. 401k plan to the Nevada Gaming Control Board for review. And finally, prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board's chair or the chair's designee is required prior to any change to the person or entity designated as the BLC Group Inc. 401k plans administrator and/or custodian.
Perfect. For the record, we are familiar with all this.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Watkins.
Aye. All right. Thank you for your appearances today, and we'll move on to non-restricted item number
Thank you for your time.
4.
We already did number 4. I believe we're on restricted number 3.
Oh, 3. Okay. Thank you. And this will be our final restricted item. Okay.
Restricted number 3 is the application of PPP LLC doing business as Nevada Desert Lounge for a restricted gaming license. Also, it is the application of Peter Pancha for licensure as a member and manager.
I am Peter Pancha for PPP LLC DBA Nevada Desert Lounge. Thank you for seeing me, Madam Chairwoman Watkins, Member Katsaros, and Madam Secretary Bird.
Hi, welcome. Thank you for being here. Do you have an affirmative presentation?
I don't have an exact presentation.
Okay.
Is there just something about my background, about myself?
Would you like to tell us why you're here?
Sure. I'm here for a restricted license for 15 slot machines for my Nevada Desert Lounge bar location in Pahrump.
Okay. So there were some issues during this investigation process. Are you aware of them?
Yes.
Would you like to address them?
Sure. I don't know if I'm going to tackle the right ones, but I'll do the ones that I believe are the ones that are the main issues. So one of the issues was there was an architectural complaint against me. Just to preface, this complaint was finally dismissed. I had provided an attached backup letter from Laura A. Bach of the Nevada Architectural Board. Just to be a little bit more detailed in what had happened during the planning and permitting process for one of my properties in Dandelion, which is a proposed bar, by the way. One has to submit drawings for building and planning department. So part of those drawings do include plumbing related work, or drawings, I should say, which in this particular case, I selected a third party consultant to do that. That was Civil Wise to undertake the work. This was in lieu of having Great Water Basin, which is in a way part of Nye County, to do that portion of work. Now, a Mr. Stone, who's a consultant for Great Water Basin, saw this and perhaps was unhappy, and he had what I would say frivolously created a complaint against me to the architecture board because I did not use him, which obviously Great Water Basin is a part of the review process in and itself. Unfortunately, beyond this, it additionally impacted my permit process in that Great Water Basin didn't really put my project into their system, which cost me, more time in the permit process, unfortunately. I had since actually filed complaints for both of those actions against me. So that's one.
Are those issues resolved?
It is resolved.
In what way?
I have a permit.
Okay. All right.
So one of the other issues was the instances that are actually several instances in which my bar was closed. There are a lot of I should say incidents that it just were no fault of mine as an applicant. I had survived a major fire that was in part of the larger, um, I would call it the larger part of the building that my bar is attached to, really. I had also survived both two other robbery attempts, one of which was actually successful in breaking through that portion, actually the same portion that had a fire. And so that was quite unfortunate. And then thirdly, just being in Pahrump, and of course, I am down the street from two of the casinos, Pahrump Nugget and Old Town. It's pretty challenging to have and serve and entertain customers with simply just alcohol versus having some kind of entertainment in terms of gaming. And so I actually have just lots of customers just, they'll come in through the door and then they will actually just leave. And some will actually be quite verbal, especially with my bartenders. One of which, chose not to even work at the time because it was just too rampant.
Mhm.
I mean, that's pretty much that.
Okay.
My answer to that issue.
Okay. So previously, your father, Nikolai, filed applications to be a key employee, the general manager for both the Nevada Desert Lounge locations. And due to issues with the background investigations, the applications were referred back to staff during the February 2020 Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you later requested withdrawals of the
correct.
application. Okay.
That's correct.
And you haven't currently filed a key employee application.
I have started the process for Marlos Prevo, but it is not complete yet until it will not be completed yet until, which is obviously one of what I have to do. So
How often are you at the location?
right now, not very often. I would say I would do my best to start with once.
Who is at the location?
Right now, just Marlos Prevo.
Is there anyone else?
Yes, Nick is at the location, but not doing any operations at the moment.
And this Nick, is that your father?
Yes, he is.
And when our investigators, our agents showed up at the location, you were present, is that correct?
I wasn't present.
And on how many occasions did that happen?
That was only the one that I know of during this investigation.
Okay, and who was present?
Nick was present. He was doing maintenance. Basically, he was boarding up the robbery attempt at that moment.
Okay. So you do understand that, his application was withdrawn, right? So he can't serve in the intended position if he doesn't have an application.
I understand.
Okay. Member Casaros.
Yeah. There was a request that we had made to you to provide us some documentation with regards to, I think it was a loan or investment that was from your dad, perhaps? Correct? And we never got any information there. So we asked for something.
I don't remember.
And it wasn't provided.
I don't remember seeing this request during this investigation.
And then there's also the 2018 tax return that you had said during the last hearing that you were going to amend because there was quite some anomalies there. The takeaway there was that you were going to do that. You're under no obligation to do that. We weren't forcing you to do that. your application got referred back to staff. That's what you had said to us. At this point, our records reflect you're not doing an amended return because there's no reason to do that.
That's correct. And I could only say I must have inadvertently said that in the last agenda.
We had some lengthy discussions on some anomalies with regards to the tax returns. Some perhaps deductions that may or may not have been appropriate. And I think that was the source of it. So I don't recall that there would have been any mistake in that conversation in that regard. That was your representation to us. I guess I'm coming up with I'm raising a common theme for you. You don't have to have counsel. It was suggested it's probably a good idea for you to do that. You've got a few questions that were lingering from the last one. We had a lot of questions on that one, right? If you remember, there was the tax questions, there was your father's involvement, there was representations about your father being a licensed attorney. You just discussed the one complaint that I don't know if we uncovered that one, so I'll just for the time being perhaps submit that maybe you did disclose that to us. But it's been sort of painstaking to get you through this process because there seems to be a lack of appreciation for what this process is. That's kind of like my synopsis of everything. This is not getting a driver's license. This is not getting even a builder's license, which I know there's some hurdles there. This is a privileged license to have gaming machines. I think we may have even suggested, is there a reason you want to keep going through this process? Because I still have outstanding questions. And two of them are the first ones I just laid out first. But you didn't consider going with an SRO, perhaps because you hadn't done this before. That might have been potential. Just every step of the way, there's always something very difficult. For your first application, we want it to be clean. It should be spotless for the most part. Obviously, we're people too, and we allow for some shortcomings here. But I'm still having problems when we ask for something and we don't get it. And I think there was a representation that he said, well, I don't think you need that. And maybe I'm wrong with that representation. What I do know concretely is that we ask for it, we don't have it. When we ask for something, we need to get it, especially when it's regarding finances and source of funding and taxes. Your representation was that you were going to file an amended return. That was whatever month that was. And now we don't have amended return. So now I'm going, okay, why don't we have that? So these are just some of the struggles that I'm having right now. If there's anything you want to add to correct anything I'm stating there, please, by all means.
No. Yeah, no.
Because the burden is on you to say, hey, yes, I'm suitable. I meet the standard here. Please give me my license, the approval. So
right. So
help us help you.
We don't have to prove that you don't deserve, or you have to make a representation to us that you are suitable, and you have to prove that burden. So in addition to the lack of responsiveness, there's still the issue of your father potentially operating the store in your absence, and again, his license was withdrawn. I mean, not license, I'm sorry, his application was referred back and then withdrawn due to background concerns. Is there a point in time when you plan to be at the location full time?
Yeah, yes, when I have a gaming license, I would like to be at the location a lot more often. That's correct.
Okay.
But I would like to say I at least have two agents, at least in their written responses to me and their emails, that said I was actually quite responsive.
Okay.
In my answers. So I am a little bit confused because they had led me what I believed I was answering quite fairly. I am sorry if I had inadvertently thought that.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry if I inadvertently thought that I was answering fully to the extent that what I should have.
Okay. So, but this is your business, correct?
This is my business, correct?
At this time, I do not think that your application is ripe, so to speak, for us to move forward on it. So, Member Casaros, any objection to us referring it back?
I don't have an objection. I agree with that. We got to tie up some of those loose ends for sure. I was trying to get the quote out here, and unfortunately, I don't have it right now. But if we request something, we got to get it. And if we're not going to get it, it better be some valid reason. It burned in a fire or something. I don't know. But I've got outstanding questions here. We've got outstanding requests. So at least that one, we need to at least figure that one out.
All right. Well, so I'm going to go ahead and refer this one back. And thank you for your time here. Thank you for being here today.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Madam Secretary, please read in our next item.
You have one request for final approval of a new gaming device. That item is Running Rich Reels, submitted by Competition Interactive LLC.
It's been a long day.
No, it has, but it's worth it. Madam Chair Watkins, Member Katsaros, Madam Executive Secretary, thank you for having us here today. I'm here with our CEO, Paul Steelman, and our Director of Compliance, Connie Stafford. Yeah, we've been on trial for the past 6 months, it seems, with Running Rich Reels, which is a new slot game that has the ability to attract the new next gen gamer. So 5x3 slot reel leads to a bonus. You sit down, you grab a steering wheel, and you drive, and your skill is the determining factor of bonus, which then determines payback. So that has been a successful trial, and we're seeking approval.
Okay. Thank you for being here today. It sounds like an exciting new game. There were a couple of issues, were there not, during the process, but they were resolved?
Yes, all issues were resolved.
Okay. All right. Member Casaros, did you have any questions on this one?
No, it's always good to see sort of new twists on devices that are going onto the floor here, and this certainly qualifies as that. Particularly, just having a steering wheel on the device changes things. I will look forward to watching people play it as in the future. But other than that, looks unique. I wish you all the success with it. Sounds like in the end there was no major problems, and I'm happy to move forward with an approval.
Thank you. Can you go ahead and make a motion for us then?
Sure will. Hang on, I kind of got out of order here.
While he's looking, I'm so sorry. Could you identify yourself for our court reporter?
Oh, I'm sorry. Keith Winters, Chief Creative Executive with Competition.
So did you create this, you and a team?
Yes,
Okay.
we have a small team that has created this. Yes.
Yes. Well, all right, I will move forward. I move to approve new game device number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Watkins?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
We'd
much.
also like to thank Chief Barbie for all his work
As
in
well
assisting
as-
us.
Chief Barbie and Jeremy Eberwine, Joel and Fatima, the two engineers that we've worked with, have been absolutely very supportive and very guiding in helping and patient with our small team. So yeah, thank you very much.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saying that. We have some of the very best staff. We are very grateful to have them on our side.
Absolutely.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, I believe our next item is our casino player dispute appeals.
You have one casino player dispute appeal. Item 1 is Stephen Ween versus Green Valley Ranch Station Casino. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying reinstatement of boarding pass points be affirmed.
Okay, we've had an opportunity to review this and the supporting documentation. Well, I have, Member Casares, have you had an opportunity to review?
I have indeed.
Okay, any discussion on the matter?
No, I don't have any questions. Other than I'll mention I agreed with the decision taken by our hearings examiner.
And I agree with that decision as well. With that, I will ask for motion.
I will move to affirm the decision made by the hearings examiner resulting in denial of reinstating the player points to the petitioner in the matter of case number 21LV 09720.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye. You went out of order.
Ah.
It's getting late. Madam Secretary, this brings us to our last agenda item, public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Is there anyone here for public comment?
I'm a little bit deaf, so
Oh, okay.
no hearing aid.
No problem.
My name is Nikolai Panchet. I'm the father of Peter Panchet. I'm almost 80 years old. I do not need any, I'm old already. No application for gaming license, no nothing involvement with Nevada Desert Lounge. I'm in charge of construction, bunch of construction to build all these houses and everything. I'm retired now. My license is a sparkless, architect, engineer, building contractor, real estate broker, all these licenses. Same as now. The main issue here is what was set on the last agenda was misconstrued. How? I'm the one who said I'm going to file tax amendment, not Peter Panchet. Peter Panchet has never had. I declare this under penalty of perjury. So help me God. Never had tax amendment. Nor even I. IRS says, Nick, we owe you money. Here is you back your money, additional refund. So there was never issue of even me having a tax. I was so scared that time last agenda that you guys gonna decline. Peter has the cleanest record on this planet compared to having approval of people with criminal issues. Peter does not have any criminal issues, not even parking ticket. What is his professional, same like the father, with all these licenses, architect, engineer, all this real estate, general building contractor, bunch of construction. Please review very carefully the files. It was shuffled so many times, and down in the shuffle, you didn't get the real story.
Mr. Pinchot, thank you for your comments. We're gonna have to limit your comments to 3 minutes, your public comments to 3 minutes.
Yes, I limit my time, and I would like to also mention about allegations of Leo Bloom, the commissioner. I'm a witness, sheriff, deputies who has conflict of interest. They had a bar, and they was checking Peter Panchet's record. I have many of this information I like to share with the gaming board, and I don't need any licenses nor application. Thank you so much for reconsidering. He is almost done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else here for public comment? Anyone up north? That will close our public comment section, and this concludes the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of December. We are adjourned.